Hello and welcome to Nazareth University, home of the Golden Flyers. We are here to kick off coverage for the 2025 Division III Indoor Track and Field National Championships taking place this year here in beautiful Rochester, New York. I'm Noah Dradi alongside Will Lear, and we are super excited to be bringing you the action this weekend. Will, hey, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. No, it's one of those days, it's that type of weather in the spring where sometimes you think, do we have to be inside? It is beautiful out here. Nazareth College campus, when we drove in a few hours ago, was sparkling in the sunlight. But that sparkling weather outside is just going to lead to some fireworks inside.
Absolutely. The action has been coming in hot here from the field house so far. We're going to be sprinkling in field recaps as we go through live track coverage this afternoon. So stay tuned for those. We'll let you know when they're coming, and we'll recap everything for you at the end. Beautiful facility here, and the very first action on the track is going to be the men's 60 hurdles. They're just getting their blocks set up now. We'll run you through the field here shortly, but this is absolutely one of the highlights of this year's championship. This is we did a preview podcast over at D3 Glory Days, and we all highlighted the men's 60 as one of the fields to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we're kicking off here with 60 hurdles. Really excited to see the quadruple from Rowan University. Rowan Hurdle U, as we were calling it outdoors. Really excited to see how those athletes line up against their competitors. Obviously, we have three different preliminary heats of the men's 60, with the qualification procedures being pretty generous, I'd say. Top two in each heat, the next two fastest times. So you don't have to do anything spectacular, Noah. You just got to get over those hurdles.
Which brings us to the main through line on day one is that you really have to get through the prelims to score points in the finals. And so a lot of people are tempted to kind of write off prelim day. But for a lot of athletes, I would venture to say, and you can weigh in here, that it's almost a little more nerve-wracking in the prelims than the final.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up to you, Noah, because often in events that you got to race in, it was straight finals. But I would always be way more nervous for a prelim than a final because not to toot my own horn, but often as my college career sort of went on, being one of the favorites, a prelim can only go badly. There's nothing great to do in a prelim besides just advance. Obviously, we'll see some of the miles and 800s later, so those athletes are going to try to do as little as possible to get through their heats. You know, again, the beauty of a national championship meet is while there is individual glory to be had, the ultimate glory for a lot of these athletes is that coveted team trophy, and we're going to start seeing some of the heavy hitters here right off the bat in the men's 60 hurdles.
We do have a few finals for you here today, or a couple finals later on in our program. The 5,000 we'll have a final there, and in the distance medley relay we'll have a final there as well. Some finals also happen in the field, as I mentioned. We'll recap those later, but today is all about surviving and advancing. So why don't we kind of get things started here, and I'll run you through heat 1 of 3 in the men's 60 hurdles. You see them get loose on your screen there. In lane 1, it's going to be Walter Truitt of MIT, and 2, Gunnar Meyer from Central. Marquise Young is going to lead things off from Rowan. Marlon Sistrunk from Whitewater is in there as well. Jameer Brown, the freshman sensation from Rowan, coming in with a 7.72 record time to his name, is going to be in this heat as well. Gavin Schaefer from Salisbury and Josh Wilkie from Tufts round out this field of 7.
You know, we just had Jameer Brown flash there up on the screen, wearing hip number 5 here, so sort of plopped right in the middle of the track on the backstretch here at Nazareth College at the Golisano Fieldhouse. But he looks like a freshman, Noah. He's tall, he's skinny, he's got long legs, and I'm really excited to see him in action. This is the first time I'm going to put eyes on this young man this year.
Yeah, it should be a really great opportunity for us to see what's going on. He's got a lot of experience around him. The Rowan squad, Hurdle U, went 1-2-5 outdoors, and now they add the record holder to the mix. And man, what a treat, our very first track action here, and we get to see what the squad's coming in with.
Yeah, you see the athletes there now on your screen, sort of shaking out some of those pre-race jitters. And we talked about this on the D3 Glory Days podcast now, but you know how nice it must be for these 4 young men to warm up together. They're going through their drills together with their coach. Their races here separated by mere seconds from one another, from heat to heat to heat. But this has got to just feel kind of like another day of practice for these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Something comforting about being on the line with your teammates and getting ready to roll.
So our eyes from this vantage point will be affixed on the man third from the left on your screen. That is Jameer Brown. The excitement here is palpable. When I walked by, we took a restroom break just before we went live on air, and the aroma of Tiger Balm was palpable as you walked by that staging area. It burned my nostrils.
Absolutely. That's how you know it's game time. We'll quiet down as these gentlemen get set and bring you the first action of these 2025 championships.
Favor because I got it covered. Oh, just you're okay. Just don't, really, with the hands and yeah. That's the play.
Gun is up and they are away clean. As we get over to the hurdles, Rowan looks well poised. Young on the inside looks really good. Rowan 1-2 in that heat will get a reading on time. It is Young, the veteran senior from Rowan. Looks like he's going to grab a big Q with 7.84, and as expected, Jameer Brown, the freshman, coming through in 7.86 with a big Q.
Yeah, you saw Young there give that settle down hand motion. Jameer Brown flashing the 1-2. These guys, they're all swag right now, these two men. High fives abound coming from the coaches. They executed to perfection. We saw a little bit of I'd say some stumbles, a less clean race from the man from Wisconsin Whitewater. That's Marlon Systruck. He hit a couple of the hurdles. He did not have as clean of a race, and so all those guys in that third and fourth position now, they have to wait. They have to wait that dreaded wait for the next two heats to see if their time is good enough to get them through to the final. Pulling up the results here, trying to get these things live. We're getting ourselves situated. My apologies for not having the times immediately available. Noah has them on his screen. I will cheat a little bit.
Yep.
7.84 to 7.86. Third place was Gunnar Meyer from Central, 8.03. Walter Truitt from MIT took the 4 spots to 8.10. So all the other men who competed in that prelim will not be advancing to the final. And Meyer and Truitt will need to see if that's good enough.
Yeah, which I'm not sure if we explicitly said this yet, but the qualification procedure to tomorrow's final. This heat is going to be run in 3 sections, 3 prelims. Your top 2 across the line are going to get those big Qs, the automatic qualifiers, and they'll move on tomorrow for sure, and everyone else is going to have to wait. We'll take the next 2 fastest times after that to round out the field of 8. So the quickest way to get through is just to win.
Yeah, just win. Just go do that. I mean, you got to think a lot of these guys, when they're lining up against the likes of the Jameer Browns of the world, they're excited to see something special. Not often that you get to race the fastest person ever to do an event in Division III, but that first heat just got to see what Rowan had up their sleeve.
Absolutely. Heat 2 now on the track, and I will run you through our entrance there. Josh Thompson of Bethel, Kane Dimmers from Bowdoin, Aiden Sears of Oshkosh, Grant Miller of Central, Jason Agumang from Rowan, Jason Ekior from Bethel, and Ari Skolnick from Denison. And they are off right away. We're not holding them at all. It's a blanket look to the outside. And I believe that was Ekior getting across the line first, but we'll confirm here.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of a stutter there at the beginning from Jason Aguiman from Rowan. Shocker there. Rowan is just hurdle you. They're used to having clean races, and that was anything but for him, but he still has the talent and the ability to squeak by. We're seeing Aguiman there in second in 8:01, 7:88 for Ekior taking that heat win. So those two on to the final. We're sort of looking down over the athletes as they walk away from the finishing area. Jason Aguiman not pleased with his race, not pleased there at all.
Yeah, and Agumang's face, definitely some disappointment there. Like we said, not a clean race, but ultimately it doesn't really matter. We kind of see him smacking his cheek a little bit there. He's showing some frustration, but ultimately it wasn't really close. and he'll lock up that big Q and move on to tomorrow.
Yeah, again, we're going to talk about the facility here a lot. It's absolutely beautiful in here, the bright white lights. But I'd say more often than not, these athletes are used to either running down the center of the track or at least competing right in front of the home stands. The stands, in this instance, on the opposite side of the track. And so I wonder if there's any part of this race that's you're trying to get used to this facility. And you want that clean run. You want to know what it's going to feel like tomorrow when you push just that little bit harder. And so I think for Agyeman there, Jason Agyeman from Rowan, he was looking for that, didn't get it, but, a lot to improve on for tomorrow's final.
Yep, both All-Americans from this event last year move forward to tomorrow. So no real surprises there, but look for Rowan to start cleaning things up. Coach is at the top of the turn here, and he's keeping a pretty close eye on his guys. You imagine that they will be prepared for the final, and so survived in advance. No surprises here. Heat 3 making some final adjustments on their blocks. Reminder, top 2 plus next 2 fastest times, and we'll get you an idea of the bubble time here in a second after I run you through the field, so we're all squared. Noah Smith from Nebraska Wesleyan, Dayton Love from Wartburg, Blake Hardison from Dubuque, Dantre Senegal from McMurray, Kwaku Nkrumah rounds out the squad from Hurdle U, and Aaron Polma from Wisconsin Lacrosse.
Yeah, my eyes are firmly planted on lanes 5 and 6 here. The times to beat to make the final right now, 8:10. 8:10 is the time to beat. That is Walter Truitt from MIT from heat number 1. Gunnar Meyer currently sitting in this first of the time qualifiers with 8:03.
We have 4 returning All-Americans in this field.
Athletes are rocking themselves into a comfortable starting position.
Clean start once again. Nkrumah looks good on the outside. We had a stumble on the inside. Blanket finish. Nkrumah out in 6. Looks to have taken it over Hardison from Dubuque. And my eyes do not lie. Kwaku Nkrumah, the junior from Rowan, gets through in 7.93 for the big Q. And the returning All-American and Blake Hardison from Dubuque will grab that second spot by .06.
You don't see this that often, that both time qualifiers and the short sprints come from the same heat, but when you're chasing down 2 studs and the fastest ever to do it, I guess that just pulls you to a really fast time. So 8:03 for Gunnar Meyer. 8:04. Walter Truitt gets nudged out by Noah Smith there in the last heat, so I stand corrected. I was not looking at the updated results. My apologies. Gunnar Meyer and Noah Smith make it through on time, 8:03 and 8:04. All 4 from Rowan U. Rowan's going to have half of this final tomorrow.
Yeah, an awesome opportunity for points. One thing we like to talk about is how small teams can often score big points, especially at the indoor national meet, and so a great opportunity for Hurdle U. Let me just run you through tomorrow's finalists by name real quick all the way through, just so you know what to expect. Marquise Young, Jameer Brown, Jason Ekiyor, Kwaku Nkrumah, Blake Hardison, Jason Agyeman, Gunnar Meyer, and Noah Smith. Gunnar Meyer and Noah Smith, as Will said, making it through on time. The field is set for just an electric final tomorrow.
And I'm sure Stu at home is crunching the numbers right now. I would imagine that's got to be pretty close to the fastest time ever required to make a final in the 60 hurdles.
Yeah, we'll definitely be keeping an eye on those stats. And to that point, make sure you're following along on D3 Glory Days on Instagram for all things indoor championships. Here we go. Women's 60 hurdles is now taking to the blocks. Last year's champion has scratched this event to focus on another event, so we'll be crowning a brand new champion this weekend. Only 2 finalists from the field last year are going to return this year.
What? You already won it once. Why would you want to win it again?
I imagine it gets boring.
Try something else.
I imagine it gets boring.
Just try something else. I see an athlete there, appears to be in Heat 2 from Claremont Mudd Scripps, across 6th Avenue from my alma mater, Pomona College. Good to see some athletes from the West Coast starting to participate in indoor track. We want to see more.
Absolutely. Do they have to? No, but it's a great opportunity.
Do they train indoors? Absolutely not.
No, absolutely not. It's beautiful year-round. Women's 60 on the track. Once again, we'll do this through 3 preliminary sections. We'll take the top 2 from each prelim as your auto qualifiers, and then we will take 2 on time. And I'm going to introduce this field because we have a DePaul alum out in lane 7. Grace Braden from Wartburg is going to take us on the inside lane. Allison McDonough from Bridgewater State is in there. Catherine DeFoss from Springfield. Hannah Zastro from Wisconsin Stout. Rin Brown, UChicago. Lauren Dunnigan, Franklin Marshall, and Liberty Scott from DePaul University. Hello, Greencastle. It's nice to see the Tigers well represented here at the Indoor National Meet.
Everyone loves to see an athlete from DePaul, don't they?
You see those Tiger stripes out there, and it's just inspiring to everybody.
People are talking about it.
Names to watch out for. We have one returning All-American. We have Hannah Zastro from Stout, who is the runner-up in the field last year and in 2022. She is a 7-time All-American, comes in as the 6th seed. We also have Rin Brown, who we see her in the longer hurdles outdoors, where she has the D3 record in the 400 hurdles, and she finished second in this, second in the 400 hurdles outdoors last year.
You know, I'd love to know the approach of a coach, of Ren Brown's coach. Like, what are we working on here in the 60 hurdles that can translate into even more fantastic performances in her pinnacle event, the 4 hurdles outdoors? Obviously, there's the technique, there's the quickness, there's the I want to say the coordination of getting over the hurdles. But this seems like it's such a different event. Very excited to see Ren Brown line up against these ladies and see how she stacks up.
Absolutely, especially in these short sprints, so start specific. You got to get out of that blocks. You have to have a good feel for the gun. Pop! Not a lot of time to waste out there.
Pop! Pop! And it's over.
And it's over, just like that. Speaking of how fast this race could finish, let's take a look at the championships record. Fans of Division III will remember the name Bergen Nelson. She has the championship record in 8.39. She also has the D3 record in 8.33.
.833 is smoking fast.
It's absolutely moving.
Do you think that you could cover 60 meters flat in 8.33?
Absolutely not.
And I know that we're going to get roasted for this, but it's 8.33.
Yes. We're working things out. Things are just now getting going.
Yeah, we're getting the cogs of the machine here just lubed up.
We're greasing the wheels here in Rochester, New York.
Beautiful Rochester, New York.
You guys are free to be here. Just watch your lead.
Maybe this is a good chance to issue a preemptive thank you for everybody who makes these championships happen. We have a great production team up here, and you'll be seeing their work on your screens while hearing our voice, and we're really grateful for all the effort that goes into putting these championships on. And special thank you to Nazareth for hosting this year.
And as always, Noah, if we're giving out thanks, thank you to the officials.
Yes.
The officials without whom we would not be able to have any championship at all. All the officials that you see out there today are volunteers. If you are watching this and curious to get involved in track and field, please become an official. We need more young officials, especially if you're young. This is the sport thrives off of the work of volunteers. These kind volunteers, like the officials you're seeing out there in the white shirts today. Thank you to the officials. Hats off to them.
And you could become one of Will's official friends.
Saw a couple of my official friends last night in the hotel.
Absolutely. We love that. All right, we'll have action here for you momentarily. We're going to quiet down for a minute until they're in the blocks. At the conclusion of the women's 60, we'll move on to the flat 60. We'll just wheel these hurdles off the track, and we'll see.
Get them out of here.
Get them out of here after this, and we'll see the fastest D3 has to offer.
You get out of here.
All right, women's 60, heat number 1, onto the track, receiving final instructions.
No, again, we've been talking about prelims. You have never raced in one. Would you be more nervous in Heat 1 or Heat 3?
Well, Heat 3, you get that advantage of knowing the time to beat. So I think I'd be a little more nervous to go early because you really have that extra pressure to lock up the spot. Because going in Heat 3, the potential is that you take 4 athletes out of that heat. But we'll see if it plays out that way.
The stakes are high in the prelims here. If you don't make the final, you can't be an All-American. You can't win a national championship. So got to get through these races clean. We'll run through these starters one more time. We got Braden from Wartburg in 1, McDonough from Bridgewater State in 2, DeFoss from Springfield in 3, Zastro from Stout in 4, Ren Brown of UChicago in 5, Dunnigan of Franklin and Marshall in 6, Scott from DePaul in 7. Tiger Stripes.
Love that Brown and Zastro, the best experience in this field, are running right next to each other. Gun is fired, and we are away clean once again. Ren Brown did not have a great start. We had a fallout there from Dunnigan. Ren Brown is not looking great, but Zastro is. She is the first across the line here. Hannah Zastro from Stout is going to lock things up with a quick 8:55. Ren Brown does enough to get through in 8:68, snagging that big Q. What a run from Zastro there, and I think that's a big statement to make against Brown.
Absolutely. We saw Brown sort of stumble out of the blocks. There was some casualties of the hurdles out there next to Ren Brown. But, you sort of see an athlete like Ren Brown who clearly in the 4 hurdles thrives on rhythm. This is not about rhythm. This is about attacking every hurdle. And then she's put under a huge amount of pressure from Zastro right next to her. But Zastro and Brown, the 2 favorites in the field, get through 8:55, 8:68. The second fastest qualifier, McDonough right now, 8:73 is a time to beat. That was an interesting race.
And Will, like we were talking about before, why would a 400 hurdler come into the 60 hurdles? What could they be trying to work on if you have eyes to outdoors? And I mentioned the start, and I think it's pretty clear that might be an area of improvement for Brown if she wants to be competitive tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't have a wealth of knowledge of seeing Brown starts this indoor season, but surely she will not be proud of that one a lot. Again, sometimes though, those things are great, right? Hey, if I just execute this one part of my race, if I execute that better tomorrow, I know I can get another 10th, another 2/10 out of myself as my body gets into its full running. And we know that Brown's top end speed is there, and her strength, obviously, to get over all of these hurdles. But very, very interesting. Learning a lot here.
Brown does enough to get through Heat 2 on the track. Sierra Franz, Catherine Dortmund, Ariana Garceau, Chloe Yoder, Rachel Larson, Allison Hammond, and Maya Richwine are now into their stance. We're wasting no time here. One returning All-American here in Chloe Yoder. And we are away clean, too close to call. We're over the hurdles so far. Take a look at the outside of the lane. Hammond is looking pretty good, but in 3. Let's get an update here, but that was a great run on the outside. But Ariana Garceau does take it. Allison Hammond from the outside from Pacific gets a second spot. Super close there. I feel better about not being able to call it with my eyes. 8:49 to 8:50.
That was absolutely flying, Noah. Hammond came in with the season's best seat time, 8:73. Takes almost 3/10 off of that, 23/100 of a second to 8:50. She came across the line so pumped. The boxer right there certainly put up her dukes.
Yep, the boxers came out swinging. Huge run from Allison Hammond to lock up an auto queue spot there. That was a bit surprising.
Ariana Garceau was the favorite in that. He executed very, very well, but while the first ever qualifier for the Indoor Nationals from Pacific is Hammond, and on to the final she goes, so an All-American trophy will be hers. Where does she end on the podium? That was a much more impressive race for me than Heat 1.
Yeah, super cool to see Hammond come out here as the first qualifier from her program and advance to the final. So given the home crowd, her home crowd back home where
back home. Yeah, the home crowd back home.
It's not this home crowd. Something to really cheer for and get behind. So that was exciting. Let's see, where does the bubble time stand before I launch into qualifiers?
Bubble time currently sitting at 8:71.
Okay.
One of the big cues, again, this is why the heats are so interesting. One of the big cues came from a slower time. Ren Brown's 8:68, much slower than Rachel Larson's 8:62 from Heat 2. But again, testament to those other two ladies absolutely flying, shot out of a cannon at the start and never looked back.
Heat 3 of 3 on the track. I'll run you through the field. It was just on your screen. Lauren Suppa, Josephine Jett, Jojo Tsima, Jill Ambler, Lauren Gay, and Dacia Hargrave. No returning All-Americans in here, but two athletes with national meet experience in Suppa and Tsima.
Yeah, the Athena from Claremont Mudd Scripps there in Heat 4 is her first national meet.
On the inside, Lauren Gay off to a good start, but on the outside, JoJo is storming down the track could it have been in the middle? Man, I need to practice here, but it was Laura Suppa from Ithaca, the senior. She takes it in a slightly slower 8.63 over JoJo Tenissima from Wartburg out in Iowa. Takes it in 8.71. That one was a tough one to call too, Will.
Now, it's really tough. The vantage point when you're looking down the barrel of these sprinters, they all look like they're doing the exact same thing. We're sort of looking at a little bit of the timing as they go over their hurdles, but those were some electric finishes right there. JoJo Tenissima, the last of the qualifiers, 8.71. Clean races, and I think that was paramount, Noah, to what we were seeing. JoJo Tenissima barely even shook a hurdle, just flying over those things very, very clean. The smile on her face right now says it all. She's happy to get through. Job done. And, unfortunately, Josephine Jett from Claremont Mudd Scripps will be the first athlete out of the final, 1/100th away.
That's tough.
The heartbreaking 100th.
Will, have you already run through the finalists? I was not paying attention.
I have not. Please do so.
Okay, I will do so now before we step away before the men's 60. Ariana Garceau is going to make it through, as is Allison Hammond. Hannah Zastro is going to be your third Big Q qualifier. Rachel Larson from Ithaca is going to make it alongside teammate Laura Suppa. Rin Brown from UChicago is a Big Q in 8.68. Catherine DeFoss, 8.71, makes it through on time. And from Wartburg, JoJo Tenissima is going to round out that field. We're going to go ahead and take our first break here from Rochester. When we return to Nazareth, we'll have the action in the men's 60. Those are gone.
Is it Golisano? I'm reading this as Golisano.
Golisano.
Hey, it's the Golisano Training Center in Nazareth. The golden flyers.
We're working out the kinks here. We'll get it down.
Like the Golisano Training Center. It's in New York. What are you talking about?
Tell me about the 60.
Give me a coffee. The 60. The 60 is a race that as fast as it starts, it is over. If we were having a difficult time parsing the finishes of those hurdle races, these 60s are going to be a flourish. If your eyes can differentiate between 2/100ths of a second and a finish, then please come join us at the Golisano Training Center here in Rochester, New York.
Here in Rochester, New York. This, Will, is the greatest Division III sprinting field ever assembled. We have the top 3 times in D3 history are represented in this field. One of them in this heat. Speaking of this heat, we've got a couple minutes here, so I'll wait to introduce you to them. But everyone's talking about this being the Sam Blaskowski show. We'll see him in Heat 3. But there's a couple athletes that could upset him, and one of those is Lou from Bethel, and he's going to be here in Heat 1.
Yeah, no, the men's 60 in Division III right now is something that I've been reading about all year. I got to see Sam Blaskowski race at the Ocean Breeze facility, Staten Island, also in New York, making the trip out here, figuring it out from Wisconsin to New York. You know, sometimes it's a tricky travel. But no, these athletes are fantastic. This is the best we've ever seen. It's a super exciting time in Division III sprinting. So, you know, I expect there to be a little bit of separation with the three top guys sort of getting away pretty easy. I'm also kind of excited to see, again, in these events, like, does someone decide to shut it down? Are they shutting it down? If you can shut it down to 60, that's something pretty special, because this race, as we're saying, is about 6 seconds long.
Absolutely. That would be quite the statement. Let me run you through the field here before we dive in a little deeper. It's going to be Harvey Jr. from Middlebury, London Little from Wisconsin Whitewater, Caleb Bettel from Whitewater, London Little from Oshkosh, I believe I messed that up, sorry. Charles Boothby from Ohio Northern, Landon Liu from Bethel, and Kendrick Achebe from Simpson. We've talked a lot about Liu, but I want to put some respect on London Little's name. He comes in with a 6, 7, 8 seed. He is a nine-time Will All-American. He was third in the 200 last year, and he's also seeded second in the 200 this year.
Multi-talented are these Division III athletes.
Absolutely.
Also, why am I saying talented? Talented?
Well,
talented.
Because you started doing everything in an Italian accent.
Hey,
right?
multi-talented.
So I think it's...
That's my Midwest accent.
It's fried your brain.
Oh, don't you know?
Eyes on Little, eyes on Liu. Let's see what the fast men have to offer us here. Little's going to be coming at you from lane 2, and Landon is out in 6. Top 2 auto-qualify, and then we go 2 on times to round out a field of 8. First of 3 prelims here. They take to the blocks.
The start, so important in this race. Getting out, getting your drive phase, progressing through the stages of sprinting. Here we go.
Out clean, Landon Liu on the outside. Looks really good. Little moving on the inside, but Landon seems to have a step on the field. He takes it. Landon Liu from Bethel is your champion in heat number 1 here, 6.69. Just off that championship record, I believe, of 6.66. Yep, meet record there, 6.66. So that is a strong start from Landon Liu from Bethel. And as predicted, London Little from Oshkosh comes in, but nearly a tenth of a second behind in 6.77.
Yeah, Landon looked absolutely dominant in that. That's the fastest 60 meters that's ever been run on this track. And I expect that we will say that a couple more times today. But great start from one of the favorites. Good to see him in good form, running just very narrowly off of his personal best and his season's best of 6.67. But great start. Love to see it.
Landon makes it. London makes it. Favorites advance. We actually had Landon on the D3 Glory Days podcast recently. He's such a student of the sport. He's got incredible coaching, and he's the guy who's fired up, ready to do well. He had a bit of a hamstring injury earlier this season, but that does not seem to be troubling him here this weekend.
No, he looked smooth as a hot knife through butter right there, Noah. That was job done. As we said, I think that he even got to take a little bit off, maybe the last 10, 15 meters. He knew he had it in the bag. But that's one of those things, again, in sprinting. When you're up to top speed, it's sort of you're in cruise control. If you start to force at that point, maybe if anything, you slow down. So great to see him. He's a beautiful runner.
Yeah.
He moves very, very, very well.
My hamstring hurt just watching it.
I think I tore my hamstring just watching that.
I'm here standing in the booth, and I'm already getting kind of sore. But it's not about us, Will, and so we'll go ahead and run you through prelim number 2 of the men's 60. Danny Vincent from Oshkosh, Maxim Richoff from TCNJ, Max Reese from St. John's, Stefan Klachevsky from Eau Claire, Davian Willems, Wisconsin Oshkosh, Will Davis from Albion, and Ethan Shane from Southern Maine. I'm seeing a lot of Wisconsin schools on the line.
Yeah, don't forget the St. John's, the freshman from Minnesota, Max Reese. Again, you love to see some of the little idiosyncrasies of these athletes. Rice there in lane 3, clearly reading some last-second instructions from his coach. The freshman, a little bit nervous, but love to see how he does here, trying to just breathe in a little bit of that relaxation before the gun goes off.
The returning champion's main challenger is on the line right here in Davian Willems. He went 6.63 to lose Y-Ax by .01. Let's see what he has here. Guns up. Davian Willems is out strong. I don't think anyone's going to challenge him here. Actually, that was close on the outside. Shane had a really strong run there. Let's see what the computer says. It is Williams from Wisconsin, Oshkosh. He takes it in 6.73. But that was a huge upset in this heat on the outside from Southern Maine. Ethan Shane is fired up.
Ethan Shane is fired up. Just took 0.05 of a second off of his personal best. You can see it on the screen. He is absolutely jacked to the gills. But this is the first time, again, that I've seen a lot of these athletes. Davian Willems there, for my money, took a little bit too much off the gas. He sort of tried to peacock it a little bit, show a little flex on his competitors, and almost got caught.
Absolutely. I don't think he saw that challenge from Shane coming in. I think it's important to be transparent up in the booth. Ethan is one of those athletes that was not on our radar, and I didn't have notes on. That's how big of an upset that was. As he came out and he really made the announcers look foolish. Did the athlete from Southern Maine?
Did that athlete from Southern Maine make you look foolish, Noah?
He did.
I don't look anything but awesome up here. I'll tell you what, cool as a cucumber. Maybe we missed something, maybe we don't, but awesome to see. I cannot wait to see how well he runs tomorrow in that final. Shane from Southern Maine, let's go.
I'll never forgive him, but I will be prepared tomorrow with an extensive biography on the young man.
What I wouldn't be surprised to see, because this is Division III, Noah, and knowing that he has teammates that are watching this broadcast back at Southern Maine, they're getting in their cars right now. They're packing their bags. They are driving down here to cheer on their boy Shane.
Absolutely. If you have some fun facts about this young man, maybe you're one of his teammates, go ahead and send a message to the D3 Glory Days Instagram account and give us some fun facts about him to share in the final tomorrow. All right, moving on. Heat number 3. I'm going to give you the pleasure of running down this field because this is a big one.
This is a big one, and the one whose everyone's eyes have been on this year in Division III is Sam Blaskowski. Blaskowski did compete at the U.S., as we said earlier, at the U.S. Indoor Championships. I watched him line up next to Noah Lyles at the Olympic Trials, eventual Olympic champion Noah Lyles at Olympic Trials. So this young man has sort of transcended the world of Division III sprinting, putting his name out there next to some of the greats of all time. But here we go. In lane 1, that's Ricky Kubina from Hamlin. Eddie Jones is in 2 from Oshkosh. Tristan White from Lynchburg in 3. Schmidt from TCNJ in 4. Blaskowski from La Crosse in 5. Umbogo from North Park in 6. And Bird from Rowan in 7.
Blaskowski is a 9-time Division III champion and an 18-time All-American. I wonder what he does with all those trophies. We'll find out later. Athletes are away. Gun is fired. Blaskowski there in the middle is looking amazing, and as expected, he takes the heat. Let's get a clock on that.
What is so interesting here, Noah, is talk about different. Oh, my goodness.
6.62. Huge run from Blaskowski.
All right, and we've got Umbogo from North Park, who is fired up. Blaskowski already off the track. Job done. That man has got a lot going on this weekend. But again, this is the difference of athletes who are expecting to make the finals and athletes that desperately want to make the finals. Again, Blaskowski coming into that with a bit of a different mindset than Willems. Willems trying to show how easily he could qualify. Blaskowski coming out to show exactly how fast he is. 6.62, a new national meet record, running the prelims. This final, Noah, is going to be off the hook.
Yeah, I want to point out a quick moment here. We have Umbogo on our screen here. You can see how excited he is. He missed all of 2024 due to injury, so this means a lot to him. Replay of the race on your screen now. Blaskowski there out in lane 5. Umbogo to his right side. Those two are going to take it. Blaskowski just calmly across the line, straight off the track, but Umbogo, you can see him collapse on the track there with all that emotion, missing so much time to injury. We last saw him indoors in 2023 when he finished 20th, so last in the field, but here he is, redemption story. He'll fight it out. We'll see how high he can fly tomorrow in the final.
Yeah, sub 6.7 showing from Umbogo. a personal best, taking 6 100ths, and you can see his teammates just gassing him up. I don't know if it's his coach or his teammate, just absolutely gassing him up right now. So incredibly excited for that young man. And I mean, a flurry of sub-670s in the prelims.
Absolutely. This final is going to be absolutely amazing. Honestly, I think Mbogo riding this wave of emotion could surprise some people tomorrow. But let's go ahead and let's see if.
Well, if I can offer one thing, and maybe you can back me. Well, you can.
Please offer it up to me.
You can back me up on this. Now, for those men, it's those men who were maybe not expecting. They're not one of the favorites. The excitement and energy that they were expending right now. We got to remember that our tanks of energy are not limitless, and so they got to calm that central nervous system. They got to go back. Got to flush out this race. Go kick those feet up. Eat dinner. Relax, because they need to do it all again tomorrow.
All right, let me run you through the final real quick, and before we move on to a weight throw recap. In the final tomorrow is going to be Blaskowski, Liu, Mbogo, Willems, Wright, Shane, Schmidt, and Little rounds out the field. It took 6-7-7 or faster to get through here. Now we're going to move ahead to a recap here of the women's weight throw men's weight throw. And we have that coming on your screen right now, Will.
Yeah, the men's weight throw finished earlier today. This is eventual. I think this was the eventual winner who threw his furthest throw in round 2, 2014. No, that was not J.J. Durr. That was Shane Anderson from Monmouth. Shane Anderson got into that third position with the last throw. This is Gavin Frisch from Oshkosh, who put up a good effort against eventual winner J.J. Durr. Frisch throwing 20.08 in the third round, could not surpass that with his final 3 throws. But here is J.J. Durr from Wilmington, Ohio, the senior, in his second round throw through 2014 for that national championship. All the other athletes trying to play catch-up throughout the remainder of the competition. But J.J. Durr, if I remember correctly, the hammer champion from outdoors. I remember that green singlet very well. Getting the congratulations from his coaches. Congratulations to J.J. Durr on another national championship.
Will, thanks for that recap of the men's weight throw. We're going to step away for just a minute as the athletes in the women's 60 step on the track. Back to you after a quick break here from the Division III 2025 Indoor National Championships. 7-6. And welcome back to Nazareth, home of the Golden Flyers. We're here for the 2025 Division III Indoor Track and Field National Championships. We just brought you action in the 60 hurdles, men's and women's, and right before we left we saw the fast men on the track, the men's 60, but now we turn our attention to the women's 60. This final field will be decided over the course of 3 prelims. Top 2 advance automatically and 2 advance on time.
Very similar storylines here, Noah, to the men's race, that the women's 60 is experiencing something of a renaissance in Division III running right now. These ladies are some of the fastest to have ever done it. We see they're lined up in lane 5. Lauren Jarrett from Wisconsin Lacrosse. She is the one to beat this year in this event, but all eyes right now on Heat 1. We can run you through some of those preliminary athletes right now.
In this first prelim in the women's 60-meter dash, Dakota Mitchell from Whitewater, Autumn Pittman from Cortland State, Victoria Brewster from Houghton, Mackenzie Resser from Augustana, Mashana Lauriston from Wheaton, and McKenna Zach from Lacrosse. This is probably the most inexperienced of the 3 prelims. We have a lot of people in their first national meet. We have Resser, who's also entered in the 2 and 400, and she's got high seeds in those events. Your top returner here is going to be Pittman, who missed out on the final last year, finishing 11th.
Well, we've got Stu Neistat at home giving Cooper a bottle and somehow still giving us incredibly detailed stats. It took 6:77 to make the men's final this year in the 60-meter hurdles. The previous fastest last qualifier, that's a lot of words, was 6:82. So 500ths fully faster to qualify for the final this year. We expect something very similar in the women's 60. It is going to take fast times, great execution to qualify for the final. And again, Noah, let's go back and talk really quickly about how important it is for some of these athletes to make the final for those crucial team points.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't score points if you don't advance into this final. Especially those Wisconsin schools are looking to score big points. We'll obviously keep you updated on team scores as we go through here, but yeah, no points awarded in the prelim.
Yeah, so I'm sort of keeping an eye here on McKenna Zach from Wisconsin Lacrosse, Dakota Mitchell in lane 2 from Wisconsin Whitewater, two of those bigger schools with a lot of athletes at this championship looking to make a name for themselves and for their school. Can't score points from the stands, it turns out.
You can't.
Did not know that.
But they do award points to great announcing, and Will, you're a perfect 10.
Woo, boy, here we go.
Heat 1 in the blocks. And we're away clean once again. Look to the middle of the track. Resser and Brewster looking really good there. Brewster especially, I believe she's going to take it from Houghton. With a fist pump across the line there, she does take it. 7:49 for a statement victory here. 7:49, just .09 off the meet record. Surprise there.
Big hug from her coach, running that personal best, 7:49. This track also, Noah, I just want to mention that for the sprints specifically, this track is lightning fast. These athletes are popping off the ground. Victoria Brewster there from Houghton, showing us that she has maybe got what it takes for a little bit of an upset. There was a lot of daylight between her and second place.
That may be the widest margin of victory we've seen so far in the short sprints. She takes it over McKenna Zach from Wisconsin Lacrosse.
There was my lacrosse pick.
Who will rightly point it out before that heat goes. She's going to take second in the big Q in 7:63, which, not that it means anything right now, but the bubble time is provisionally that 7:67 mark.
Yeah, McKenna Resser right now from Augustana, the senior, is sitting on the outside in that dreaded first-time qualifier. One of those time qualifiers having the wrecks. Watch 2 more heats to see if she is safe and sort of correct some of those mistakes that she would have made today in that first prelim. Tomorrow in the final, hopefully, but bated breath.
What you have here is your classic wait-and-see situation.
It's an instant classic.
An instant classic.
A tale as old as time.
Every race here, I believe, will be an instant classic.
Instantaneously classic.
Classic. Heat 2, making final adjustments to their blocks. We have, Laster from Buffalo State, Freeman from Rhodes, Kenner from Emory, Seipel from Loris, Jarrett from Wisconsin Lacrosse, Dumbia from Center, and Sidlicic from Wisconsin Lacrosse. If that first heat were some of the underdogs, the major players are coming out here in Heat 2.
Yeah, the big dogs on the track right now. Lauren Jarrett coming in with a 7:29 season's best, almost a half second better than anyone else in this field. Again, I have not gotten to see Lauren Jarrett run in person, aside from at the U.S. Championships where she ran that 7:29 to finish 6th there. But this is a great time to look at some of the other competitors and see if more of her teammates. Are we going to call lacrosse hurl you pretty soon or sprint you?
We might.
We'll see.
In our first false start of the championships, and we'll use our eagle eyes here to see what the official has in store for us. I didn't get eyes on that start. Did you, Will?
I could see it. It's down at the other end of the track, and I'm almost 40 years old, Noah, so don't act like I know what I saw. I saw bodies. I could not see if there was any sort of micro movements there at the start. Hopefully this is a green card and all the athletes get to line back up. But again, shocking. First false start of the day. Yeah, first false start of the day. On your screen, you see the officials kind of talking it out here. I see a yellow card in hand. We got a replay here. It almost looked like that was Jarrett. But I believe we have a yellow card to the field, so we can we'll just charge it to the field and we'll move on here. There must have been some noise somewhere, but that usually results in a green card, Noah. Again, what we were talking about earlier, and we'll keep bringing it up throughout the day, for some of these favorites, the only thing that could happen is something can go wrong. A false start there from Lauren Jarrett would have been devastating, not just to her, but to her entire team, who was counting on 10 big points from her in this event. But let's see if the nerves can be calmed a little bit for the second start of this race.
Jarrett has the top 4 fastest times in D3 history, all to her name. Seipel is a multiple-time All-American as well, so look for a challenge from her, a 5-time All-American. Away clean this time. Jarrett looking amazing there on the outside of the track. She pulls away from Seipel, and she will win easily in the middle of the track. Let's get a reading on time here. 7:29. 7:29 ties her Division III record.
Wow.
Let's see if that stands, or maybe hopefully gets rounded down a little bit.
You know, obviously, she and Blaskowski, coming from the same school, coming from the same coaching staff, attacking this race with the same furor, which is leave no doubt.
Absolutely.
Leave no doubt. And they are showing exactly how good they are. That was an unbelievable race from Lauren Jarrett, 7:29. Glad that we did not have a false start there.
Yeah,
really glad.
Absolutely amazing run from Lauren Jarrett there. She adds another mark to her all-time list. It's not really the D3 all-time list anymore. It's the Lauren Jarrett all-time list. We spoke to her on the D3 Glory Days podcast, and she just really spoke to how joy is really just fueling her running. She's loving the process, and that's showing in the results there.
You know what's fun is we get to see Lauren Jarrett's grandmother is sitting trackside. Was very excited to just watch her granddaughter there. You just love to see that, like, intergenerational family support. So bravo, congratulations to the Jarrett family. Really great to see. Quickly, let's run through the athletes who are sitting in the qualifying and where those last 2-time qualifiers are. We have Lauren Jarrett with a dominant performance, 7:29. Victoria Brewster from Houghton, the sophomore, 7:49. Emma Seipel from Loris in 7:51. McKenna Zach, the other big Q from those first 2 heats, 7:63. The time qualifiers right now are Dumbia in 7:58, and the second time qualifier right now, 7:64. So if you want a chance at the final, you have to run faster than 7:64.
And Seipel there, not to be overshadowed by Jarrett, also had a great run. So favorites advance in that second heat. And now we will round out the field with our third of 3 in the preliminary action. It's going to be McQuiller from Ithaca. It's going to be Houston from John Carroll. It's going to be Arthur from Williams, Busker from Elmhurst, Wright from Wash U, Marshall from Elmhurst, and Dwa from Ramapo. We spoke to Alyssa Busker also on the D3 Glory Days podcast. She is an NAIA All-American, making her debut in Division III, and she debuted great. She's third all-time, and we are away. Look for Busker on the inside to move. Too close to call. Blanket finish here. I'm not even going to try that one. We're going to wait for the auto results, but that was much closer than I anticipated. It is Busker from Elmhurst. She comes through in 7:52, making her debut on the national meet stage in Division III. And Jasmine Wright from Wash U,
also 7:52.
Also 7:52. We took it down to the thousandths of a second. And yeah, I was right. That was super close.
Very interesting, Noah. It took the last heat to round out the entirety of the final. 4 athletes from Heat 3 qualifying for tomorrow's final. Unbelievable running there. That was a lightning fast race. No one seemed in that third heat seemed to falter at all.
Yeah, that was amazing. Favorites go through in just absolutely dominant fashion. Will, these finals are just going to be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, let's not get ahead of ourselves, but I will. Lauren Jarrett, I would argue, looked unbeatable. If there were betting lines, because we can start talking about that now in sports, if there were betting lines out there for the women's 60 tomorrow, I'd dang near bet the house on Lauren Jarrett. She looked fantastic, but, you know, we did see a little bit of nervousness in her before that race, and I think it's because she's trying to rewrite every single record. I don't think that she's so nervous about losing at this point. I think she's really just wants to put her mark on the Division III sprinting world. She's only a junior, but time will tell to see what happens.
That does it for action in the short sprints here at Nazareth. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll have our first middle distance action in the men's mile. 2. Welcome back to Nazareth University, day 1 of the 2025 Division III Indoor Track and Field National Championships. We just wrapped up some great action in the short sprints. We're now turning our attention to the middle distances, but real quick, we did a little behind-the-scenes research, and we scored this meet based on entries, and Will's just going to run you quickly through our D3 Glory Days projections here for the team title.
Yeah, on the men's side, projected. Again, this is very much projected. We're not making any bold claims here, but based upon how the meet gets doped out, it's Wisconsin lacrosse with 71 points. This is on the men's side. Oshkosh with 50, Rowan with 35, Hurdle U, Rowan with 35, MIT was 28, Whitewater coming in 5th with 24, tying Lynchburg in that 5th position. Cortland State with 23.5 points. They'd be in 7th. Eau Claire with 19 points in 8th. And Emory and Wartburg both in 9th with 17 points. On the women's side, lacrosse also reigns supreme with a doped 43.5. I should use a different verb than doped, but this is a projected score. MIT projected to score 43. That's a very close team score. So again, keep your eyes out for those athletes trying to make finals. Wash U projected 41.2. I don't know how you get 0.2. That's a very interesting score. UChicago with a projected finish with 34 points in 4th place. Loris in 5th with 27. SUNY Geneseo in 6th with 25. Elmhurst in 7th with 23.5 points. Wilmington in 8th with 20. Augustana also in that 8th position with 20. And Williams in 10th position with a projected 19 points.
Obviously, thanks to the D3 Glory Days stat nerds for those projections, and we'll
nerds
as we continue to get through the meet. We'll give you real-time updates on that. Anyway, back to action on the track. The men's mile is going to be run over 2 sections. Let me run you through these guys in Heat 1 real quick. Sean Hendricks, Rochester; Brady Ott from Hopkins; Zygmunt Goddard from Middlebury; Pablo Arroyo, MIT; Calvin Boone, St. Scholastica; Jaden Zwicky from La Crosse; Derek Pinskover from Wisconsin Stevens Point; Ziad Hassan from MIT; Jonathan Zavala from Brockport State; and Lance Sabowski from Wartburg. To make it through to tomorrow's final, you're going to need to be top 4 in the heat, and then we'll take 2 fastest times. We are underway here in the men's mile. If you want one man to keep an eye on, it's going to be Ziad Hassan. The men's mile is an interesting event this year because a lot of these guys have flown under the radar before, so we're going to see some stars emerge here.
Yeah, I hope so. Honestly, we're sort of, it's a changing of the guard, proverbially speaking, here in Division III. Ziad Hassan really making a name for himself this year in the indoor track season, dropping some incredibly fast times at that bouncy track of Boston University. But these guys they're not really playing around in the front right now. Jonathan Zavala from Brockport. We saw Zavala this morning at the D3 Glory Days shakeout run over at Fleet Feet. The guy just can't get enough of the running world. He loves the culture. He was there. We saw him do a 15-20 minute shakeout with some of his buddies this morning. But Zavala wasting no time getting to the front, because we know if you are top 6 in this, have an opportunity to move through top 4, only automatically qualify. Looking at about 63 seconds dead there through the first 409.5 meters. Ziad Hassan just chilling.
Zavala definitely looking to put on a show for the near home crowd here. He was 3rd last year, but he's come into both of these meets as a pretty low seed. But so if you're looking for a guy to outperform his entry, it could be Zavala from Brockport State.
Yeah, and I guess to the fans out there who maybe haven't watched as many mile races, you can tell the pace is fairly honest by the fact that these men are stretched almost single file from first to last in this heat. So Zavala taking charge of this one from the front, running hard. And, if you're in last there, you got about 20 yards to make up to get to the front. So not wasting any time trying to separate the wheat from the chaff. Zavala running very smooth, very confidently. And I'm not going to lie, I love this strategy.
Absolutely. It's not bad. The pace isn't crazy. So he should be fairly within himself here. Lined up behind him are 2 MIT teammates, Arroyo and, as we mentioned, Ziad Hassan, who are now broken up by Sapowski of Wartburg. But MIT has a super deep program, really great coach out there in Riley Macon and family. And, they're here supporting the engineers.
Well, also, let's not forget that we are running on a flat track. This has not played a role yet in any of the races that we have called to date. So flat tracks a little bit slower than the bouncy banked ones sometimes that we see athletes go chase fast times at. But Zavala came through 800 in a hair over 204. So that's still very good running for a preliminary heat, which is why you start to see a little bit of separation with two athletes falling off the back. But you got to think that something happened there because the MIT athletes are going to the front and charging hard.
Absolutely. This is an extremely decent pace, I would say. It's in everybody's wheelhouse, but it's not going to be an easy effort. Arroyo continues to push from the front with Sapowski in his back pocket. This is shaping up to be a barn burner here.
Yeah, I thought when Arroyo went to the front that the pace would have quickened ever so slightly, 31.7 on that last 200, but that was not to be. I think he just wanted to be in a better position. The MIT teammates now side by side, running 1-2 with Zavala right there in third. Now people are trying to make some money moves as we go into the final 200 meters of this race. Again, no, a top four finish automatically move on to the final, and we have about 6 men in contention right now.
Zavala just made a big move down that penultimate home stretch to move back into the lead. We saw him leading the early stages. He wants another taste of it. Hassan starting to assert himself now in that second position. 4 have still not separated, but 2 MIT in the top 4 with a great move from Wisconsin lacrosse. Wiki just inserts himself into the top 4, but will it be enough? Athletes looking around. Hassan's content to cross. Fist bump at the line. Top 2 positions locked up, but the auto qualifying spots are a jumble. Will, do you have it pulled up?
Sean Hendricks right there ran an unbelievable 27 low last 200 to surprise about 4 other guys to finish third, 208 or 210.8. That was a flurry of a finish. My goodness, let me run through these results. Jonathan Zavala, shout out to the D3 Glory Days run this morning. Put some wind in that kid's sails. 410.5 to finish first. Ziad Hassan looked like he was very, very, very relaxed, but again, maybe too relaxed, finishing second, 410.54. Sean Hendricks with an unbelievable finish, 410.80. Pablo Arroyo, MIT, the second MIT athlete to make it through to the final, 410.83. And Zygmunt Godard from Middlebury came up oh so close. We're going down to the thousandth now, fans. 410.83, the same time as Pablo Arroyo has to sit there in that dreaded spot.
We're going to see if we can get you a replay of the finishing stretch there if possible. But there were some serious moves. We saw Zavala and Hassan do a little fist bump because they felt like they had it locked up, which of course they did. But there was some serious movement in the pack. That was an exciting last lap there, closing in about a 30 it looked like, right?
The guys in the front looked very relaxed. They looked in control. They sort of managed any of the challenges. But sometimes you know, unless you have eyes behind you, there is that finish right there from Sean Hendricks of Rochester, the hometown kid. Smiles around from Zavala. They're pumped for each other. Those guys must race all the time. They are buds. Congratulations. And both MIT guys we saw there at the very end of that clip, excited to be in the final together. Ooh.
Man,
I got to control my emotions now.
I love the mile. We haven't even mentioned that Will is a national champion of the D3 men's mile.
Because it's irrelevant.
Because it's irrelevant, but we are clinging to the glory days up in the booth. Anyway, before we get into that, let me run you through Heat 2 of 2 in the men's 1 mile run. Adam Shaw, Jack Brown, Nicholas Lindeker, Tim Berry, Sam Coots, Sean Hartney, Eric Anderson, Vincent Giumenti, Ross Tejeda, and Brady Goss are now running around the track at Nazareth University.
All right, we have a third MIT athlete in this race who's making his way to the front of the, I call it the inside pack. We have a double waterfall start here. So these athletes, as they come around about 150 meters into this race, will all break in and join one another in lane 1. But curious to see, Noah, again, these athletes just watched 4 minutes and 10 seconds of exciting running, and what will they decide to do? Does the pack bunch up? Do they decide that they also are trying to go after 2 of these time qualifiers? Because if they don't have their foot on the gas from the get-go here, they are only going to have 4 from this heat that make it through to the final tomorrow.
And it looks like they're off to about the same start, I'd say, more or less, as the last heat, 31:57 opening up. Let's see if Brady Goss from Concordia Moorhead can continue the hot pace. I don't know. It seems like they're pretty content to line up behind him right now.
You know, my aging eyes were looking down at Brady's bib, and I saw Brady Boss. And that's what I'm calling for him, but the Boss Goss, baby. But it does seem, I would say, again, if my eyes are doing the reading and not my watch, I'd say that this field is a little bit more tactical just by nature of all these athletes clustering together like that. Athletes out in lane 2. 63.79 through 4.09. So again, that first heat was about 61.62. This is a little bit slower, but still honest. There's plenty of running left for these guys to try and get down to that 4:10 mark, but they got to stay on it. The foot's got to be on the gas just a little bit. We see the athlete from MIT. This is Sam Coots out there going to the front, taking full charge of Heat 2.
And Sam just saw 2 of his teammates advance in Heat number 1. They were fired up on the track. You know they must have had a moment underneath the bleachers before he came out. I'm also keeping an eye on Anderson in this heat, the banana slug from UC Santa Cruz. He's one of the fastest milers we've ever seen, that tall drink of water there mid-pack. And so we'll see if he's content to stay out of trouble, but he's going to have to insert himself at the front of this race at some point.
You know, you don't necessarily think about banana slugs as being the fastest of the animals, but gosh, are they smooth.
They're so smooth, as we all know about banana slugs. Such a nice, pleasing color as well. So shout out to the banana slugs as Coots from MIT continues to take them through. We're through 8:09 at about 2:09. Will, how do you feel about that?
I feel like we're going to watch a barn burner here over the last 2 or 3 laps, because these athletes have to know when they come through in 2:09 that the time qualifiers are out the window. So top 4 only here, as we're seeing sometimes I wonder if the banana slug is leaving a little bit of extra room in front of him because he has that long stride, because he likes to see a little bit of track there. But the screw is beginning to be turned here at the front of this race, but there are 9 athletes in contention for 4 spots. Someone's got to make a move sometime soon.
Brady Goss, the boss, is continuing there in second place. This is his first ever national meet, and he's making an impression on the big stage. We'll see if he can defend this position. I saw a pretty decent move there from St. Lawrence's Nicholas Lindecker there in kind of the red trimmed singlet. He made a hard move over there, but didn't fully commit. It's Boss the Goss
boss, baby. Go to the front.
The boss is back. The boss is back in the lead.
And there's a little bit of looking around, so we still have not gone into full flight for these guys yet. We're coming up on 300 meters to go in Heat 2 of the men's mile prelims. This is there are some elbows that are being thrown. There's some aji-baji out there. This is going to be exciting, Noah.
I hope you haven't forgotten about Jack Brown from Central, because he's looking really strong there. We'll see if he's boxed. Will, what are you seeing?
The Boss Goss is back in front is what I'm seeing. And we've got Eric Anderson, who's trying to find room for himself, getting those big legs going. The Boss Goss was not involved in that tussle there on the home stretch and finds himself way in the front. Eric Anderson trying to do what he can to solidify his spot, but there are 5 guys fighting behind him for 4 places. Boss Goss is clean out the front. Eric Anderson in second, but I think everyone else, there's another fall on the home stretch. My goodness.
That was MIT. The boss, Brady Goss, comes through and takes it. That was a really chippy last 400, but credit to Goss. He really just exploded out of the pack there and did it from the front. Eric Anderson fought his way into a very close second place. Heartbreaking fall there for the MIT athlete.
I would not be surprised to see the coaches from MIT file a bit of a protest. Obviously, we did not have eyes on what happened, but you got to believe that you want to try your chances. If there was any sort of in and out that may have impeded the athlete from MIT, if there were, hopefully he gets moved on to the final for tomorrow. But that's what happens when things get tactical, Noah. Mistakes are made. People get tripped. It gets a little ugly. The Boss Goss was out there in the front. That's the way that you have to run those races. So that was sort of like a Centro-esque. Matt Centro, it's Olympic gold medalist. Matt Centro, I forgot the way to preface it that way. Olympic gold. He used to run. Stay out of trouble. Stay in the front.
28.5 from the boss to solidify the win in Heat 2. Hopefully we'll be able to bring you a replay of some of that action. It was getting really...
protest leveled from him and his coach, but you just see him get that clear running as he goes into the backstretch, 150 meters to go. There is no looking back. There is no turning around for the boss, Goss, and he just looks smooth as can be as we get this slow-mo replay of him. And honestly, with 75 meters to go, that's where the carnage started to happen behind. Athletes start to tie up. Elbows start to get thrown, and that's where we saw the fall from the athlete from MIT.
Just real quick, Will, do you think he's in any trouble for impeding athletes there from what you saw?
I don't think so. I don't think anyone's going to file a protest again, because I would say arguably if Anderson ended up not making it through to the final, then potentially. But that's the nature of racing. You know, when you have that many athletes that are that close, again, things happen.
Can you quickly run me through qualifiers for the final while we get info on the women's mile?
I sure can, yeah. So from Heat 1, we had Zavala, Hassan, Hendricks, and Arroyo finishing out in the top 4 finishing places. Goddard and Zwicky went also 4:10 in that race. They are clear to the final as time qualifiers. In Heat 2, time was a bit slower with a faster finish. 4:12 for Brady Boss, Goss, Eric Anderson in second, also 4:12. Nicholas Lindeker, 4:13, and Jack Brown, 4:13. That rounds out the qualifiers. But again, I'm curious to see what happens here about Sam Coots from MIT, who took that fall with about 50 meters remaining.
Yeah, we'll keep you updated on any news we hear from Nazareth University. But on the track now, the women's milers. I'll quiet down for the start and run you through the list. And they're away. It's going to be Amelia Dorian from Suffolk, Mackenzie Seaton, Cassie Carr, Erin Van Housen, Gabrielle Nye, Kate Tuttle, Grace McDonough, Jillian Roeder, Emily Moringer, and Rachel Brennan. 10 athletes in heat number 1. Top 4 qualify, next 2 fastest times.
Yeah, again, these the time qualifiers here in Heat 1, their season's bests separated by about 5 seconds from fastest to slowest. The fastest of all of these is Kate Tuttle, the freshman from Williams, 4:52.94. You know, these athletes, they would have watched those first 2 heats go. You got to think that some of those similar tactics influence how these races play out, but what we're seeing right now, if I'm being perfectly honest, is some slow tactical racing. And it's challenging for me to get the splits exact here, but watching there be girls out in lane 3 right now, women out in lane 3, leads me to believe that this is a little pedestrian pace.
Yeah, a bit of a pedestrian pace, a bit of a tactical affair. You can almost wonder if they saw what happened in the second heat of the men's mile as like kind of a cautionary tale. If they did, they're obviously unconcerned. We'll get a split here. They were 37.8 through the 2. Now we just came through the 4. We'll get an update. It was Rachel Brennan from Gordon who took the field through in about a 75.
Yeah, Tuttle there in the purple for the Fs with the 6 on her hip. The fastest seed time in this race, 4:52. Looks very comfortable, very content to sort of sit there right on the edge of the qualifying positions, not on the inside rail. My former coach, Ron Warsh, would always say, get off the rail. You can't move when you're stuck in there. You know, again, you can't, as much as you might want to try, you can't physically run through somebody. And that becomes, you know, where the tactics and the savvy of the racing really come to play.
Tuttle has only run 2 miles so far this year. This is her 3rd mile of the indoor season. She's run 4:52, 4:53. It's looking like this may be her slowest of the year, but it doesn't really matter as long as she sneaks into that top 4.
Nope. Again, name of the game here, survive and advance. MIT, she's got to be feeling really good about watching 2 of the 3 athletes automatically get through from her team to the final for tomorrow. So, you know, those things matter, Noah. You see your other fellow athletes qualifying, showing that they're fit. That gives you more and more confidence. And so, curious again to see if anybody here decides to really take this bull by the horns. Tuttle, I'm loving watching this girl run. The savvy of this freshman is really incredible.
She's content to stay there, tucked into second place as Grace McDonough from Conn College continues to lead the pack. But we're seeing athletes in lane 2 and lane 3. They came through 8:09 and 2:29, so it's not crazy slow. It's not slow enough that I think I'd want to be out in lane 3.
No, there's a lot of athletes here that are knocking on the door of some personal bests, and so you want to run the least amount of distance possible, which means planting those feet firmly right next to that rail. You don't want to be so close that you trip and fall, but you want to be close enough that you're not running any extra distance. Again, Tuttle right on the lead, on the shoulder of McDonough, going 1-2 right now, and you're starting to see, again, this pace is not suicidal by any nature. It's just strong enough that people are starting to pop off the back. And you don't want to get caught behind any of those athletes that are slowing down. You want to stay in contention. This heat is running almost identically, I would offer, to Heat 1 in the men's, which is just a good, solid, honest pace. Stay out of trouble, run well, run clean, because falling costs you time. If I ever said anything more obvious.
All quiet up front as Grace McDonough continues to pilot this field around the track. Tuttle, running like a savvy veteran, is kind of relaxing there. Roeder from MIT, we see her swing out into lane 2. Nobody's really changing positions. They're just kind of jockeying in that top third of the race. Emily Moringer from Catholic also looking really good. I thought we might see a move from her there. We know somebody's going to go. Somebody's going to go, but when? As we take the bell.
Yeah, again, survive and advance. There are 4 that are sort of clear away now, about a 5-meter, 3-meter gap from 4 to 5 right now. Those 4 ladies are doing everything they can to, again, run as smooth as they possibly can. Don't waste any extra energy. But you're starting to see some of those gaps close up with 100 meters to go. The top 3 are sort of clear, but the athlete in 4th looks like Moringer from Catholic, the senior, doing everything she can, and a couple athletes passing her there. Top 3 away. McDonough, Tuttle, and who is that? That's Roeder from MIT. They're going to be going on to the final with, it appears to be Gabriella Nye coming in a strong 4th, and we'll see if 5 and 6 are fast enough to qualify for the final. But 4:53.87, that's a pretty quick finish there, Noah.
Yeah, good finish. That was Brennan there who snabbed the 4th spot. McDonough ran a great race there, 4:53, so I think we ended up with a slightly faster time than maybe we were even expecting. But she ran that from the front, controlled the pace, stayed out of trouble, and got the job done. Tuttle, who was on her shoulder, and Roeder, who was on her shoulder, that top 3 really remained static throughout the whole race.
Yeah, apologies there to Rachel Brennan, the senior from Gordon, 4:55.35, nabbing that 4th crucial automatic qualifying spot. She came across the line and honestly, all smiles. When I was seeing a little bit of distress here after that race from Tuttle, who I would assume would have handled that pace a little bit better based on her previous 2 miles this year. But, again, there's so much differentiation, Noah, track to track in indoors. When we're going from a flat 200, this is a very wide, beautiful, flat 200-meter track, but from a bank track, and how does that affect the athletes? How does that affect someone who's how much experience does she have at indoor tracks? And so, again, congratulations to all 4 of those ladies for qualifying for the final. Those were impressive, controlled running up front for the top 3, and a very nice finish from Rachel Brennan to finish 4th.
Yeah, a little stressful in the bunch there, but we got through it okay, and favorites advance. We now move on to Section 2 of the women's 1-mile run as we refresh our notes here. It's going to be Harrian Senthil Kumar from Johns Hopkins, Brecken Lammert from Wisconsin Stout, Dianara Colon Maldonado from Aurora, Elena Stanciu from UC Santa Cruz, Bailey Puckett from Trine, Jillian Heth from WashU, Lydia Bennett from Grove City, Madison TFA from Emory, Ellie Meyer from Wartburg, and Haley Shinnigy from Vassar. Shinnigy, the great surprise from last year's championships.
Yeah, and
outdoor championships.
I had the great joy this morning of running with Haley's father, who told me that her grandfather Walt, 93 years young, Walt Shinnigy, has tuned into this very broadcast to watch his granddaughter run. We love to hear stories like that. Walt, wishing you all the best. Wish you could be here, and I'm sure Haley is going to run with you in her mind, but she is an absolute talent, is Shinnigy.
Absolutely. She exploded onto the scene outdoors last year where she had a surprise victory, I think I can say, in the women's 1,500-meter run there, but she backed it up this year on the cross-country course out in Terre Haute, where she finished 2nd overall to Faith Duncan, who is one of the powerhouses of Division III distance running history.
Absolutely. And you know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, Noah. And I think what we're seeing right now is Haley Shinnigy going to the front and doing almost exactly what I recall her doing in Myrtle Beach last year, which is go to the front and take control of the race from the very beginning. She was out quick here in about 35 seconds through the first 200. That's about 4:40-mile pace, and we can see worlds of difference between Heat 1 and Heat 2. Heat 1, Shenegi is just driving the pace here with every other athlete. Quite happy, honestly, to let her take the pace. We're seeing a sizable gap between 2 and 3 right now, between Colon Maldonado and Tiafe. But Shenegi just looking cool as a cucumber, does not care. Just out there for a little Sunday jog, running a 440-mile pace.
Not shocked to see Shinigi up here, but I do think this is a great statement from Maldonado here, deciding to tuck in behind the former champion when, she could easily be back with the pack and fight for second that way, but she's deciding to fight for second up there and give herself a bit of a cushion.
And an interesting thing about indoor racing, Noah, is that these gaps, while we know them to be quite small, 7, 8, extending out to about 10 meters right now, when you are on the track, that seems insurmountable, monumental. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Shenegi sort of drop it down a little bit, put it into cruise control, because these athletes in the back, their thoughts is they're gone. Those 2 athletes are gone. We're hoping that Colon Maldonado maybe cracks a little bit and comes back to us, but we know Shenegi is a stud. She has the national championship chops already, but those 2 athletes very comfortable out front, and you have 10 women behind them who are thinking about spots 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Remember, Heat 1 did not go incredibly slow. Still 4:53 to 4:55. There's wiggle room in there for some of these athletes to still run very quick and qualify, but they got to start focusing right now.
We're going to see Shinigi come through for the 8:09 split, excuse me. Let's see what that populates as. 2:25, so right at around 4:50 mile pace here, maybe a smidge under Colon Maldonado. Still content to go with her. Will, I think if you're in the chase pack, you're not really panicking right now because you don't have to be the top 2. You really just have to win that race within the race.
Yeah, if we recall the halfway split, which is obviously 8:09, slightly longer than halfway. The halfway split for the leaders in the last heat was 2:29, and that is the last person in this race was 2:29. So this heat's substantially faster than Heat 1. I expect both time qualifiers coming from this heat if these girls can stay on the gas and finish controlled and composed.
Colon Maldonado is not offering any assistance to the women's 1,500-meter champion, Haley Shinigi, who is going to do it from the front. Her family is here. Her grandfather is watching from home. She's got the weight of their expectations on her shoulders. And, I don't know if this is a tell that we see the head bobbling a little bit. It is a demanding pace.
No, I think Shenegi is still quite comfortable. The ladies behind her are starting to close that gap ever so slightly.
Big split.
Yeah, they ran they were about 1.5 seconds back at the last check. We'll see it again here. That was another 37. They're just over a second behind. They're starting to close that gap quite well. But again, I have no qualms about these top 6 ladies just sort of cruising it in, saving as much energy as they can for tomorrow. I think Shenegi right now, as I said, just sort of put it into cruise control. She's content to do. She knew what she was doing the entire time.
Lydia Bennett there made a great move to kind of blow that pack apart and reconnect to the top 4 as we now see her swinging out into lane 2 here. And I believe we'll hear the bell. We do. Haley Shinigi has not relinquished that spot at the front. Lydia Bennett is there in second. Tiafe also moving into 3rd, challenging for 2nd, moves into 2nd, but can anyone beat Haley Shinigi? The top 4 look to have a step on 5th. So they can't afford to relax at all. Lydia Bennett starting to drift back. Her auto qualification may be in jeopardy down the home stretch, but credit where credit is due. Haley Shinigi looks like she'll lead this one wire to wire. She does. Colon Maldonado is there just behind her. The top 2, felt some fire breathing down their neck there, but they'll advance.
I disagree ever so slightly. No, I'm building
drama, Will. I'm building drama so the people.
What that's called.
So the people at home remain interested.
I thought it was a very interesting finish to this race because those top 4 ladies, when they sort of came together with 200 meters to go, in deep down inside, they had to know that they were comfortable. They were clear. They were going to qualify. But still, this is where the competitor deep inside some of these athletes comes out. They still want to win. They still want to show that they might be able to take a chink in the armor of Haley Shinigi. But Shinigi, again, reigned supreme, showed how fit she is, how strong she is. That cross-country second-place runner-up finish that you referenced, Noah, obviously emblematic of her strength, and this mile victory in this prelim, evidence of her speed.
great action in the women's mile, and looks like the meet is running pretty well on schedule here. So we'll stay on the track with action here because we have 400 runners starting to take to the blocks. But let's run you through the full list of qualifiers for the final tomorrow. You just saw Haley Shinnigy. She'll go in as your top seed with the big Q. Grace McDonough is going to be there in second. Kate Tuttle, Jillian Roeder, Dianara Colon Maldonado, Madison Tiafe, Lydia Bennett, Rachel Brennan, Elena Stensu from UC Santa Cruz, a banana slug, and Gabriella Nye from Widner. Rounds out the field. It took 4:56 to make it into the final of the Division III Women's Championship mile. Ooh, a nice break from the middle distances there. Events near and dear to our hearts, but I'm also excited to see these two-lappers get things underway.
No, the 400 meters indoors is potentially the most stress-inducing of all of the races. we affectionately in our house call this the pull and pray, which means that these athletes have to get out so fast the first 150 meters before they break in at the cones at the top of the straightaway to try and get that pole position, that almighty pole position, because athletes have to run so much further. The straightaways are so short that moves are very challenging to be made at those speeds.
Small fields here as we do this prelim. Excuse me, in 6 different sections. So 3 athletes on the field for section 1. It's going to be Mason Farah of Chapman, Jacob Miller of Geneseo, and Grant Nelson, the junior from Bethel. We're going to take the top 8 on times, so finish order doesn't particularly matter. You just want to run as fast as you possibly can. Grant Nelson from Bethel is going to have pole position here heading into the second lap. He's a 6-time All-American and has also been on the 4x4 national championship team, so experience barreling around the last turn.
Yeah, this one looks like it's in the bag right now as we approach 50 meters to go, but never sleep on a 400 meters. The lactic acid starting to pile up. Let's see if he can hold it through the finishing line. Oh my gosh, I don't know that he knew that he was on his shoulder.
Did Miller sneak by there at the end?
If he did, it was by the slimmest margins, 47.87. Whoa. From Jacob Miller. Grant Nelson did not see him there. 47.87, they're giving the exact same time. Going to the thousandth. This is not the first time we are seeing thousandths of a second separate athletes in qualifying positions.
Grant Nelson looked so strong there at about 300 meters, but he relinquished lead. We'll take another look at it down the home stretch. Bethel's Nelson was really, I don't know, was he taking his foot off the gas there as Miller was hard charging with a head of steam?
Looking at the clock maybe? I don't know. That seemed very silly.
That's a tough one, but we see stuff every year that happens where maybe there's just a momentary lack of judgment. Maybe they just got a little too comfortable, but nothing is guaranteed here at the D3 Championships. We'll come back to that. Section number 2 will now have 4 athletes on the track. Joey Richards from Southern Maine, Truman Williams from Bates, Jordan Dean from Ohio Northern, and Evan Lauder from Illinois Wesleyan.
Well, let's see if Joey Richards can join his boy Shane from Southern Maine as a sprint finalist. But again, the pull and pray. I don't know if you're feeling the stress of watching those athletes cut in, Noah, but it is one of the more exciting elements of track and field, watching 400-meter runners cut in on each other.
Absolutely. 2 athletes here returning with All-American experience, and Evan Lauder and Jordan Dean from Ohio Northern. Underway here in section number 2 of the men's 400 meters as we race for the break. Will, talk me through the break a little bit. That's got to be stressful.
I can't imagine it being anything other than one of the more stressful things that you can possibly do. These men are in full flight as we watch them cross over these tiny little orange cones, and then everyone tries to occupy pole position, which is right now being occupied by, I believe that's Truman Williams, the senior from Bates, out front. He's moving so fast. I'm sorry, it's Jordan Dean from Ohio Northern. He's running so fast, he's having a difficult time staying in his lane. But these athletes going 1-2 right now. Let's see if Evan Lauder can mount any sort of challenge here over the final 50 meters. Let's see what happens. He swings wide. Finishing through the line is Jordan Dean, not making any of the same mistakes as he saw in Heat 1. clear onto the final.
Yeah, made that look pretty easy. He stopped on a dime there at the end and was ready to move on.
Yeah, that's what spikes do, Noah.
Haven't worn a pair of spikes in a while. Good one from the Polar Bears there as Jordan Dean takes section number 2 in 48-10 over Evan Lauder of Illinois Wesleyan. So we'll see if that's enough from, well, I guess either of those gentlemen. I don't think Dean will have much trouble there with a 48-10. But that was slower than heat number 1, which was, I'm not sure if we got a chance to mention that, but both those athletes in heat number 1 went sub 48 in 47.87 and 47.87. They gave them the same time.
Which is why we went to the 1,000th. Yeah, also, we should probably mention those are personal bests, or at least season's bests for both of the athletes in heat 1. Athletes in heat 2 running 48 low, 48.10 for Jordan Dean. Again, season's best for him was his seat time at 48.22. So there is some magic on this track.
I can feel it. I can feel the magic here with you tonight.
I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Hold on.
Heat number 3 of the men's 400 is now on the track. It's going to be Spencer Vanek from Platteville, Oscar Newman from Williams, Colin Konzemius from La Crosse, and Josh Jeffis from Cortland State.
Yeah, we'll see if Konzemius from La Crosse can make it into the final. 47.89, season's best, fastest in this field. Again, we sort of ran down the team scoring list just before we entered this very exciting section of track and field here from Nazareth University. But La Crosse has so many athletes in this meet, and they need finalists. They need those every single point. And we'll see if Konzemius can follow suit.
Jeffis comes in ranked 5th all-time in this event. So we'll see what the athlete from Cortland State has to offer, as it looks like he's kind of challenging for second. Not ideal position. We'll see if he can sneak around. It looks like he's going to make a bid for the lead. Konzemius still trying to hold him off as we turn for home, but no, the cream seems to be rising to the crop as Josh Jeffis from the senior from Cortland State riding that 5th all-time time. Looks to keep it locked up. He does with a dramatic dip at the finish line there, and he'll take section number 3.
And we're seeing Konzemius from La Crosse with hands on his head. He can't believe what maybe has just happened. What has transpired is that he does not have an automatic place in the final right now.
In 48.28,
I'm not sure it's going to do it.
I'm not sure that's going to get it done.
But again, that's why we said all of those team scores that we listed earlier, projected times. This is why we run the races. Upsets, breakthroughs, defenses of titles, top performers performing as they should, and top performers also falling a bit short of the expected point totals that they might earn. So very exciting. I don't want to be saying it's exciting when someone doesn't make the final, but got to run the races.
Absolutely. La Crosse will kind of wait and see, currently sitting at 5th after just half of the sections in this men's 400, as we now move into heat number 4 of 6 in these national meet prelims. On the track now is Arlo Heitler from McAllister, Elliot Davis from Susquehanna, Bashir Al-Marahi from John Carroll, and Alex Rhodes from Puget Sound. There's some star power in this one. Alex Rhodes comes in with the 2nd and 3rd fastest times ever. He was the runner-up in both the indoor and outdoor national meet last year.
47.19, fastest of the year for Rhodes, out in lane 6. So look for Rhodes to get things started off quickly here and take command of this race.
Giving him the main challenge in this heat should be Bashir Al-Ramahi from John Carroll. He was 3rd last year's and 3rd in 2023. He's got one of the top 10 fastest times in D3 history. We'll see what he can produce here. Alex Rhodes has a lot of championship meet experience. He's been in the U20s. He's been at the D3 level. He can do it all, and it's him who's going to take the bell here in section number 4.
Alex Rhodes has this beautiful tiptoeing running form. He's got this flurry, this flash of purple on the bottom of his spikes. He's got a very upright. He goes to the arms with 100 meters to go. But Al-Ramahi is not giving him any room, no room for error as these two power down the home straight. But Rhodes...
Eyes on the clock here.
Rhodes will take the win here, 47.40, the fastest time we've seen today. I would argue that looks pretty controlled and comfortable.
Yeah, and Rhodes was just 10th at the U.S. Indoor Championships, and so that's kind of a unique thing about the timing of this national meet is we're going to see a few athletes who competed at the U.S. Championships indoors and then a couple weeks later come back and do the Division III national meet.
Absolutely. That was impressive running from Rhodes. Rhodes is an athlete that, if you wanted to continue running after college, I would offer, 4 hurdles if he's, depending on his athleticism and flexibility, or I'd love to see an athlete like that compete in the 800.
I think that's always what the distance runners say is they would.
Of course,
love to see guys.
Just because we want more.
800.
We want more. Give me 2 laps, not 1.
Absolutely. Hey, great run for Rhodes there. Al-Ramahi also looking really strong. Don't think they should have much trouble making it through to the final, but there's some athletes here that might have something to say about that, but they do sit 1-2 in the current compiled standings after 4 prelims, 2 to go. Heat 5 on the track now. They take their marks. It's going to be 3 athletes: Kobe Chandler, Chase Dornick, and Alexander Mitchell from Grove City.
Yeah, and again, in a very strange, I would offer this is a weird, I don't know if I've ever actually seen this before. The top 8 qualify for the finals, which I imagine will be running 2 separate rounds because there's only 6 lanes on this track and they occupy only the outer 4 lanes until they obviously cut in. But again, we're keeping our eyes on lane 5, the athlete from La Crosse, Dornick.
Yeah, Dornick definitely saw his teammate maybe not perform quite as well as he might have expected. Dornick also missed out on the final outdoors, and so he's looking for some redemption here in the indoor 400. As we round the turn and we head for the break, it is looking like Dornick is going to come through in pole position. Not necessarily challenged, but we'll see if he had to go too far in the red to get that.
And this announcer is going to apologize to the fans at home. I did not realize that finishing first in your heat was not an automatic big cue to the final, that you also have to run. It's purely based on time, so these athletes cannot let up anywhere. Right now, we are seeing Chase Dornick from La Crosse try and power away from this field and put himself in that final. We'll see if he can do enough.
48.6 provisionally. Dornick with a strong run in the heat, but we'll have to see where that stacks up in the combined list. I'm not sure it's going to hold up very well.
No, and this is going to be a little bit of a head shake moment for the coaches at La Crosse, who are probably expecting at least one of their 400-meter studs to make it into the final. Dornick right there, 48.64, currently 10th overall, so he is outside of the qualifying time required to run in tomorrow's final. Currently 8th, the 8th fastest time of the day right now, Evan Lauder, 48.44. So if these athletes want a chance, they need to run faster than 48.44.
La Crosse hanging on to that 7th spot right now, so definitely at risk of being bumped out of the final entirely, which would be a big deal for them. 3 athletes here for section 6 of 6. Rin Zantz from Colby, Evan Jensen from Portland State, and Samuel Knowles from Widner.
It does seem as though these heat draws are quite randomized, I would offer. It doesn't seem to rhyme or a reason as to how they are put together, but very exciting.
And we're away. The most experienced athlete in this section is going to be Samuel Knowles from Widner. He was a 2-time All-American last year in this event, both indoors and outdoors. You see him there on the outside. No one really making up the stagger on him as we head into the break, and we head for lane 1. No challenge there for Knowles. Knowles still commanding this from the front, but you just never know in the 400. Then they have to have eyes on the clock. He is being passed. Jensen and Zantz looking to go around him.
If you can imagine running with your body full of lactic acid, then being asked to go even more meters because you're on the outside of lane 1. That's what these athletes tried to do, but it is all Knowles from Widner who comes across in 48.52. Again, that's not enough to make it to the final. Grateful as he is for that performance and coming away with the Heat 1, that's not going to be enough to see the track again.
Yeah, kind of surprising there from the late heats that we couldn't turn the screws a little bit more.
You know, and again, this I was sort of like looking at the start list here with the seed times, and the fastest times of the day and the fastest seat times were heats 3 and 4, and so they're sort of bookended by a couple of the slower times. That makes the race pretty challenging to call, but nonetheless, I will run you through right now the 8 time qualifiers in the men's 400. I have in front of me as well. Alex Rhodes with a dominant performance today, 47:39 as the fastest time qualifier. Bashir Al-Ramahi also in his heat, 47:57. Jacob Miller, the third fastest of the day, 47:87. Grant Nelson, the fourth fastest of the day from Bethel, the junior, ran 47:87 as well, the same time as Jacob Miller. Remember that from the heat 1 of those 400 meters. It seemed like we had about 100 of those heats, but we only had 6. Josh Jeffries, the senior from Cortland State, 48:09. Jordan Dean, 48:10 from Ohio Northern. Colin Kanzanius from Wisconsin Lacrosse, the sophomore, is going to score points for his team, 48:28. And Evan Lauder, 48:44. So those will be 2 timed finals tomorrow. 4 athletes per final. I'm curious to see if they do top 4 in one heat and the bottom 4 in the other. We'll see if they mix it up. Challenging to tell.
Great action there in the men's 400, women 400 up next, but your humble announcers are going to take a quick step away to grab a sip of water, and we'll be back with much more action here from Nazareth University here very shortly. And we're back at Nazareth University. I'm Noah Dradi alongside Will Lira, and I'm a little winded because I just ran up the stairs, but not as winded as these athletes are about to be after the women's 400-meter run.
You can say that again, Noah.
Is that an English transition or what, Will?
I have never heard a transition quite like it ever in my days. We just watched the men's 6 heats of the 400. They're very exciting. We learned a lot. One of the things that we did learn is that qualification for the final is purely based on time. It does not matter if you win your heat or if you are second. There are no big cues. The only definitive qualifier is how fast you run. So you are the master of your own destiny in this event, or the woman of your own destiny in this case.
Same story about to play out here in the women's 400-meter run. This time we're going to do it over 5 prelims instead of 6. So 1 less for your humble announcers. Heat 1 is out onto the track now, making some final adjustments to their blocks. I'll run you through their names, and then we'll let you know who to watch out for. In heat number 1, Peter Lee Leroy from Brandeis, Jesma Evans from Washington Lee, Bella King Harvey from Williams, and Lindsay Novak from North Central. Out on the track, 4 athletes making up section number 1. Most experience in this field is going to be North Central's Lindsay Novak. She was 7th last year outdoors and 5th outdoors in 2023. So she's had some All-American success outdoors on the 400-meter oval. See if she can translate it in to the 200 flat track.
Yeah, let's see if she can. Bella King Harvey in lane 5, also a 3-time All-American in the relays. Probably hoping to add an individual All-American trophy to that mantle.
Yeah, a little individual success can't hurt. Can we begrudge her individual success after being such a consummate teammate over the years?
The best teammates are often some of the best individuals. Williams is in the team hunt for a top 10 finish. So Bella King Harvey, if she were to make that final, would contribute very necessarily to those team points. Williams projected, as we were talking about the projected team scores earlier, projected to score 19 points at this year's the 2025 Indoor Track and Field Championships. So we'll keep a close eye on her to see how this performance stacks up against the rest of the field.
A lot of room for new All-Americans in this event, as a lot of the field from last year has graduated or moved on. So this could be the foundation of some more experienced athletes to keep an eye on in the years to come. And we're away clean in prelim number 1 of the women's 400-meter run. A reminder, we'll go 1 lap in lanes, and then we'll break on the penultimate home stretch. Hard to tell right now, but Novak from North Central seems to be holding off the stagger more or less from Bella King Harvey, who seems to be taking the break in second. That's a long break from Novak.
That's a savvy veteran move, but Bella King Harvey can sort of sense blood in the water as she's making up ground very, very quickly. Going wide on the back stretch here, out into lane 2, the lane of high hopes, is Bella King Harvey running in second place.
Novak continuing to push from the front. She took a really gentle break there and held off a charge from Bella King Harvey, but it looks like she's going to take heat number 1. She will. 56:21 flashes on the screen. We'll see if that ends up being finalized. They round up a bit to 56:22, and that's going to be our top mark so far. As we mentioned, there are no automatic qualifiers, so Novak should get her into the final tomorrow, but hey, we'll wait and see.
We will absolutely have to wait and see. And that's got to be incredibly stressful also, Noah, for these athletes who do not know their destiny. I mean, there's not much that you want to do after you run an all-out 400 besides just lay on the ground and maybe throw those legs up to drain some of that lactic acid. But I think it would probably be, a nice consolation prize to know that you were going on to the final.
Just how this track is set up is kind of interesting. So you see athletes on the top stretch here walking away from the finish line, and then there's a large athlete warm-up area behind us, but it's kind of difficult to see the track from there. And so I'm trying to figure out where these athletes are staying to watch the subsequent prelims, but I imagine they're staying pretty close to the track.
Absolutely. There's a staging area here just beyond the finishing line, the common finish line, where the next 2 or 3 heats of an event are sort of waiting their turn to take to the track. We had teammates from Wash U there giving high fives to one another. Again, we talk about this all the time, but how fun it must be to share the track with your teammates.
Absolutely. And yeah, and speaking of teammates, 2 Wash U athletes on the track here in section number 2. Catherine Christopher, the sophomore from Wash U, right along Kylie Spytek from Wash U, and Kamaya Wooten from North Carolina Wesleyan, and Kiera Abrantes, from Bridgewater State.
Yeah, the season's best for these athletes are just a tick or 2 on the old stopwatch, slower than the season's best from the athletes in Heat 1. But, the 400 again is one of those things where strategy for me in this is a little bit out the window, because getting to that pole position is so paramount indoors that it takes a little bit of a different kind of athlete. But we have seen some of these races, because they're putting so much into the first 200 to that first lap, we've seen them get really, really close at the end. We saw 2 or 3 athletes sort of cluster together at the close of Heat 1, those final meters. So we'll see what happens here in Heat 2.
Wooten gets her individual championships underway here from Wesleyan. She is also entered into the 200, so a little over-distance warm-up here for her. And we're underway in section 2 of the women's 400-meter run. Another interesting note here, Kylie Spytek from Wash U. She finished 9th last year in the worst possible position you can finish, just barely missing out on the final. So maybe a redemption arc here for the Wash U athlete.
Let's not talk so disparagingly about an athlete. That could have been a fantastic finish for her.
It is a fantastic result.
The hope, obviously, is to race another day, but that was not unfortunately, the cards last year. But we're seeing 2 athletes here battle it out at the front of this race. This heat much closer than the previous.
It is Spytek, last year's 9th place finisher, who takes pole position heading into the last lap, but Wooten is not going to let her get away that easily. Wash U continues to lead, has about a 2-stride advantage over Wooten as they turn for home. Anything can happen as that lactic acid piles up. Wooten swings over into lane 2 to go for the pass. She passes successfully. Wooten takes heat number 2 over Spytek, and I did not see the clock there. 56:28, Wooten's official time.
Yep, just a tough, as we said, a couple of clicks behind Heat 1. Lindsay Novak, again, just as a reminder to the viewers out there, ran 56:22 in Heat 1. So Kamaya Wooten and Lindsay Novak right now occupying the top 2 time qualifying positions. And that, again, everything gets really close there at the end of that 400. For some of those athletes that take that first lap a little bit more, put a little more reserve on that first 200, are closing like banshees the last 200. So, man, this is getting really interesting.
Yeah, I think that was kind of a veteran move there from Wooten. She passed at really the perfect time, and she passed with authority and didn't give Spytek enough time to come back. And she locks in a time that I believe will get her into the final. But we'll have to wait and see. Everybody together. Wait and see. As we now move on to heat number 3 of the wait and see women's 400-meter run.
This heat, sick of waiting, ready to start seeing.
4 athletes on the track. Allison Hookham from Augsburg, Fiona Meiko from Colby, Mackenzie Rezer from Augustana, and Sarah Schermerhorn from Hope. This one a little bit more loaded in terms of resumes, as Sarah Schermerhorn from Hope comes in as one of the favorites. She's got a fourth all-time time, I'm saying that right, to her name, and is a returning All-American.
I think something to note also at this beautiful Galliano Fieldhouse at Nazareth, that we've had many of these women already have broken the facility record. So, our sheets here no longer relevant with their stats. Throw them out the window. We're just rewriting the history books left and right.
Throw them out of here.
Actually, we're rewriting the history book mostly with lefts. I haven't seen many athletes take a right turn yet.
Will, it's been a pleasure writing this history book with you.
Nothing if not an author.
Underway in section number 3. Fiona Mexico is also an All-American in the hurdles, actually, and so it's nice to see her in here as well as we fight for the break.
Yeah, McKenny Rezer there in the blue and yellow of Augustana. The senior hoping to get in this final and score some points for her team. Her team projected to finish 8th overall with 20 points, but again, got to have athletes in the final. And just as we were speaking of her, she charged to the front. Resser leading heat 3 of these women's 400-meter prelims.
That was a super competitive break as Schermerhorn and Rezer go through essentially side by side, but it is Schermerhorn who has moved into the lead as we turn for home, but I'm not sure that means much with a field that's this close. We're swinging out into lane 2 and 3. Can Schermerhorn hold on? Yes.
Resserhorn holds on for the heat win from Augustana. Schermerhorn finishing in second, both very quick times. Those will populate here.
I'm sorry, I totally blew that. Schermerhorn was third.
Yeah, 56:28 to 56:39. Schermerhorn actually finished in third. Again, apologies to the viewers out there. These finishes are so close, it's tough for our human eyes. We got to go to the electronic ones down there to see it properly. But 56:28 for Resser. And Noah, your comments earlier about these 56 lows having a good chance at making the final, I think are pretty accurate.
Yeah, they're holding up, but I do have some experience doing this. Despite the occasional mishap on the microphone, I do have some foundational knowledge.
Look, no one's perfect.
No one's perfect.
Except for Stu.
You're perfect. Cooper's perfect.
Cooper is perfect.
Cooper is absolutely perfect. Moving on to heat number 4 of 5. In the women's 400-meter run, Nora Chen, Emily Camlett, Natalia Sawyer from Buffalo State, and Ariella Rogan-Press, the freshman from McAllister, make up this field.
Rogan-Press from McAllister out there in lane 6. Just pulling those braids back, getting set in her blocks. Comically just saw her reset the watch. I don't know if she's going to try and get a split on this.
Please do not start the watch at the beginning of this race. If you want an athlete to keep an eye on, let's take a look at Natalia Sawyer from Buffalo State. She was the runner-up in this event last year, and she's also a 2-time national champion in the 400 with hurdles. And we're underway. Natalia Sawyer was the champion in the 60 hurdles. Last year, she scratched that event, chose not to defend, and focus entirely on this event. So we'll see if that pays off.
Yeah, I love that storyline, Noah. I love when someone just really tries to challenge themselves in something new. And what we're seeing right here in Natalia Sawyer, honestly, as someone who comes from a short sprint background, I would have expected a little bit more of a quick start. But there is a freshman from McAllister out there taking charge of this. Natalia Sawyer hot on her heels. And Sawyer looks to be wasting no time to try and make up that ground that she lost over the first lap and try and do something special over the final 200.
Sawyer carrying the weight of expectations in this event. She wants to, it's just not enough to win the same thing twice. She wants to win something else, but she's going to have to go through the freshman from McAllister to get into the final. We'll keep an eye on the clock. Sawyer's going to finish second here, and it's going to be Rogan Press from McAllister taking the heat win. Will, did you see the time? I missed it.
55, the first sub-56 second clocking of the day for Rogan Press from the freshman, making mincemeat of that heat.
55.97, probably shocked some people in that one. Sawyer 56.3. We'll have to take a look and see if that's going to be enough. She sits midfield right now, it looks like, but Rogan Press with your top seed and I believe a facility record here at Nazareth University. Yeah, really strong run from the freshman.
That was impressive. As I said, she sort of got shot out of a gun there, reset her watch because she was resetting her expectations and just really wanted to go after that facility record. Come get me, ladies. Watch me.
Will, you're absolutely catching fire up in the booth. I think I speak for everybody at home.
We've seen Ren Brown once today. We are seeing Ren Brown again today in Heat 5. This is more, I'd say, in her wheelhouse. It's her wheelhouse in the field house. Ren, a 400-meter hurdling specialist, going after the short hurdles and now running the flat four. Curious to see how she attacks this one. Joining
Ren Brown in prelim 5:05. Pause for the gun is going to be Caitlin Ewald, Megan Frazier, and Bryn Mooney from SUNY Geneseo. 5:05, bubble time is 56.61. 56.61 is the current eighth place time. Whoa. As we round
Words are hard, Noah.
And head into the break.
Words are hard. Ren Brown's background as a 400-meter hurdler, I think, has to show its strength here over the final lap. Some of these quicker flat runners out in front of her. I don't think that 60 hurdles from earlier today is going to have any effect on how well she closes this thing down, but she's got to get moving outside if she wants a shot. This heat is, you could throw a blanket over these four women. This is getting real too close to call.
Speaking of moving, it's Movin' Mooney out front from SUNY Geneseo. She takes the lead and pushes it down the home stretch. I don't think she'll be challenged. Brown is fighting for second and does slot into second. But Bryn Movin' Mooney, the sophomore from SUNY Geneseo, takes that in 56.16.
Movin' Mooney. Hey, it's moving day. It's moving day, Mooney. Moving on to the final.
Moving on to the final, shaking up the final standings there in heat number 5. And Will, our final for tomorrow is set in stone.
I will say that the athlete I was most impressed with in those women's 4 prelims was Ariella Rogan Press. And now it's an easy thing to say, right? The top finisher, the top time of the day, that's who you're most impressed with. I was most impressed with her composure. I'm always impressed watching a freshman come out and attack this thing, how much she can control those emotions, control that excitement. Tomorrow, we'll wait to see, but we will run through the compiled results here, the top 8 time finishers. Rogan Press, again, the only athlete to go sub 56 seconds today with a 55.97, Bryn Movin' Mooney from SUNY Geneseo just down the road, 56.16. Lindsay Novak from North Central, 56.22. Mackenzie Resser from Augustana, the senior, ran 56.28. Going down to the 1,000th against Kamaya Wooten, 56.28. Natalia Sawyer also makes it through. And Allison Hookham finishing in the 7th fastest of the day, 56.39. And Sarah Schermerhorn, 56.40. So it took 56.40 today to qualify for that final.
Field is set for tomorrow as we move right along from the Nazareth University Arena. We're going to go ahead and throw you a recap that happened earlier in the field. The women's pole vault action, both prelim and final, happened earlier. This one was smooth sailing in the early rounds. Leah Zastro of Wisconsin Stout on your screen. She cleared 3.97 but fouled out all three at 4.02. She'll wind up finishing third. On Mrs. Haley Suras from MIT scores big points for the Engineers clearance there. Her last clearance also at 3.97, and she'll finish second in a tie, but she'll get the nod. But your national champion, Yasmin Ruff from Wash U, she ends up going 4.02 after passing the early round. Smooth sailing, one strike, and then she's over on her second attempt at 4.02, and that's where the bar would stay for her. She took some cracks at a huge jump at 4.2, but it wasn't to be. So those are your top three finishers in the women's pole vault. We'll continue to bring more recaps from the field. We're going to step away for just a quick second here from Nazareth University. When we come back, we'll have more middle distance action in the men's 800 meters. And welcome back to the 2025 Division III Indoor National Championships. You know, somebody just told us that you guys wanted more middle distance action, so that's what we got you.
Oh boy, do we. We have the prelims of the men's 800 on deck. The men's 800 meter dash will have top two in each heat plus the next two fast times. This is way easier for us to call, Noah. We can punch tickets to the final with every preceding heat. So we'll see how these things pan out. Looks like there are about 7 to 8 men per race, so it shouldn't be too clustered out there.
Absolutely. Want to get through in the top two, and if you want to do it in this heat, it's going to be a challenge. There's some big names. One we haven't heard from recently due to injury last year is Lynchburg's Tor Hotung Davidson. Actually, excuse me, I should just go ahead and introduce the whole field before we dive in. So why don't I do that? Trevor Richwine from Dickinson, Kyle Miller from Buena Vista, Will Neubauer from Wabash, our rivals from back home. Sean Miller, Vassar, Rylan Martin from Wartburg, Tor Hotung Davidson from Lynchburg, and Andrew Hutchinson of Dubuque. All right, let me pick up where I left off, and that was with Tor Hotung Davidson.
Go off, King.
A four-time All-American, missed out on that national championship DMR last year, but he's back, he's healthy. For individual success here as we are underway in the men's 800-meter run.
And it sounds like we have got a gaggle of Lynchburg teammates and fans and friends down there on the top of this turn, cheering on Tor Hotung Davidson, who has gone to the front here. Sort of a tall, lanky fellow is Hotung Davidson, trying to get those big, long legs to stretch out. But we have it appears that maybe this is an athlete from Williams. Nope, that is a different color altogether. My eyes are playing tricks on me here. Kyle Miller taking control of this from the early stages, 26.3 on the first 200. That's moving pretty good.
Absolutely. Statement here. Tor Hotung Davidson decides to hold on to him.
We're seeing a bit of separation between Hotung Davidson and Will Neubauer from Wabash. If everyone wants to be in this race here, we got to get moving up there. Wabash sort of taking a card out of the North Central playbook with some candy stripes. A little bit confusing, but Tor Hotung Davidson sitting in second right behind Kyle Miller of Buena Vista as these guys look pretty comfortable coming to 300 meters to go.
Miller has been to 4 national meets before. He has the experience to navigate these prelims and make it into a final. He's trying to do it from the front right now. Hotung Davidson on the shoulder but refusing to go around just yet as 3 athletes have separated themselves. Hutchinson moves into the top 3. Reminder that 2 will be your automatic qualifiers. Can Hotung Davidson get around? He does. He sneaks into the lead as Miller begins to fade back to 3rd, back to 4th. Hutchinson has that second spot locked up. Hotung Davidson powers down the home stretch. Top 2 have it locked up. They're looking around a little bit, maybe taking a foot off the gas. That was a fast prelim. 151, Will.
Wow, 151.40 faster than any of the season's bests on paper. Sorry, very close to a lot of the season's bests on paper. That I did not expect to see quite that quick. Hotung Davidson giving the thumbs up to the crowd right in front of us, telling the people that he was very in control. Andrew Hutchinson, I thought, ran that race very intelligently. Sort of laid back off that hot early pace, closed hard, but I was also really impressed with Trevor Richwine. Trevor sort of did exactly what you would want to see from a savvy vet, just maybe didn't close quite hard enough over the final 50 meters to nab an auto spot, but you know, there's still time qualifiers to be had.
Absolutely. The Lynchburg fans travel well, and we see a lot of them down there congratulating Hotung Davidson on his return into the elite levels of Division III middle distance running. He advances into tomorrow's final with a big Q, along with Andrew Hutchinson from Dubuque, the senior, also advancing 151.40 to 151.56. Trevor Richwine is on the outside looking in, along with Will Neubauer, the little giant from Wabash. Hello, Crawfordsville. Sorry you guys didn't get into DePaul, but nice consolation prize here as Will Neubauer has a nice race. And all right, mark is set as we move on to section number 2 in the men's 800-meter run. I'll run you through those names now before we get into it. David Whitaker of MIT, the sophomore. Garrett Reedon of Brandeis. Joseph Wong from Springfield. Hutton Edney from Wartburg. Kevin McBurney from Bridgewater State. And Joe Frank from Loris, senior.
Joe Frankie here, knowing there are 6 people in this heat, has just asked the starter if it's possible for him to go join his fellow competitors back on the first waterfall.
He's the only one.
He's the only man out here. But look, when you have a mullet like that, who else can join you? I would argue not many.
That is an incredible haircut as the Loris athlete takes to the top of the waterfall all by himself. Only 6 athletes in Section 2.
Sometimes officials make decisions that I'm not exactly so sure that I agree with. Putting one athlete on the outer waterfall might be one of those. I could chalk it up to a technicality that I don't fully understand, which is why I'm not an official. I'll let them do their jobs, but that doesn't mean I'm going to cut up them any slack. The athlete from Loris, that's Frankie, who takes to the front here because, you know, he had to run blind for that first 200.
I'm actually kind of impressed that he ran that whole lap blind and still was able to slot in at the front. We, of course, don't know if he wanted that pole position, but it gets a little chippy behind him, so, yeah, no harm done.
Yeah, that first heat, those athletes coming through at about 26 mid. Frankie here coming in at 27 high. So we're seeing a tale of 2 different complete stories of these 800-meter heats. That first heat quite quick from the gun, and this heat you're seeing a lot of people, again, trying to get themselves into the perfect position. Oh, my goodness, 57.8. That's more of a mile split than an 800-meter split. I don't know what these guys were thinking. They were lulled to sleep on that second lap.
Yeah, we definitely saw the implications of that first lap as they took a look at the clock and just immediate panic. And we're starting to see arms go out. That's what happens when you take it out too slow. It gets really dangerous in the pack.
We've got Frankie still there trying to make up some ground, but right now this is Garrett Ryden who has taken this race and trying to make some hard moves, separating himself from the rest of the field. All these athletes, because of that slow early pace, have a lot of run left in their legs, but it sort of appears as though there are 2 that are separating themselves, but now Frankie trying to insert himself in the top 2. Again, only top 2 guaranteed into the final with 2 time qualifiers. This is a flurry of a finish.
This is Garrett Reedon, I believe, does enough to hold on. He was surprised himself there, I believe, from Wartburg. Yes, Wartburg, Houghton Edney is going to grab that second auto qualification, 153.77. And Joe Frankie from Loris ran a creative race there and finished 3rd in the heat.
Yeah, I think that you have put that very perfectly. I don't know that I've seen someone in an 800 occupy so many different positions throughout the course of a race as Frankie just did. But again, I don't blame him for that. He had to do exactly what he needed to do starting out there in that second waterfall. He's sort of shaking his head as he's making his way towards the warm down area. But goodness gracious, that was a close finish at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I really think that solo waterfall move, it happened just off your screen at home, it kind of threw him off a little bit and just running totally blind on that first lap. But, yeah, we saw him try to come at that race from a few different ways, but he'll have to head back to the warm-down track and hope.
He's going to have to wait and see.
Some guys who no longer are waiting or seeing. We move on to section 3 of 3. This is our final section of the men's 800, and it looks like a similar situation.
I really should bite my tongue more, but I can't. This is patently ridiculous, Noah.
So what we're talking about here, athlete from CMS is taking to the waterfall start all by himself at the top of the track. You see him there in a conversation with the official there as she guides him into his place. Let me run you through the field real quick, and then we'll continue to call it like we see it. It's Ben Davis from Amherst, Ashton DeRiso from Oglethorpe, Cale Showman is off, Austin Springer, DeWitt Dean, Ben Buffone, and Pierce Clark. Will, what did you see there? I saw your hand go up.
Well, I saw the athlete from Claremont Mud Scripps, and I was going to also I have to, because it's an obligation to anyone who has ever worn a Pomona Pittsburgh jersey, to say that if there was an athlete to go on the outside by themselves, it should be CMS after all. But that athlete put his foot very nearly over the starting line of that second waterfall, and the official just walked away. But alas, here we go. Everyone is on their feet and running.
And the defending champion has entered the national championships in this event. That's Cale Showman, who is currently sitting just off the lead, kind of on the shoulder. And we had a conversation about champions who would be likely to defend at this year's championship, and we didn't give him an amazing shot. It's a competitive field.
It absolutely is, but he is the consummate showman, is Cale. Running, actually, I think this is a very smart race. This race is not sitting around. He's right on the shoulder of the leader. We know he has a great, fantastic finish. We saw that outdoors last year. So Cale doing nothing that he doesn't need to do right now. Top 2 to the final. Seems like he's running quite comfortably.
Yeah, Dean, the senior from Emory, looking really strong there up front. Saw him just glance to the inside a little bit. I'm not sure if he wants some help or if he wants to continue to push this pace. They take the bell. Dean takes the bell. The defending champion up on his shoulder, but Showman refuses to go around. Will we see a show on the backstretch? Dean continuing to fight him off in the middle of the lane. Does relinquish the lead to Showman at the top of the turn. Showman takes the final turn in first place. I believe that's Davis there tucked in behind him. We'll see if there's a move. A reminder, top 2 go through. Showman continuing to push. We'll see how much he wants it here. It looks like he'll settle for second, as Ben Davis from Amherst will take the win and the automatic qualification. 152.28. Showman also qualifying automatically. Honestly, I'm not too worried about what I just saw from Showman. It seemed like he kind of had it in the bag there.
He knew exactly what he was doing. We're getting 2 thumbs way up.
Yep.
Some of the more aggressive flaunting of the school that you attend there from the Showman, but he's living up to his name. No, I like to see him take his foot off the gas there a little bit at the end, obviously showing that he's in control. When you get to this level sometimes and you have the repeat All-American, repeat national champions, there's something about going through these motions which is routine for them. You know, it's like, I know what I need to do. I don't need to win this heat. I just need to finish top 2, and I know that I'm going to need to have as much running in my legs as humanly possible tomorrow. Tomorrow is what matters. This does not matter. But Cale Showman did a fantastic job there, just running out of trouble in that second position throughout the majority of the race. And when he made his move, he had one move to make, made it on the backstretch, didn't look back, didn't need to, knew that he and Davis had it locked up.
And just like that, your 800 men's final is set. Tor Hotung Davidson, Ben Davis, Garrett Reedon, Andrew Hutchinson, Cale Showman, Houghton Edney, Trevor Richwine, and Will Neubauer sneaks in from Wabash as your final qualifier. 152.03 is what it took to make it to tomorrow's final. We'll step back here from the Nazareth University Arena here, and we'll be back with the women's 800 meters in just a moment. Welcome back to Nazareth University and the 2025 Indoor Division III National Championships indoors, and the track is hot, 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 Will.
It is lightning hot right now. Those 800-meter heats were a lot closer than I thought that they were going to be on paper, but we will say this until we are red in the face. That's why we run the race. We don't do it because of your seat times that you post before the national championships. If we did it that way, why the heck would this place be absolutely packed with fans? No, it is standing room only around the stadium. It is an incredible atmosphere.
Yeah, why haven't we talked about this yet? The Nazareth faithful, the faithful from everywhere are packed into Nazareth here. This is one of the best crowds I've ever seen at a Division III national championship.
It is shoulder to shoulder, standing room only, and I'm sure the people who got here early and are in the row one of the stands are a little bit upset by that. But you know what? Guess what? Vibes are everything, and the vibes here are extremely high.
Immaculate vibes. We turn our attention now back to the track. The women's 800 prelims are going to be underway in just a second. Let me run you through the field. Megan Bell, Mary Mason, Anika Paluska, Kelty Oyster, Crystal Montgomery, Sina Madigan, and Haley Meyer from Wartburg. Top two qualify automatically, and then we take the next two fastest times to fill out the field of 8 for tomorrow.
Well, we are noticing sort of we lost someone very important to Division III running, which is Emma Kelly.
Yes.
And Emma Kelly sort of had this event in a stranglehold, if you will, for years and years and years. She's an incredible talent. And so now there's an opportunity, a great opportunity here for other athletes to sort of step up. Who's the next one? Who shall be the queen of the 800 in Division III?
It could very well be the athlete on your screen right now from Rochester, running in front of a home crowd. Megan Bell is the number 2 seed coming into this race, one of only 2 athletes who went sub 2:10 this season, and she's looking to channel some of D3 distance greats as she establishes herself at the front of this race.
Yeah, Megan Bell, obviously, she moves very, very, very well. She looks incredibly smooth coming through here in 63 mid. We'll see if she keeps her foot down on the gas as she's starting to gap the field by a few meters without even an imperceptible change in effort. She's starting to run away from this group. But again, similar qualification in the women's races as there were in the men's. Top 2 in each heat puts the next 2 fastest times. We saw in the men's race, in the mile, and in the 800, and in the women's races that these first early heats are producing the fast times, where the other heats, are just starting to look around at each other.
I'm also keeping an eye out for Oster, who I believe is back in 3rd place right now. She actually also ran 209 this season, but it was converted back for the bank track conversion, which we don't have to get into right now, but we probably should talk about at some point. But Megan Bell continues to lead the race over Mary Mason from Mount Union. We'll see how much of a fight she's going to have on her hands as they turn for home, and it is Oster back in 3rd, looking to sneak into that auto qualification position as we go blanket across the finish line. I think Bell did enough to hold on to the win. I believe Oster got that 2nd spot locked up at the very last second.
And that was fast.
And that was fast.
That was very fast. 2:08.35 for Megan Bell. That's a season's best. It's the right time to do it, and she looks comfortable now.
Yep, facility records all around there. We're obviously going to be saying that quite a bit. But, Will, I almost was kind of lulled to sleep by the fact that there were 3 athletes in contention at the end. I didn't even realize they were running 2:08.
It did not look like it. They all looked to be very much in control, like they were doing what they needed to do. But sometimes that's when your best running comes from. I was actually speaking about this with Haley Shenigie's dad this morning. They're like, look, when the expectations are lifted and that weight is off your shoulders, that's oftentimes when some of these incredible performances where they come from. And what we just saw also was Mary Mason from Mount Union, who ran, I'm trying to pull up her time right now, but Mary Mason just ran a huge personal best.
Came in with a 2:12 seed.
2:12 seed, just ran 2:08.
Whoa. Yeah, that's a whole new storyline for tomorrow's final. I would imagine Mason will get through, but, I won't speak too soon. We'll see what...
Really? Because you've been wanting to do that all day.
Well, because, Will, I want to make a call, and I want it to be right, and I want everyone to say at home, wow, Noah really knows his stuff. He's predicting things before they happen.
What a clairvoyant. You must have PTSD.
Moving on to heat number 2, those women are moving out onto the track now. I'll run you through it. Kayla Cass, Alexa Estes from Connecticut, Isabel Wyatt from St. Olaf, Frankie Chaidez from Loris, Denise Thornton-Filiar, another one of those 209 athletes from Goucher, Wynn Hines from Wisconsin Lacrosse, and Ellie Rising from George Fox comes in with a 211 season's best.
Interestingly to note in this heat that it is all juniors and seniors. We're not seeing any lower underclassmen.
The most experienced
underclass women.
Yeah, we'll see how experience plays out. Especially I don't know. Do you think that makes you a little more nervous when you see 3 208s in the first heat?
You know, if there was ever any hesitation about the speed of this track or the fitness of your competitors, Heat 1 just demolished that.
2 returning All-Americans here, one in Thornton Filial and the other in Alexa Estes. The only returning indoor All-American, though, is going to be Filial, who was 5th last year, and she soloed the 209 to win conference. She did that unchallenged.
Okay, so I'm going to bring this up now because I have no idea how this is going to pan out. It does not look like it will be the same in this heat as it was the last, because mistakes were made in the first 200 for the athletes on the outer waterfall. I don't know if you noticed this, Noah, but as the athletes went to go break in, the athletes on the inside of the track had about a 10 to 15 meter lead on them. I don't think that the athletes on the outside recognized how fast that Megan Bell had taken that heat out, and they were sort of caught unawares as they came into the first 200 and had to work really, really, really hard to catch up over the next 200.
Will, of course I noticed it. I noticed everything. Thornton Filial is now leading the charge in the second heat of the women's 800 over George Fox is Rising, but Thornton Filial likes to solo things out front. I think she's pretty comfortable in this position. If anything, she might be surprised at how much company she has.
Absolutely. 31-4 through the first 200, roughly equivalent to that first heat, but it does seem like they've relaxed a little bit. We're seeing that by this group starting to bunch. That was a 64-second first lap, 64-65, 64-2 for Thornton Filial up front, but those braids keep us swaying and she keeps her rocking. Her foot is now going firmly down on the gas as she's starting to stretch this field out in this third penultimate lap.
Thornton Filial looking super comfortable, just breathing through her nose around that top turn. Ellie Rising also looking to assert herself in this race, but pretty contentious to sit on the shoulder for now.
Yeah, it did seem as though she put a little bit of pressure to Thornton Filial going down the backstretch, but then maybe relaxed a little bit too much coming to this final 200, allowing the rest of this field to catch up. Thornton Filial and now Rising have been caught by surprise as we have Isabel Wyatt, who's gone to the front, the St. Olaf runner, trains on a flat track, knows how to race on a flat track. That Oli is out there running hard.
Wyatt makes a huge move to take the lead with 1 lap to go, but she hasn't shaken this field completely as Thornton Filial, takes the lead back down the home stretch. Can she hold off? That was close.
We had a lot of moves. There are not enough words that could have described the moves that were made on that home stretch. Who was that? That was Kayla Cass. She kind of came out of nowhere, closing in 32 seconds, 2:11.05 to Thornton Filial's 2:11.04. What a crazy last 50 meters.
Absolutely. They do give it to Thornton Filial. I'm kind of surprised that race slowed down so much. I thought they were kind of out to a hot start and the whole field was up for it, but we lost time in there somewhere.
Yeah, I sort of commented on it in the middle of the race. It seemed like Thornton Filial was getting, I don't want to say complacent, but a little comfortable. Here's the final 50 meters as we see these athletes hard charging for home. Thornton Filial believes that she has enough, gets off the gas there for about the last 5 or so meters as Kayla Cass runs an incredible last final few meters to come up second, solidifying her place in the final. Wyatt from St. Olaf, who went for that absolute monster move in the final 200, paid for it a little bit in the final 50, but that was an exciting race.
Absolutely. Wyatt had the right idea, though. She saw how fast Heat 1 went out, maybe realized they weren't going to quite get there, and her best chance was going to be at those auto qualification spots for 1 and 2. Didn't quite get it. Let's see, it looks like our bubble time right now going into the third and final heat of the women's 800, 2:10.89. 2:10.89 is the bubble time to get one of those time qualifiers. Let's see, on the line, looks like we have another solo waterfall here. It's going to be Allie Thomas from lacrosse, Annie Huang of Johns Hopkins, Sierra Duty, just missing the R of Drati, there from SUNY Geneseo, Lena Matuk from Augustana, Izzy Gorton from WashU, and Ellie Birds from Loras also in this heat, and I finished just in time for the gun.
Another athlete from Loras being isolated by themselves in lane 4, out there all alone. But I would say arguably running in a very similar fashion to Joe Frankie, who got out in front of all of his other competitors at the cutting mark. So we've got Ellie Birds out there on her own from Loras, but this heat again sort of looks to be more akin to that first qualifying heat, that first preliminary heat, and they are getting out hard.
Field all together as we come through the first lap in 31 points, I believe. And it appears like Lena Matuk from Augustana, the senior, is content to lead this field over WashU's Izzy Gorton. Izzy Gorton with the 5 on her chest continues to push there in second. It's going to be Huang from Johns Hopkins there, shoulder to shoulder with her. Our live splits are taking a little while to populate, but we'll get you that information when we can. But it's Matuk from Augustana who continues to push through just over the minute mark. The top 3 beginning to separate themselves from this field a little bit. Izzy Gorton from WashU has now moved to the outside as she looks for the shoulder in one of those auto qualification spots. Huang on the inside is finding herself a little bit boxed in as we head for home.
Matuk is doing a good job occupying the entirety of lane 1. She's not giving enough room for someone to go by on the inside, and no one really wants to go all the way out to the lane of high hopes, lane 2, to run all that extra distance. But here now Huang finally sees a little bit of daylight that she can move into as Matuk still leads this thing a little bit overstriding. Watch out, Mr. Official, because you got some absolute barn burners coming behind you.
The top 2 seem to be clear. They've got about a stride, but you never know in the 800. Huang continues to ride it out in second place. They pull away. I think they're going to be okay. We'll see if they take the foot off the gas. Matuk leads this thing wire to wire. Maybe I spoke too soon. Nope, I was right. Takes the win. Huang there in second place. Not quite as fast as we've seen, 2:10.55. And no time qualifier from that heat.
No, all smiles from Matuk and Huang as they cross the field 1-2, 2:10.55 to 2:10.85. You know, I got to believe that some of those athletes are feeling pretty good about not being in Heat 1, that they didn't have to go run sub 2:10 to qualify for the final. But that was a very, very impressive race from Matuk. I loved the way that she ran out front, commanding and controlling that heat from start to finish.
8 qualifiers moving on to tomorrow's final. They are Megan Bell from Rochester, 2:08.35 is going to be your top seed. Kelly Oster, also from that heat, makes it through with the 2:08, as does Mary Mason, who is a time qualifier in 2:08. Lena Matuk, who we just saw win that heat, takes it in 2:10. Annie Huang, just behind her is a qualifier. Annika Paluska from Williams is your second time qualifier. She gets in with a 2:10.89. Denise Thornton-Filiaw makes it with a big Q, as does Kayla Cass. That field is set for tomorrow. Coming up next on the track, I believe we will have the men's 200-meter dash. They're just bringing their blocks onto the field, and as they do, we're going to step away for just a moment, and we'll be back to bring you the men's 200-meter prelims. Hey folks, welcome back. You're just in time. Well, as we continue day 1 action of the Division III Indoor National Championships, and we're back to the short sprints. Men's 200 meters is taking to the track now. This drama will play out over 5 prelims, and we'll select the top 8 fastest times. So once again, it doesn't really matter if you win the heat, but because you got to go fast.
Yeah, we saw this in the 400s, and it was honestly, it took me by surprise. No, I'd never seen anything quite like it, but very excited to watch these guys run now. We appear to have full slates, but, similar to the 400, they're avoiding lanes 1 and 2.
On the track right now in prelim number 1, Jacob Parent from Bethel, Franklin Akabi Durin from Dickinson, Liam Danitz of Hope, and Dylan Doss of Illinois College, the sophomore. They'll look to get things going here in the one-lap race. And we are away clean in the men's 200. It's so hard to tell with this stagger. Jacob Parent, one of the more experienced athletes in this field. We'll see where he ends up as they turn for home. On the outside, Doss is looking really strong, but he's starting to relinquish some territory on the inside. I think Doss may have taken it in the outside lane. He did. 21:58. Dylan Doss from Illinois College, the sophomore, is going to be your winner in prelim number 1. Just barely edging out Liam Dennis.
Yeah, 21:58, narrowly off his season's best mark of 21:51. We'll see if that's enough to get him into the final. That's a pretty fast start to this day. But looking down at the track right now in Heat 2, we've got none other than Sam the Blast Blaskowski.
Will, real quick before I introduce this field, we're on a flat track this year. Is there an advantage to being in the outside lane in the men's 200?
Absolutely, Noah. Every inch that you get more outside of that tight inside turn, you don't have to fight the centrifugal forces of these turns quite so much. So it's an incredible, I'd say, a benefit to the athletes on the outside. I don't know if you remember back in like 2009 when Usain Bolt went to set the world record, attempted to set the world record in the 200 meters. They ran him out in lane 8 in Brussels because it is almost a straight. Yep. It's almost 200 meters straight how wide those turns are. So while the turns here are already quite wide, widest allowable for a flat 200 meter track, Sam Blaskowski pulling the outer lane, lane 6, is, for the guy who's the man of the hour in these short sprints, this is an even bigger feather in his cap.
Absolutely great explanation there, Will. Joining Sam Blaskowski, who takes lane 6 in this heat, is going to be Nolan Milas from Wisconsin Oshkosh, Jahari Jones, a senior from Barrie, and London Little from Wisconsin Oshkosh. London Little was 3rd outdoors in this event. Third indoors last year.
Yes, and as a reminder to the fans at home, La Crosse and Oshkosh are bitter rivals from the WIAC. Also bitter rivals at national championships going way, way back. Wisconsin La Crosse projected to be the winner this year, but this is where upsets are made.
Absolutely.
So we've also only seen Sam in one 200-meter race this year, and very, very curious to watch his form here. He looked incredible in the 60 earlier today.
We're going to stand him up real quick, and as they do that, I'll remind you that Jones was an All-American in the 200 outdoors. Looks like we got a little something going on here with Sam Blaskowski having a word with the official. Green card. Not sure what happened there. They didn't even get him up, did they?
They did not.
Okay.
As they went down to get into the blocks, they brought him right back up. I think his hands were potentially on the wrong line.
All right, so we'll try this again. So a lot of experience here, probably more than in prelim number 1. This is going to be loaded, potentially some fast times. Sometimes it's nice to get the record out of the way. We're standing him up again. Not sure what's going on here. Another green card from the official.
Sam shaking his head out there in lane 6, wondering what the heck is going on. Sam's pumped. He's smiling now. This official thinks it's funny too. I love that. Hey, we're all having a good time here.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened there, but glad to see the green cards come out, and the athletes will take their blocks for the 3rd time. You really just sometimes this stuff happens. You can't let it shake you.
So where experience comes into play.
Finally underway in heat number 2 of the men's 200-meter dash. Sam Blaskowski flashing heels of gold as he moves down the backstretch, takes the turn for home. We'll see if Little or Jones can challenge him here. Little does look to be the closest challenger, but nobody looks like they're going to touch Sam Bleskowski, who looks to his inside and shuts it down.
I'm not sure I love that strategy from Bleskowski. He knows he has to run fast because he wants lane 6 tomorrow, and the top seed will get lane 6 tomorrow. I'm not sure that I love that strategy. He ran through the line in the 60. I love to see it. This is just the 200. 21:32, though. That was a blazing fast time.
21:32 might stand as the top seed, even shutting it down.
21:32 faster than his previous season's best of 21:34, and we visibly watched him shut it down with about 15 meters to go. He looked to his inside. He knew he was in full flight. London Little, I mean, gave it the old college try, but just came up a bit short of Sam Bleskowski.
And Will, just another note from the stands, just like we saw Bleskowski jog straight off the track after the 60, he just finished the race and went straight back to the warm down track and didn't say a word. He's just gone all about business here.
Yeah, he said, "Hold my beer."
Moving through 2 prelims, now on to prelim number 3. We'll see if Bleskowski shut down 21:32 will hold down the top seed. I think there's a pretty good chance of that, but challenging him here in heat 3 of 5 in the prelim, Will Davis from Albion, Jackson Price from Emory, Kai Smith from Salisbury, and Jeremy Umbogo from North Park. Umbogo is definitely riding that adrenaline high from earlier.
Also, I just noticed this, and I gotta think it's putting some gas in his tank. Will Davis rocking bib number 1.
Love that.
Bib number 1.
I haven't really seen that. Everyone else has got a 3-digit bib.
Sir, you are special. For those who were watching earlier, recall Umbogo qualified for the finals in the 60 with an exceptional race.
So Mbogo's looking really strong in these championships, and he does draw the fastest lane. So far, we've seen the top 2, the champion in each of the last 2 prelims, come from that outside lane. As Mbogo turns for home, we'll get an idea of the stagger here. It could be potentially Smith moving up on his shoulder, but nobody's going to touch Mbogo today. He takes the win in heat number 3. Quick wave, points to the sky. He's on a roll right now. 21:34. Just almost got it.
He's on one. What more is there to say? Besides that young man is peaked at the absolute right time. Kudos to your coaches, and you got it right between the ears, my man. So really good running from Umbogo today. Very excited to see what he can put together in the finals tomorrow. 21:34. That's very, very, very fast.
Sometimes you can see just an athlete starting to catch fire. You can see the confidence in their body language, and definitely we're seeing that from Umbogo today.
Yeah, Umbogo coming into this meet with a 21:68 season's best mark. 3/10 is an enormous chunk to take off of a 200-meter time, Noah. So maybe an athlete that I'm most impressed with today right there, and just in terms of overall performance and superseding anything that you had done so far this year, is Jeremy Umbogo.
Absolutely. We'll be keeping a close eye on Umbogo tomorrow.
And apologies if it's Jareem, but once one of us says it, we follow suit.
Absolutely, and we will absolutely figure that out before tomorrow's final, because he's absolutely going to be one to watch. We move from Heat 3 to Heat 4 in the men's 200-meter dash. On the track now, 4 athletes: Cody Pierce of Amherst, Kane Dimmers from Bowdoin, Ellie Hendricks from Rowan, and Alex Rhodes, who we saw earlier in the 400, is now coming back in Heat number 4. And Will, did you just see the message that I saw? We're getting some news here from the men's 800. And it appears from our sources that Goss the Boss has been disqualified for that move we saw replayed earlier. Maybe we'll touch on it later. This maybe isn't the best time, but we'll come back to that. Just a quick news alert for those at home.
Well, that's a carrot dangle.
Yeah, we're trying to keep people interested here, so...
What's more interesting than flat twos? All right, so we saw Alexander Rhodes, the sophomore from Puget Sound, run the fastest qualifying time of the day in the 400 earlier, stepping down in distance here. We'll see if he can replicate that in the 200.
Hendricks looks to contribute to the very strong showing we've seen from Rowan so far. Hurdle U, but no hurdles on the track this time. Rhodes looks to be out to a strong start, but the stagger seems to be made up already, but Rhodes now coming back. It's going to be a two-man race down the home stretch. Rhodes has a step and will not relinquish the lead. 21.83 is our flash time. We'll see where that stacks up. Actually, it's been corrected down quite a bit to 21.55. Alex Rhodes, the sophomore, with a strong showing there in heat number 4.
Yeah, Alex Rhodes should be safe to get into the final with that time. Absolutely. We saw his strength as a 400-meter runner show over the final 50 meters there. But, again, still, you're starting to see some of these athletes. This is why I'm not totally enamored with this qualification procedure, namely that the athletes don't have the opportunity to relax.
Yeah.
If you're just taking the winner from each heat and he's in the 400, maybe he could shut it down in the final 50. But when you know that it's all based on time qualification, you have to run basically, I was going to use a different terminology. I will save that for another time. That's toilet talk. But you have to run all out in each of these races because you're trying to not only secure your spot in the final, but you're trying to secure lane draw, which we were just commenting on earlier as being of critical importance on this track.
Absolutely. We turn our attention now to the 5th and final prelim in the men's 200-meter run. We'll round out the field. Sam Ahern from Union in New York, 21.93 is his time entering this race. Jacoby Cefalu from Ripon, Rajan Dixon from Rowan, and Maxime Richov, the freshman from TCNJ, will paint the final strokes here on the portrait of the men's 200-meter. The bubble time right now, sitting in 8th place through 4 prelims, is 21.84. So Kai Smith on the bubble will be anxiously watching this race.
Maxime Richov rocking some speed buns. Space buns? Those are space buns.
Speed buns for our sake, I believe.
We'll call them speed buns. Heard his mom just holler, "Go Max," and across the track.
On the way around the track, Ritroff looks to put on a show for Mama as he goes in lane number 6. As we keep an eye on the stagger, Rowan seems to be moving up, but on the inside from Ripon, Cefalu is making a strong move to make up the stagger as we turn for home. Ritroff still seems to look good, but it's going to be close. Ritroff takes it with a lean over Ripon's Cefalu. Let's see, a flash time here, 21.66 from Richov, having a strong opening day for TCNJ here. And let's see, that should get him into tomorrow's final. It does. And now we have all 8 qualifiers. We'll run you through them before we turn our attention to the women's 200-meter sprint. Sam Blaskowski, even with the shutdown there, which we were a little alarmed by, still goes through tomorrow as your number 1 seed, 21.32. Jeremy Mbogo continues his strong championship run, 21.34 in second. London Little, Alex Rhodes, Dylan Doss, Lam Danitz, Maxim Richov, and Franklin Akabe During rounds out the field in 8th. And so we'll see this final take place over 2 sections tomorrow. So some drama for sure coming our way soon.
Yeah, I mean, again, look at the top 7 times from these qualifiers today, all coming from lanes 5 and 6 on the track. So curious to see tomorrow if they split things up a little bit with the time qualifiers. They'll obviously run these in 2 separate heats of 4 athletes per heat. I would imagine that you're going to see Jeremy Mbogo in heat 1 in lane 6 and Sam Blaskowski in heat 2 in lane 6. So the athletes will probably not get an opportunity to race each other, but they will have the great benefit of being in lane 6.
Absolutely, will be super interesting to watch that one play out, but we'll have to put it to bed for now as we turn our attention to the women's 200-meter dash. we no longer have to wait and see. We're going to go ahead and tell you what it's going to be here as heat number 1 takes to the blocks Kennedy Kirkland from Bowdoin, Lauren Marshall, Sarah Schermerhorn, and Isabel Peterson will round out this field. Schermerhorn leading the nation in the 400, dropping down here. Shows what she can do over 2.
I was just going to say also, just in terms of how these events are being timed out, the 400-meter heats, with only the men's and women's 800 separating them from the 200, there's some heavy legs out there still.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, a lot of these athletes are juggling doubles, and I believe there were 7 female athletes who are tripling at these national championships. But anyway, moving on, Sarah Schermerhorn looking good, but Lauren Marshall also had a strong start, starting to make up the stagger on the athlete above her. The picture will be clear as we turn for home. Isabel Peterson on the outside looks pretty good. This one's going to be too close to call for your humble announcer. It might have been Peterson on the outside. It is Isabel Peterson from Platteville. Takes heat number 1 in 24.82. Sarah Schermerhorn, the 400 specialist, close behind in 24.87.
Yeah, 3 athletes sub 25 in that first heat is no joke. Athletes really coming. I mean, Isabel Peterson matching her season's best exactly to the 100th, 24.82. Schermerhorn also has the exact same season's best, running a little bit off of that. But Lauren Marshall from Elmhurst, the senior, dips under 25 seconds for the first time this year. So congratulations to her.
Some final stride outs for prelim number 2. Going to be 4 athletes in this one, and they are Rachel Arthur, the senior from Williams, is going to take it out of the inside lane. Kate Carlson from Gustavus Adolphus is in there as well. Mackenzie Rezer, who we saw earlier from Augustana, is back on the track. And DeAndre Chisholm from Milliken, the freshman, rounds out this field. Top seed here belongs to Mackenzie Rezer, the senior. 24.49 she comes into this meet.
And a lot of these athletes, again, as we said, doubling back from the 400. I had to believe that in Schermerhorn's legs there was a little bit of lactic acid that was, I was going to say, getting in the way the last 50. It was just a little annoying. It's just, why, what are you doing there?
A nuisance,
lactic nuisance. Why are you there?
Yeah, to stop, leave me alone.
I don't know the status of a lot of the trainers that they bring them here, but at the Division I meet, they all get a massage after that first round. We'll see.
I don't think there's a lot of free massages going around here as we are underway in the second heat of the women's 200. Keep an eye on the stagger. The inside lane is actually looking pretty strong. Rachel Arthur begins to make up the stagger to her. Outside doesn't quite get there before the first turn. They use that G-force and round the turn. Rezer looking really strong on the outside, but on the inside, I looked down, but I believe it was Rachel Arthur. No, sorry, Mackenzie Rezer did take it, 24.82, just over Rachel Arthur. That was a trick to my eyes as the Williams senior finishes second in the heat, 24.82 to 24.83. Yeah, those are pretty strong looking times.
Absolutely. I think these athletes are realizing what it's going to take to make this final, and what it's going to take is exceptional running. So they're putting their best feet forward here. Those times are no joke. 24.82 for Rezer, again doubling back after that 400 meters earlier in the day. That was an impressive mark. We'd say that 24.82 and 24.82 from Isabel Patterson from Heat 1 would be the same time, but they are not. These timers are going to the 1,000th, making sure everything is right here. So Mackenzie Rezer right now sitting in the second position on time qualifiers.
And as we move to a new page on our heat sheets, your humble announcers turn their attention to heat number 3 of the women's 200. 4 athletes here. Madjo Dumbia from center. Eloise Hughes from Amherst. Emma Seipel from Loris. And Lindsay Novak on the track once again, joining Seipel. Novak from North Central.
Yeah, Novak had the top time of the day in the 400 meters. So we'll see if she can replicate that here in the 2.
And she comes in with a seed time that's dead even with Seipel, who she'll see if she takes a look over her inside shoulder.
Is the 200 meters long enough to take a look inside?
No. Well, for me, it would be. I'd be out there for a while.
Well, whatever was getting in the way of Sam Blaskowski and racing this 200 seems to have been remedied at this point. We've not seen any green cards since that race.
Yeah, pretty clean starts here. I think I'm kind of a good left arm. I haven't really seen many disqualifications over my years in the booth as a Division III commentator. You're welcome. And we're underway in heat number 3. Keep an eye on Novak and Seipel in those outside lanes. Seipel gets a chance to chase, and chase she does as she pulls even with Novak's shoulder, making up the stagger immediately. We'll see how much junk that puts into her legs as they turn for home. Seipel looking to be in command, and she does take the heat with a commanding lead over Novak, who finishes in second. Eyes on the clock here, 24:50.
24.5 takes almost 2/10, takes a full 2/10 off of her season's best right now. Emma Seipel looked incredible. She attacked Lindsay Novak from the get-out. I mean, she had made up that stagger before they even got halfway down the back stretch.
Absolutely. Seipel, the scalpel, absolutely performed surgery on that field. Am I reaching with that, Will?
Yes, I love it. The scalpel.
Looked amazing there in the 200. She'll definitely be joining us in the final tomorrow.
And on the pod.
And on, well, yeah, we'll have her on D3 Glory Days. We'll hear all about it. Basically, everyone we're nicknaming will join us on the podcast.
The nickname episode.
Moving on to prelim 4 of 5 in the women's 200 meters. This is the penultimate prelim here. Fiona Mexico of Colby, Brianna Hayes of North Park, Eva Carchidi, from Emory, and Camilla Wooten. Wooten has had a strong start to these championships. She'll go from the money lane outside in lane 6. All right, underway, heat number 4. And it is looking like Wooten on the outside is looking super strong as she looks to hold off the challenger on her inside, Carchidi, who does make up that stagger. We'll see if she has enough to get around. Not quite yet. We'll turn for home and draw even. Wooten looking super strong, and she is going to hold off challengers in this prelim. 24:54 unofficially. We'll see if that gets adjusted. Gets bumped up to 24:53. Super strong showing there from Camilla Wooten.
Camilla Wooten, not too dissimilar to some of the other favorites that we've seen today. Quickly exits the track. Knows that she has done a lot of work. She needs to recover. I'm not sure if she has any other duties that are calling her name today. Potentially in the DMR or some such crazy event like that, or the 4x4. But she is gone, done and dusted, job done. See you later.
I love that all business approach, just getting off the track. Definitely admired that.
The niceties will be extended tomorrow when I high-five my competitors, but right now, I got to recover.
Absolutely. We got to get off the track. We got to get those legs up. We got to get in the Normatec boots. Whatever you want. Let's turn our attention to Heat 5 of 5 as our absolute favorite. Actually, the main showdown of these championships is going to go down here. Megan Garrett from Gustavus Adolphus, Sydney Radigan from Calvin, Alyssa Busker from Elmhurst, and Lauren Jarrett from Wisconsin La Crosse. These guys could go 1-2 tomorrow, so this is a pretty tasty showdown going down in a prelim.
Yeah, this is sort of the preamble to what we're going to see in the final tomorrow, I believe. Neither of these two women want to give the other the mental edge. We did see Busker not, I guess, perform quite as well as we were expecting in the 60 earlier today, so I think she's probably got something to prove here, a little chip on her shoulder, as Lauren Jarrett absolutely demolished the field in her 60 prelim, making that look easy. So we'll see the form here. I gotta believe that that Busker's gonna put a tracking device very closely on Jarrett as they get out of the blocks.
I think you could even use the term prohibitive favorite for Jarrett. It seems like everybody else is just kind of trying to run in relation to her, but Busker is chasing down the home stretch. Look at that drive by Lauren Jarrett. No one coming up on her shoulder yet. She'll turn for home all alone, I believe, but Busker's not quite out of it yet, but Lauren Jarrett is powering down the backstretch. We'll see how much she wants out of this race. Doesn't look like she let up at all. 24-13.
I got to clap on that. 24-14 for Jarrett. I think she's sort of one of those athletes that made it known that she is looking for times right now. She wants to go under 24 seconds if the opportunity presents itself. So that was an incredibly impressive finish by those two women. 24-14 for Jarrett, 24-39 for Busker. Busker just looked like she was playing chase the entire time. There wasn't an opportunity for her necessarily, or we didn't see something from her where she tried to really put pressure on Jarrett. But then again, Jarrett's running blind out there in lane 6, so you kind of have to wait until tomorrow to see how much. Was that 90%? Was it 95%? How much of that was really all that she had to give? But that was a definitive showing for me.
We're going to run you through tomorrow's finalists before we step away for a quick break. Lauren Jarrett betters her seed time going into tomorrow as the number 1 seed in 24-14. Just behind her, as anticipated, is Alyssa Busker, 24-39. Kamaya Wooten is there as well, as is Emma Seipel. Man, this is loaded. Isabel Peterson, Mackenzie Rezer, Rachel Arthur, and Lindsay Novak are your top 8. Moving to tomorrow, this is going to be one of the marquee events of these championships, so be sure not to miss it. We're going to go ahead and step away for a second, and we'll leave the sprints behind. When we return, we'll have the long distance action in the men's 5,000 meter run. Stay tuned. See you in a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Nazareth University Indoor Track. You're joining us once again for the 2025 Indoor National Championships at the Division III level. We've been grinding our way through prelims all day on the track, but now we're back presenting you with an absolute gem of a final. On the track now, on your screen, the long distance men take to cover the indoor track 25 times, making up 5,000 meters as they receive their final instructions. We've got about 20 names to run you through, and so I'll do that real quick, and then, hey, we'll dive into some of the storylines, huh? Because that's what we're...
Yeah, and you know what? Now that you mention it, 25 laps just doesn't really seem like that many, does it?
It doesn't. It'll fly by.
Just bop, 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 done.
It'll fly by. Will, how's the tofu?
The tofu was delicious. Noah, thank you for giving me a second to chew and swallow.
Absolutely.
But we are back here. We are in finals territory. And who's that wearing hip 2?
Hip number 2 is Cameron Hattler from...
Where does he go to school?
Pomona Pitzer.
Pomona Pitzer. What a delightful young man, and what a fantastic institution.
Will, I promise I'll give you plenty of time to gush about your alma mater, but allow me to try to get through the field and see if I can do it over the course of one lap, which is always a fun challenge for your humble announcers to get through 20 names in one lap. Connor Riss of North Central, Cameron Hattler from Pomona Pitzer, Vince Simonetti of RPI, Luke Witzlevit of Calvin, Tyler Schermerhorn, Wartburg, Isaiah Hammerin Nails from Wartburg, Matthew Coyle, Carnegie Mellon, Mo Batti from Augsburg, Jacob Green from Wartburg, Joe Landridge of Augustana, Ryan Tobin, NYU, Kevin Turlington, St. Olaf as we get underway, Connor Havens, Manchester, Braden Kernut, Wabash, Grant Mathai, Wisconsin Lacrosse, Isaac Van Westering, Cornell College, Christian Patsky, returning champion from Wisconsin Whitewater, Emmanuel LeBlond, a challenger from Johns Hopkins, Gunnar Schwunder, also from Whitewater, and Aiden Mathai, joining his twin from Wisconsin Lacrosse. Whew.
Nailed it.
Underway in the men's 5,000. This is the deepest 5,000 meter field we've ever seen assembled at the Division III level, and we have both of the Mathai twins in the top 4.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting race. I'm curious to see how it plays out here, Noah, because with the depth on the track right now, you got to believe that there's some athletes here who just kind of want this to be an honest race. I don't see it dawdling very much. I'm not sure that I see it going around 14 flat. Again, we can start talking about the flat track versus the bank tracks and where these athletes go and run these incredibly fast times. However, it does seem like the Mathai twins are very content, and their coach is content to put them near the front, to drive the train, and make this thing an honest effort.
I do think there's definitely 6 to 8 athletes in this field who have that kind of sub 14-minute potential, even if they haven't done it this year. I think that, they have that in their legs. Maybe not today, but just to give you an idea of the depth of the field as Grant Mathai from Wisconsin Lacrosse continues to pilot these athletes around the track. Had about a 67 on that first lap, or first 2 laps, excuse me.
The first 400 meters.
First 400 meters. And, that seems to be pretty much what the field is looking to do as we string out. And some of the favorites are lurking back there. Christian Patska, your multiple-time national champion from Whitewater, is lingering back in about 5th or 6th place. And keeping an eye out for Gunnar Slender, his teammate, just a few spots behind him, enters as the top seed, dipped under 14 this year.
Yeah, I'm very curious, actually. We were talking about this race offline and a little bit on the podcast, the preview podcast of D3 Glory Days. But curious to see sort of what Patska's MO is here. Does he want to just save this for the kick? He's shown that his kick is furious, that it's very tough to match here amongst his compatriots at the Division III level. Does he try something new? Does he stick to that plan? As the laps tick by, I think we're going to start to see that whatever his hand is, he might have to play it earlier than he wants.
Absolutely, and we are just tapping out a great tempo. And no, you're not seeing double. It's the Mathai twins at the front of this race. They're mirror twins. Grant and Aiden Mathai.
Identical.
No. They're not.
Well, so they're weird.
One is right-handed and one is left-handed.
Okay.
So don't quiz me on my twin knowledge.
Okay, the mirrors.
The Mathai continue to push from the front. It looks like everyone's pretty content to just leave it be. LeBlanc there in 4th thinks he has a chance to win, but Will, at a tempo like this, do you just kind of tuck in and go for a ride?
Yeah, I think so. You sort of have to have the visibility, the awareness that in the event that there is a gap that you do not fall behind it if you're one of the favorites. I saw Mo Bhatti sort of start this race in the back. He's now firmly put himself sort of in the top half of the field, riding the rail. Again, you're just trying to shut your mind off because 25 laps, contrary to the jokes that were made at the beginning of this, it's a lot of laps to run, and you can get lost a little bit. But the cream is rising to the top. The favorites all sort of asserting themselves there near the front. This is giving me some serious cross-country vibes right now.
Speaking of cross-country, if you want a good story in this field, Mo Bhatti was the runner-up in Terre Haute in cross-country nationals, but he kind of flies under the radar. He's not traveling to the same meets that a lot of these guys are. He's staying close to home. He's racing local competition. He's training on his own. He just doesn't have the depth of talent around him. So I'm not sure we've seen what he's capable of, but he could really show us something today.
Yeah, and again, I'm sort of, as they're coming by us lap after lap after lap, I'm seeing Mo Bhatti and sort of where his eyes are going. His eyes are planted right on the back of the Mathai twins. He's not going to let them get too far away.
Caught up right there.
Yeah, and again, but that's sort of what we were talking about some of the earlier prelims, that if something were to happen, yes, it's more comfortable to sort of hide away in the pack for a lot of the race, but there's also danger. Like, we sometimes say that there's safety in numbers, but there is danger being in the middle of the pack if a fall happens and you're caught up in it. So I like what the Mathai twins are doing right now. They're sort of sharing the workload. They're both up there having a grand old time, running smooth as can be, mirror images of one another. Patska, I love what he is. I just love this. He's feeling that is a confident position for someone like Christian Patska to be in.
Absolutely. Aiden Mathai has just taken over from his brother in the neon yellow shoes, I believe.
Yeah, we're sort of running 69 tempo right now, which the field is stretched out. I would have assumed that we were running a bit more quickly than that, but at the front, I don't know if they're just giving each other enough space to run smoothly, or if this is starting to stress out some of these athletes and stretch their abilities. But Patska's starting to make some moves around, not letting the twins get too far away from him. Veteran running, savvy running.
Just about the whole field is in it right now, with the exception of one athlete who appears to be running with a bit of an injury. But the Mathai twins are content to push this from the front. LeBlanc actually in a great position. We interviewed him for the D3 Glory Days podcast. He was coming in super confident, if anything, underplaying his hand a little bit. But, yeah, he looks comfortable there, tucked in third, just ahead of Patska. Another athlete I'm kind of interested in is Isaac Van Westrinen. He's run extremely well on flat tracks in the past. In fact, Stu and I have called him the flat track king on the podcast before, and so now he might get a chance to shine. And
the flat track king of New York.
Yeah, might get a chance to showcase his specialty here, and yeah, he's looking pretty strong there, just tucked into the outside lane.
Now, if we could opine on something that's pretty special, the Mathai twins finished 3rd and 5th in cross country. How cool must it be to every day have your mirror clone to train with? And how do you think that pushes you? I mean, I had the great joy of training with 2 twins, Sean and John Jefferson, but honestly, it seemed like there was this power struggle with the universe and them, that they were never healthy at the same time. These guys seem to be not only healthy, but firing at the same time.
Yeah, they have a great dynamic, and honestly, it extends not just to these 2 guys who are both running incredible right now, but that whole lacrosse program is just so dialed in. And so I almost think, kind of just their brotherhood extends to the rest of the team. And I know those lacrosse fans are super excited to see them up front. And I mean, this isn't a gimmick. These 2 guys have the ability to win this race running from the front like this. I don't think this is necessarily like a sacrificial move. Sometimes you see teammates go ahead and kind of sacrifice their race for their teammate, but I could see these guys going the distance. I mean, this could be a strong move.
Well, I mean, when you talk, who are you sacrificing? One or the other. Their times are almost identical. Their resumes are almost identical. I mean, separated by 1 spot at Cross Nationals, which is just so incredibly impressive. But additionally, Christian Patska, another UW guy from Whitewater. These guys obviously lacrosse. They race each other all the time, week in and week out. And so I wonder if this is just an opportunity for them to potentially try a different strategy. It's like, hey, look, we're going to try and draw this thing out from as far out as we can, namely from the gun. They've been there the entire time. We want to, maximize our team points, but also what happens if there's a chink in Patska's armor? What happens if he doesn't show up 100% himself today? Does this provide us our best opportunity? And look at this, Mo Bhatti just sliding himself up in there, does not want to be off the rail, mind you, making some pretty aggressive moves to, I do not know the name of the athlete who's right next to him. I should know that. That's my apologies. Van Westrinen. There's a bit of an aggressive move there, Mr. Bhatti, but look, everyone's staying on their feet.
Well, honestly, like we talked about with Mo Bhatti, there's some inexperience here running in a field like this. This is the first time he's been in a field of this depth. Yeah, as we say that, we're starting to see some casualties from the pace. It's very strung out. I'm not going to call these athletes dropped quite yet, but they're strung out enough that they're feeling the pace, and especially an athlete like Gunnar Schlinder, he's going to want to make a move to stay in contact with this lead group, as it looks like Grant is going to now relieve his brother at the front and take over leading duties, as Emmanuel LeBlanc continues to run in third with the cross-country 1-2 finishers just over his shoulder and lurking. And now we have a bit of a gap, Will, from 6 to 7. We'll see if they can close that down.
Yeah, interesting to note the last time qualifier to make it into this Division III National Championship, 8:16:57. These guys came through 3K in about 8:33. So they are rolling. Not only just relative to their own abilities, but relative to the entire country. Hopefully this athlete from, I think this is Northwestern potentially, knows to stay inside. Don't move out. Just stay exactly where you are. We don't need anyone to fall over because there's an athlete is getting lapped. Mo Bhatti made a good move there. Van Westrinen is getting dropped a little bit. We're getting down to some of these latter stages of the race. Mo Bhatti going around one of the Mathai twins, and I think the race, Noah, in earnest has just started. Absolutely.
The Mathai twins asked some serious questions of this field, and now we've seen who can answer it. And there's only 5 athletes. It's the twins, it's LeBlanc, it's Patska, and Mo Bhatti. This is the best Division III has to offer. The cream has risen to the top here, and we still have quite a bit of distance left to go in this race. I'd almost expect to see the separation later.
Yes, so listen to this. This is, wow, Grant looks like he is That is a face of determination. But this is almost like Prefontaine-esque. Talk about turning the screw. 34-6. 34-3, 33-2, 32-89 on that lap as they are absolutely starting to pick this field apart. And you know what? This is what happened in cross country when the going got tough. We did see Patska fall off a little bit, and we have Grant Mathai. He's got to be feeling this from some of the people in the crowd, sensing that real glory is on the line here, and he's breaking number 2 right now.
Absolutely. He is firmly committed to this move, and he has no other choice now than to press his advantage. You can't let this group come back together. If you have it in your legs, if you've committed to this strategy, you have to ride it out. I've seen him step on the rail a couple times back there, so I'm wondering if he just needs to focus, dial in, but he's created separation between everybody now. He's got 2 steps on LeBlanc. He's got 15 meters back to Patska with almost, a K to go?
We are at 4,000 meters, 11:19. He had a little over a half second back to Emmanuel LeBlanc, and you are exactly right. It is all gas from here on out. But what I would say is we have seen fireworks from Patska where something comes from deep down within him that other athletes just simply don't have. A finishing kick unseen anywhere else in Division III right now, and Grant Mathai does not want it to come down to that. He's taking a little bit of these looks behind him, and when he does it, he gets almost scarily close to that rail a couple of different times, but he is seeing that he has daylight, and that daylight is growing more and more and more. He's now 6, 8, 10 meters ahead of LeBlanc. Bati goes by Patska. Bati cuts off Patska, and Bati still does honestly look like he has a lot of running in his legs. I think he was expecting Patska to sort of be the person to bridge this gap, but it is, we have a Mathai, we have LeBlanc, we have Bati, we have Patska. This is fireworks at the front.
Grant continues to push that advantage from the front. The tension in this building with every second that goes by is going up. Can Grant Mathai front run his way into a national championship?
I just don't know. It's 500 meters to go. That means Patska can smell the finish line. You've just seen a change in his cadence. He's elongating that stride very similarly to how he does in the steeplechase and how he looked at the end of cross. But Mathai's got 2 laps to run.
Patska is awake. Patska has moved into second. He's overtaken Bati. He's overtaken LeBlanc. But there's strain on his face, and I don't think Grant Mathai is coming back. Grant Mathai also showing the strain on his face. Just looked over his shoulder, and I think he'll get a lot of confidence when he sees this gap. My, what a run.
LeBlanc just overtook Patska. Patska is cracked. Patska is done. LeBlanc has a lot of running in his legs. And Grant Mathai can hold this for 200 more meters. He is going to be your national champion. This is an incredible run from the man from lacrosse. Let's see what happens in the finishing stretch behind him. But this is all Grant Mathai.
It's a masterclass from Grant Mathai as he shows the full field a clean pair of heels. LeBlanc gives chase. Patska gives chase. But he's taken their best, and he's on his own. He turns for home. One more glance over the shoulder. He points to the sky. He pumps his fist. Arms outstretched. He's your national championship winner in the men's 5,000. What a run from Grant Mathai.
Oh, my days.
The front, he took the best they had, and it wasn't enough.
Oh my days. Patska doesn't really know what just hit him, what just happened. A flurry of finishers. Bati just falls across the finish line.
14:02 on the flat track, leading just about the whole race with some help from his brother Aiden.
I'm not going to lie.
Wow.
The meet records here in some of the distance events that were run on bank tracks are tough to come close to, but that was an unbelievable run. The boys, they just gave each other a hug. The Mathai twins looked at each other and said, "I love you, man. Great job. Congratulations." What a cool experience for the two of them. What a cool experience for Wisconsin lacrosse, getting some much-needed points out of both boys.
Will,
both men.
What a treat that was to watch. Very rarely do you see an athlete so confident in his ability that he'll just try to run the legs off of guys, and that almost never works.
Almost never. That's why it's almost. It's not never. It's almost never. That was absolutely incredible. And there he is, Grant Mathai, the 2025 Division III Indoor National Champion.
All-American positions on your board there. And, we kind of spoke about a sacrificial pace, but Aiden Mathai holds on for fourth. He actually moves up in the latter stage of that race after falling back a little bit. And so both of the Mirror twins into the top 5.
You got to believe, again, when the going gets tough, what do you cling on to? What inspires you? Obviously, Aiden being inspired by his brother, but also being inspired by the potential of another lacrosse team championship. The differentiation between 5th and 4th points is big for them. So congratulations to the Mathai twins. Congratulations to lacrosse. What an incredible race. That was an absolute treat.
Yeah, that was so much fun. I love that. I think distance fans at home are going to be super satisfied right now. As we take a look at the top 4 there, and we'll see a replay of this home stretch. 14:02 finishing time, and he still had time to celebrate, jog it in a little bit. You see how much that means to him with the fist pump. And, he gets to turn around and he gets to see his brother right there, not too far behind him. But just such an inspired performance there from Grant Mathai. Really appreciate that run as a distance fan, and I hope everybody at home really gets to I really hope that sinks in, what we just saw.
That was
just so cool.
That was truly something. Hats off to Grant Mathai. Very, very well done. Perfectly executed. I mean, it's rare that you see a plan play out exactly as it's supposed to, or exactly as you draw it up, I would imagine that there was probably something in there where Aiden and Grant were going to maybe share some laps, but, Aiden fought tough. Aiden fought super tough over those final closing stages of that race, and that was, got to get my voice back for the women's race here in a second.
Absolutely. I'm going to run you through the All-American positions before we take a quick break, before we come back with the women's 5,000-meter championship. Every one of these names that I'm about to say should be really proud of their race, because we saw a lot of personality out there, a lot of grit. Grant Mathai is your national champion, scoring 10 points for lacrosse, running 14:02. Emmanuel LeBlanc, who is in the thick of it the whole way, goes back and forth a little bit in the final laps, but hangs on for second, 14:08. Cross-country champion Christian Pasca holds on for third over Aiden Mathai, who led some of the early stages of that race. The flat track king, Isaac Van Westrinen, shows us what he's made of in his highest national meet finish, finishing 5th. Gunnar Schlinder comes in and grabs an All-American position in 6th from Wisconsin Whitewater. Mo Batti, your cross-country runner-up, shows us what he's made of and has a strong showing out there, finishing 7th. And Jacob Green from Wartburg kind of flew under the radar there, but grabs an All-American position. Okay, we're going to lower our pulse, get our breath back, and Will Lear and I will be back in just a moment with the women's 5,000-meter championship here from Nazareth University.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Golisano Training Center at Nazareth University, the home of the Golden Flyers. Woo! I don't know if my heart rate's dropped below 100 yet, Noah.
Nope, I feel terrible, Will, but I'm really excited to keep.
Might just pass out.
Going.
Yeah. The women on the track right now, about to take on 25 laps of the 5,000, have to feel inspired by what they just saw. They have to believe that anything is possible. And Noah, would you do us the honor of running us through the start list for this women's 5,000?
I would absolutely love to do that. It's Audrey McQueen from Middlebury, Brooklyn Lubick of Wisconsin Lacrosse, Liv Durand from MIT, Tamar Gilbran from Williams, Josephine Dudzik from NYU, Kate Cochran from NYU, Sophie Bolt from Calvin, Allison Dell from Lynchburg, Madeline McIntyre from Wisconsin Lacrosse, Lucy Duchak from Wisconsin Lacrosse, and Inara Sainz de Rosa from Concordia, Hannah Pricer from Carleton, Ari De La Cerda from Whitewater, Schurler from Emory, Bell from Gunkel, Chicago, Singing, MIT, Fowler, Connor, Geneseo, Duncan from Wilmington, Green from SUNY Geneseo, and Buse from Lewis and Clark. Let's see, that took me a little more than a lap. But yeah, we're underway here in the women's 5,000 meter run.
I wonder if we are going to see something similar to what we just saw in the men's race. The ladies look like they are taking off here. Faith Duncan in the very recognizable hat and sunglasses, blocking out all the haters. There's Faith in the green. But we have seen a pretty steady Eddie pace here. That was 74 seconds through the first 400. That's sub 5 minute miling pace. That is
Penelope Green from SUNY Geneseo continues to lead this race just over Battleson Gunkel, and it was a big question mark coming into this how we were going to see Faith Duncan from Wilmington take this in that iconic green hat. They look packed up, but they are well ahead of the field already. We've got about 20. This leading quartet has about 25, 30 meters over fourth place already.
Yeah, I mean, we are running at a very sturdy clip right now, Noah. And unlike in the men's race where almost the entire field was in this thing through 3,000 meters, these four women have stretched this lead quite substantially. They are about 5 seconds in front of the fifth place racer right now. But Penelope Green is, I can say nothing other than she is inspired by what Grant Mathai just did. That belief that anything is truly possible. The ladies behind, they do appear to also still be running a pretty good clip, but the four in the front are hoping for exceptional. They're not willing to just settle for enough.
Penelope Green continues to lead this pack as Faith Duncan sits just on the side. In cross country, where Faith Duncan was the eventual national champion, we did kind of see her hanging in the pack for like the first K or so before she really took off, and so maybe that's what she's doing here, just kind of relaxing in the early stages. We've kind of talked about this before, fresh legs, but a good reminder that a lot of these athletes are doubling elsewhere, whether it be the 3K, the mile, potentially even the DMR for some of these athletes, which actually comes later tonight. And so that's got to be a thought in the back of their heads. Even if they could drill it from the front, it might be better to wait. Battleson Gunkel looking really good there in third. She's always in these lead packs.
Yes, and Riley Busy rounding out that top four. Those four women are poised to do something fantastic here. Clicking off the laps one by one. As we mentioned earlier, in the men's race, 25 laps equates to 5,000 meters on the indoor track. And, Faith Duncan, it seems as though she's capable of racing in a variety of different ways. And so I'm sort of curious to see if the pace starts to lag, if she feels comfortable enough to just take this on her own and go to the front. Right now, very content to sort of sit in second, wait and see what any of the other women want to do. And right now, sort of, is she pushing the pace from the back? You know, when you feel an athlete with the caliber of Faith Duncan on your shoulder, do you keep the gas fully down?
Great work from our camera crew here, too. They're showing you both the leading quartet, and also we're getting eyes on the chase pack. We'll continue to show you both of those races as they play out, as we turn our attention to the fight for the win here. Nobody interested in going around Penelope Green, and honestly, I don't blame them. They've created that separation to the chase pack. If she's content to lead it, there's really no benefit in trading off the lead right now. I think your best chance is to go for a ride.
If you're watching and researching like we do when we watch these meets, you're seeing that the paces that the quartet up front are running are literally identical to the group behind them. So if anyone in the group behind is getting feedback from those on the sidelines, again, the vibes in here are immaculate. It's standing room only alongside of this track, but the pace is identical. So if someone feels as though it's inspired to bridge this gap, which I think that we are seeing right now from the likes of Audrey McLean from Middlebury, the sophomore, maybe feeling a little bit uncomfortable doing this because of her age, but really doing a good job right now to sort of bridge the gap between the top four and the rest of the pack.
Yeah, she moves kind of into no woman's land there, looking to connect. But Will, another interesting through line here is there's a lot of teammates in this race. I think we have 3 from lacrosse. We've got a couple, at least 2 or 3 from MIT, I believe, in here. And so they're running pretty close together. You think if the coach had a chance to communicate this, you'd say kind of group up, let's trade off laps in this chase pack. If we're running the same pace, we might as well try to move up a little bit.
Yeah, you know, the beauty of indoor track, Noah, also is that it's 70 and sunny in here all day, every day with calm winds.
Yes.
The only thing that's creating any sense of a breeze are these beautiful fans that keep the air from getting super stagnant in here. So, you know, I think that the trading off the laps, as we just saw with Grant Mathai in the men's race, maybe less important than it would be in an outdoor race. Here you're effectively just moving the air rather than blocking any sort of wind. And so this is a fantastic job from Audrey McLean, from the sophomore from Middlebury, has bridged the gap, as we say, and some of the others are starting to say, oh wait, I blinked and she's up there. How did that happen?
Yeah, we're seeing just like a gradual slowdown here. We actually slowed about a second a lap up front. Faith Duncan gets credit for leading that last lap, even though I'd say, if anything, she's a shoulder behind. But yeah, that quartet is now a quintet, I believe is the technical term.
Yes, in jazz flute terms, it's a quintet.
Yes, absolutely, and we'll be playing some jazz flute for us later on the broadcast. But for now, Penelope Green is continuing to put on a masterclass. Faith Duncan may actually be a step ahead, but not in any serious way. She's not looking to push the pace here.
Yeah, that's an NCAA after-hours feature, the jazz flautist in me. Oh my gosh, when we are starting to see athletes getting tripped up because of these paces in the group, the peloton, if you will, behind that leading quintet. I don't know how many times we have to say this, we'll scream it from the mountaintop. We are on the second tier of this beautiful stadium, the Galliano Training Center, but these athletes, if you are in the pack and there's a lot of athletes around you, that's where disaster can strike. So the five up front are running clear. Aubrey in the back of that quintet, is she just very content? I bridged the gap. Now I'm content to hang here.
It seems like the chase behind has kind of stalled out. The gap, if anything, has maybe gotten a little bigger. I was hoping that this group on your screen now would be a little bit more motivated when they saw McLean make that connection. I thought that might inspire a couple others to take a flyer off the front. As you can hear, hopefully the crowd getting into it. We can definitely. There's a great atmosphere here. But yeah, the things that really remain unchanged. The greatest drama so far was seeing how many of that chase pack would make the jump, and we may have gotten our answer, one.
It seems like one thus far. Curious to see if anybody else feels inspired, because the pace that they're running right now is still pretty solid. But what we're seeing now is all of a sudden the teams on the sidelines are starting to really get behind their athletes on the track. We have Lynchburg down here at the top of the turn. We've got Geneseo out in the backstretch. Geneseo cheering for Penelope Green with all of their might, knowing that she is trying to do something that potentially no one from Geneseo has ever done before. That is completely coming out of left field. I did not fact check that once, but I will say it as though it has some sort of merit and some sort of weight. But Faith Duncan, the only thing that I'm concerned with, and I'm not really concerned with it with Faith's strategy right now, is that running on the outside, you're just running longer.
I was going to ask you what you thought about her positioning. I mean, her seed time is so much faster than the rest of the field that it doesn't seem like a bad spot. But, I mean, if you're so confident in your ability to move, why not just stutter step and tuck in fifth?
Yeah, I mean, that would be the Mo Farah type of racing, right? Is like, or the Jakob Ingebrigtsen. I'm just going to sit back here, where, like, annoyingly in the back. Everyone knows I'm there, and I'm not going to do anything until I make some big, bold move. And when that move is made, the race is usually over. So we're seeing Faith, I think, a little bit maybe right now going to the front. She has about a mile remaining, and that seemed like it was it, folks. The green hat and glasses have gone to work.
We have seen the move. Faith Duncan gets tired of waiting around, and panic ripples through the pack behind her. It looks like the mantle falls to Badislin Gunkel to lead the charge from here as Penelope Green slots into third. But Faith Duncan made a strong move there. What she made was a decision.
She made a decision that the games are over. That was fun. Running with people was enjoyable. Now the last mile of this race, I'm really going at it all on my own. And correct me, I might be a little bit off here on pacing, but actually this appears to be the 3,000 meter split. So we have 2K to go. Faith Duncan was just so comfortable there for 3,000 meters that, as we know, she loves to train. She loves to grind, and now she's doing what she's really good at.
In the last 4 or 5 years of Division III distance running, we've seen greats really rise to the top, and Faith Duncan has really taken the throne there as she continues to push back from the front. But we've got some action all across the track right now.
Yeah, and we will call it as we are seeing it both on the track and on the screen. Faith Duncan has gone to work. She has put in a sizable move and gapped the field substantially. Behind her, those 4 athletes with about 1,800 meters remaining. Excuse me, I have a bubble in my throat. About 1,800 meters remaining. It's roughly 10 seconds back to the chase pack, where we have had one athlete that has now decided, I am sensing that there might be some weakness, there might be some chinks in the armor in front of me, and that's Rochester Sain from MIT, the sophomore from MIT, who has to have raced Aubrey from Middlebury many times in the Northeast. And so this is like, we're getting some splinters here left and right, but there's excitement that's about to unfold.
Yeah, and we're seeing some serious bravery on the track. We're seeing athletes willing to leave kind of the relative safety of the pack behind and strike out on their own. But Faith Duncan has really turned the screws here. What do we turn in laps here in, like 37.9, 37.8, 37.7 are her last 3 laps?
Yeah, the Faith is churning out 37s. The group behind her is running in the high 40s, and I'm very curious to see Rochester Sain's. She's in the 40 mids, so making up ground steadily as we move along. But I wonder if there's just almost too much work to do. The women who are running 2 through 5 right now, they don't look like they've done anything crazy that they might blow up. They're running very hard, but it still sort of seems like they're running within themselves. Faith Duncan really is just trying to, it's her versus the clock at this point, her versus herself. We'll see what she ends up running as a final time, but this one, it's almost in the bag there. The really exciting thing is going to be who comes out on 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th from this chase pack.
The body language on Faith Duncan has just totally changed. I mean, she's putting out some serious power with her stride right now, and I mean, she's put 50 meters on 2nd place. Madison Gunkel continues to tap out that tempo in 2nd place. We've seen her in this position many times in national championships, kind of in that 2 through 6 position, really willing to take that on and lead the pace, and she's starting to whittle that group down to 3 right now, so looking to lock up a solid All-American position. But there's going to be All-Americans under threat of being lapped.
Absolutely. And Riley Busy here looks, for my money, for this announcer's money, if we could just get that hip number off of her spike, she looks incredibly good. There it goes.
Nope, still on there.
Okay. She looks incredibly good and relaxed. Those 3 women, again, they've dropped Aubrey from McLean ever so slightly. I'm not going to say that she's completely counted out, but this is also, I hope, where something really bad does not happen to Faith Duncan. She's passing all of these lapped runners. Faith is good. Everyone's staying on the inside of the lane as they should. There's no stress on her face. It just seems like she's in the middle of a hard workout.
Faith Duncan will approach 1K to go in the neon green hat as she starts to make her way through this field, and things start to get a little confusing here, but she's got about 60 meters over a pack of Busy, Madison Gunkel in green, who go 2, 3, 4. Audrey McLean is a little bit in no woman's land there, all by herself, about 25 meters behind the trio and 25 meters ahead of Sain from MIT, and that's your top 5 right now.
Yeah, and if you take out, obviously, the outlier of Faith Duncan, the other groups are almost running the identical pace. This is a little bit strange to me to see that. I mean, I guess we are getting down to the real nitty-gritty stages of this race, but I'm loving to see Busy from Lewis and Clark take control of this and try and enforce her will a little bit on the other 2 women that she is racing against right now, who maybe I'd say from my experience in this D3 space have a little bit more success than she does to her name. But Busy is really, she's starting to put 1, 2, 3 meters on those other women that are in her pack.
Will, after running the first half or so of this race in the group at a modest pace, now that Faith Duncan has turned it on, she's going to lap All-American athletes. And she hasn't even been running hard the whole time.
You know, it is a unique opportunity to see an athlete that's in a class of their own. Faith Duncan certainly is that. We've seen her really come out of a shell a little bit last year at the Division III Outdoor Championships, where she won that national championship. I believe it was in the 5,000. That was an incredibly impressive run, and I think that she learned something about herself that day. It does sometimes take winning that first national title to open your eyes to exactly how good that you can be. And so we are seeing 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's a pack of 5 athletes in front of Faith Duncan, amongst which are All-Americans, and Faith Duncan appears to be making up ground on them. I'd say some of her early moves when she went down into the 37s again with about 2K remaining might be adding up into her legs right now, but these athletes are running scared. You don't want to get lapped by anybody.
Absolutely not. And the second place pack has been kind of shaken up a little bit. Penelope Green, who led much of the early stages of this race, is now pretty firmly in second place, sharing it with Riley Busy over Madison Gunkel. But it's bell time for Faith Duncan as she continues to power through this field. These lapped athletes are just getting eaten up.
And this is Penelope Green and Riley Busy coming there with 200 meters to go. Allison Gunkel also hot on their heels. Nothing is decided yet in this race. Faith Duncan has about 75 meters to go as she laps a bunch of runners. It's a little bit difficult to see. No one in there that she's near is a competitor of hers at this moment in time. But behind here is a great race.
Ladies and gentlemen, Faith Duncan puts on a masterclass of patience and aggression as she brings the title home indoors. Eyes turned behind her. For second place, it's going to be Penelope Green, who has a super strong close. And in third, it's going to be Riley Busy. And fourth, Madison Gunkel comes across the line. So those leading four actually finished like fairly close together. Looks like fifth place, Sane from MIT comes across. Sixth place just behind her, that was Allison Dell from Lynchburg.
I think we maybe had a mix-up there. We lost count for just a second as our eyes disappeared from the track to our screens, with Audrey McLean finishing potentially in sixth, with Rohita Sane, I think, out-kicking her for fifth. But we'll have to wait for these results to populate. That was a very close finish, as there were a lot of athletes that were both continuing to finish their races and athletes that were actually finishing. My goodness, you're starting to see the casualties of war out there as these ladies absolutely went to battle over 5,000 meters. I mean, what a day that we have just seen over the 25 lappers.
That was amazing. Super chaotic there towards the end. Faith Duncan, celebrating her recent engagement, came to the track here at Nazareth University and just put on a clinic of how to be patient and then just really drive it home there, lapping most of the field. Just absolute class there from Faith Duncan. She really shows what she's made of there, but pretty heroic efforts in the chase pack too, and we saw athletes just really believing in themselves the whole time.
Do we say hats on to Faith?
Hats on to Faith. The cameraman deserves a raise. What a beautiful shot here of Faith Duncan and her family. They've seen her do this before, but it just never gets old. No, that's her new fiance Noah, getting a hug there. Just such a strong community there in Wilmington. We've talked to them a lot on the D3 Glory Days podcast over the years, and she's got a huge community behind her.
And sometimes, most of the time, that's what it takes. Running is a very solo endeavor. There's a lot that goes on between you and yourself. But when you have an incredible team behind you, an incredible support staff, incredible coaching staff, family, friends, those people that buoy you up when you're down in the doldrums of training, that's what gets you through the hard times.
Your All-Americans in the women's 5,000-meter final. Faith Duncan, your champion. Penelope Green. One moment, Faith Duncan now on the replay coming down the home stretch, sunglasses reflecting the stadium lights. Will, she actually kind of looks tired.
I was going to say that, honestly, it's nice to see, right? It's nice to see that she put so much of herself into that race, because she did sit, and when she made that decisive move, you said it, Noah, it was not so much a move, it was a decision. This is where I'm going to go. I'm going to enforce my will against myself because I'm the only one that can really push me. And that was an incredible battle.
So here's the plan, Will. I'm going to run you through the 8 All-Americans. We're going to step back for a moment, and then we're going to come back with a recap of earlier action in the women's long jump, and then we'll get into our next prelim of the day, which is going to be the 4x400. So your All-Americans in the women's 5K: Faith Duncan, Penelope Green, Riley Busy, Evelyn Battleson Gunkel, Rohita Sane, Audrey McLean, Ainara Sainz de Rosas, and Hannah Pricer. All right, we're going to step back here from the Nazareth University Training Center, and when we come back, some recaps of earlier action. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Nazareth University. Some bonus action on the track for you guys. We get a chance to bring you the final event in the women's pentathlon. It's the 800-meter run.
Yes, in Heat 1, we're going to have two sections of this. One of my favorite things about the pentathlon indoors is it is multi-events, but it is one day of nonstop action. These women have been inside this facility for the last 7 hours. I think the first event of the women's tent took place at 10:30 this morning. It's now 5:30 in the evening. Let's run through the start list very quickly. We have Ariel Brunner from Chatham. We have Livy Mazzaroli from Williams. Katie Moore from DePaul. Ellie Thorson from Bethel. Emma Burr from Thomas College. Janelle Eckel from SUNY Geneseo. Brianda Davis from Westminster. Lana Wandy from SUNY Geneseo. Eleanor Bachmeyer from Redlands. And not starting this, but supposed to start, was Elena Stryer from Stockton. We hope that she's doing all right. Now, out the gates here, we get to see some of these athletes who are looking to this as a big points opportunity. And that is Janelle Eccleton, the early lead, the senior from SUNY Geneseo, not wasting any time going to the front. She looks like she has some absolute chops over 800 meters.
She's currently sitting in 12th position overall, 483 back from the lead, but only 15-20 back from Katie Moore in 11th, and within striking distance of that 8th place All-American position.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw her SUNY Geneseo family and friends there on the backstretch cheering for her. She gave a little bit of a smirk. You love to see that in the middle of an 800. Someone just smiling, enjoying this experience, enjoying the event, enjoying being in national championships so close to their school where people can come and watch. So right now, Janelle Eckel coming through 400 meters in about 66 seconds, trying to claw back as many points as possible and maybe get one of those heralded All-American spots.
Absolutely. It was obviously a strong event for her. Good opportunity to score points. Sometimes in the ball ties, some events you get through, and some events you really have to go showcase what you're made of. And so this might be a strong suit of hers.
Some events you compete in, and some events you succeed in.
Yes, indeed. That's a great way to put it.
200 meters to go. We've got a pretty sizable lead between Janelle Eckel and her nearest pursuer, which is Eleanor Bachmeyer from Redlands. But Janelle Eckel right now opening it up down the backstretch, really going into full flight here with 100 meters remaining. Eckel trying to do everything she can. And remember, guys, every single tick of the clock is points, so she's trying to minimize that as much as possible. Minimize the time, maximize the points, and 50 meters to go.
50 meters to go. Janelle Eckel currently sitting in 12th, is definitely going to move up after this performance in the 800, the final event of what is a very long day. Let's see, what do we wind up here? 2:15.57, so a super strong performance in that on tired legs.
Yeah, that was incredibly impressive. 885 points for that performance. She's being given high fives and hugs from her competitors who watched her do something very impressive right there. 2:15.57. Unsure totally of where that lands her in terms of her lifetime best, but that was an inspired run from gun to tape.
And she scored 885 points in that 800, and that's her best event of the day.
That appeared as though she was a runner at heart. So Janelle Eckel does the other four events very well as well. But that was fun. Did not expect to see that in the first heat.
Absolutely. Special shout out to DePaul Tiger Katie Moore, who made the trip over from Greencastle, Indiana, and she had a really strong showing there, scoring 750 points, moving provisionally in the second. But of course, there's another section here, so we're going to see some big shakeups.
We'll see some shakeups, but we will see how that inspired effort from Eckel lands her amongst the final standings. Very, very exciting there.
Absolutely. I believe we're going to get to show you the second section here too. We are.
Yeah, if you're curious to follow along with the live results, go to D3 Glory Days. There are links there, or from NCAA.com. It is very fun to watch the real-time results populate as you are watching this live along with us. And if we miss something or we screwed up, you'll have the facts right in front of you. You can fact check us.
You can call us out on it. We would absolutely love to see that.
Noah's number is 911-355. 7624. Yeah, give him a buzz.
This section is going to feature Nikki Boone, who is your kind of provisional leader before this is scored. She's been second place before in this event, and finally has a chance to take the top step. She's one event away.
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Let's see if she can put it together.
Boone on your screen there from Emory.
One of the things that I will offer is that, watching Eckel run that 800, it became very apparent early on that this was a strength of hers. I'm curious to see in Heat 2 here if we have any other athletes with similar proclivities. So in this heat, we have Megan Hunt wearing hip 1, Thea Ring hip 2, Emma Green from Eau Claire hip 3, Emily Rubio, the junior from Middlebury hip 4, Alexis Shuro from Wisconsin Lacrosse, the senior wearing hip 5, Hannah Alderfer wearing hip 6, Emily Bookie, another Eau Claire senior wearing hip 7, Kayla Robinson wearing hip 8, Nikki Boone, who we were just speaking about, hip 9, and Olivia Bolin from Central College wearing hip 10.
It looks unlikely that anyone's going to be able to top Boone in this event. She's got, to my eyes, a couple 100-point lead in the competition that's left for the school, of course. She ran amazing in the 60 hurdles. She went 8.76 earlier in the 60 hurdles, and looking to hang pretty tough in the 800 so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, again, I'm just a stats nerd. I love splits. 31.92 for Thea Ring from North Park. They're going out hard in the front. And guess what? Janelle Eckel in the first heat, 31.93. So they are basically neck and neck if you superimposed one over the other. Thea Ring still leading this race out here, 67.91 through the first 400 meters.
Pretty close contact through the field. I don't know, what do you think you're even feeling at this point in the...
I think you're feeling tired, Noah.
I think I'm certainly feeling tired.
If I learned anything from speaking with athletes the likes of Harrison Williams, many decathletes, Trey Hardy, over the years, Ashton Eaton, by the time you get to that last event of a multi, you just want to be done. You've been at the facility for so long that day, and here goes Nikki Boone to the front. As we expected, the current leader going to the front and trying to win the final event as well. Let's see how high she can climb up that final score tally.
And what a cool, if you're going to win the whole thing, what a cool way to go out and try to win the last event, but it's not going to come easy.
It is not going to come easy. Thea Ring charges back, exchanging body blows there. Thea Ring going to the front, driving the arms hard over the final 50. Let's see what Nikki Boone has left in her legs.
Boone's not coming around.
Exultations of excitement from Nikki Boone as she crosses the line, clapping hands. She is pumped. She knows that she just did everything that she could and coming away with the national championship. Hugs to her, what appears to be her coach down there. I can't quite see it in the front of that. But wow, bravo, Nikki Boone. What a run. Let's see how these scores populate and see how things stack up for Janelle Eckel, if she did enough in her heat to potentially claw into the All-American positions.
Looks like she did, Will. Nikki Boone is going to finish second in the 800, but she is your pentathlon champion, scoring 4,061 points. Thea Ring, who won that 800 heat there, is going to finish second and 3,754. Following them is going to be Emily Booker in third, Kayla Robinson in fourth, Janelle Eckel from heat 1 finishes fifth overall.
Wow.
Megan Hunt sixth. Emily Rubio in seventh, Olivia Bolin, is in eighth, and Katie Moore from DePaul just outside, finishing in ninth.
Congratulations, Nikki Boone. 5 hard-competed events and an impressive score to boot, winning by over 300 points over Thea Ring. Thea Ring, obviously, they're trying to be competitive with the best and really doing a great job in that 800 meters.
It was a pleasure to bring you guys some of the women's multi-events. Before we get into the 4x400, we're going to give you a quick recap of action in the field earlier. The women's long jump played out before the TV window, but we can give you some of the action highlights here. In third place, Megan Hunt from Wisconsin Oshkosh. We see her on the runway there. Her best jump came in this very first jump. She jumps 5.92 to take an early lead. She wouldn't go further, but it would be enough to hang on for third. She was upset by Arielle Brunner, who went 5.97 now on the runway. She went 5.97 in her last jump to move into second place and solidify that second place performance. So save your best for last is what I've always said, Will. But the champion in this event, no surprise here, it's going to be Emma Seipel from Loris, the scalpel. On her third jump, she jumped 6 meters even, and she grabbed that number 1 spot, and she never relinquished it. So congratulations to your top 3 in the women's long jump.
Very interestingly, Noah, Arielle Brunner was also a competitor in the pentathlon. So amidst the 5 other events that she was competing in, she had time to just go do an entire long jump series.
Absolutely. Not to give everybody whiplash here, but we're going to turn our attention back to the track where the men are taking to the blocks for the first round of the 4x400 meter relay.
Now, if we thought it was madness in the open fours earlier, just get ready for some absolute carnage out of the track in the 4x400. I mean, I got to watch some of these guys doing some of their practice strides, and these are big boys powering around the track. So get out of their way when they get into full flight. But one of the most exciting events in track and field ever is the 4x400 meters.
4 teams taking to the start line this first of 3 prelims in the 4x400. This, once again, is an advance on time situation, so it doesn't really matter what the finish order here is. The goal is to go fast. In heat number 1, we're going to see RPI, Loris, Cortland, and TCNJ. We're underway here. Will, where I grew up in Indianapolis, we used to go to this racetrack. They'd race on dirt, and they would do figure 8 races. And so not only were you there to see cars go fast, but you were here to see them crash into each other. Obviously, we hope that doesn't happen here, but that's kind of the nature of the 4x400 indoors.
Yeah, we called that Destruction Derby, Noah.
Oh, that's great.
Well, we saw the original break-in, and now as these athletes complete one more circuit of this indoor oval, they'll be handing off to their teammates. We are seeing the athlete from Cortland here. Again, we have a provisional start list, and we'll try and match them equivalently with the athletes who are running. But it does appear from Cortland, this is Evan Jensen. Oh, sorry, this is not Cortland anymore. TCNJ with the handoff in first, and they have the clean running out front.
TCNJ second leg there. That should be Anthony Senator, freshman. He gets to carry the baton for the squad, hoping to solidify a spot in tomorrow's final. That's going to be Cortland State tucked in just behind. Running in that second place position for Cortland State should be Zion Cheatham. He's a sophomore. He's finding himself going to get a little swamped here by both Loris and RPI. Loris, such a strong program tradition in the 4x4, but couldn't quite get around there. Cortland still hanging in there, but TCNJ looking to attack this one from the front.
And not to deviate too much from this race, Noah, but it just came across our text message threads that Nikki Boone has just set the national record in the indoor pentathlon. So again, the most highest congratulations to her on that achievement.
Cortland jets from second to first on the handoff. You can make up so much ground in these handoffs. And he takes lead over from TCNJ. Our start lists have been more or less right, but I'll probably refrain from names to some extent here as Cortland in the red singlet fires down the track.
And Joe Frankie, who we saw earlier in the 800 for Loris, has brought his team back into contention. So we have one more handoff remaining in this race. Again, all of these qualifiers for the final tomorrow are on time and time alone. So how you finish is irrespective of whether or not you will make it into the final. We see a lot of 800 guys out here and some 200-meter specialists as well, as TCNJ gets the baton in second. But one of the fastest 200-meter qualifiers of the day is Max Rakchoff right there in second, trying to do his best to claw back. But Cortland out front is getting out. Oh, my dear Lord, someone is shot out of a cannon.
Yeah, I wonder what Reichov has been up to. He's actually matched the speed coming in from his shoulder, and he's going to hang on to that second place, which is super surprising to me. RPI is making a strong bid to move, but couldn't quite get around. We got to wonder if maybe that was all the ammo he had to get around as he starts fading back as Reichov continues to give chase to Cortland State. That should be Josh Jeffis. It is, leading the home stretch, and he'll come around and he'll hear the bell for their squad.
Right now, this is all Cortland all the time.
Oh, sorry, I was a lap behind. Cortland takes it. Josh Jeffers takes it.
3:14.25. That is a season's best for Cortland State, about a second plus off of their season's best. So we'll see if that's enough to get them into the final.
Absolutely. We have a mark on the board. I feel like it should be good enough, I would imagine. That was a super strong performance, and no chaos. Everybody stayed on their feet, which is what your humble announcers love to see up in the booth.
47-26. Wow, what an incredible close there for Cortland from Josh Jeffis, the senior, bringing his team from being in competition to being well out front.
Yeah, absolutely strong run there by Jeffis. And, we're definitely starting to see athletes coming back onto the track for the second, third time. Fatigue is a big deal, but I'm always kind of surprised by the lack of effect it seems to have on some of these athletes. They come out and they're just able to put up performance after performance.
Yeah, Noah, because they're kids.
I know, they just recover
they're
so
not old
quick.
like us.
Yeah, I'm so jealous. It's amazing.
Yeah, if only there was, a field of medicine, something that, is like an anti-aging. They will give you a serum. Let me drink something.
Can we get a serum in the booth, please?
Can we get some skincare?
All right.
Hold on.
4 teams taking to the blocks here. The leadoff men for their squads in Heat 2 of the 4x400. And why don't we just go ahead and let you know who they are. Victor Lalinga, the sophomore from Bethel, is going to lead off that squad. Jabarius Peak, the sophomore from Dubuque, should have the baton in his hand right now. Matthew Iden, a sophomore from Wisconsin Oshkosh, is out.
Wait, hold on. Do you think it's going to be another sophomore?
Yes, I believe, if my information is correct, that the sophomores are going to show us something.
This is a sophomore 4x4.
A sophomore battle, and the final sophomore.
4x-sophomore.
4x-sophomore is going to be Sam Belmont, the sophomore.
Seeing lots of sophomores out there.
Sophomore season.
Sophomore summer. Important to note also that, as a reminder, always a constant reminder at these NCAA championships, that the team trophy is on the line. Oshkosh firmly a contender in that race on the men's side.
And before we sign off tonight, we'll give you a little provisional view of where team standings are, however pointless it may be, scored through only one day. Underway in the second heat of the men's 4x400 meter relay. Reminder, once again, we're looking for the top 8 fastest times to advance to the what will be the final event of these championships tomorrow.
Interestingly, I think throughout the course of this race, we will be able to compare basically every single split to Heat 1. So we can, if all the athletes had earpieces, we'd be able to tell them if they were in contention or not and how they need to be running. But right now, we have got Bethel out front. Bethel, who had an absolutely incredible outdoor championship. Correct me if I'm wrong, they won the outdoor championships in this event. Watching Bethel close very hard over the final leg there down in Myrtle Beach. Bethel getting ready to exchange the baton firmly in first with Dubuque in second. Bethel is off and running, off to the races.
Yeah, your outdoor champs. They were also fourth indoors last year, so they can definitely do it. But there is some historic precedent here. There were 2 other All-American squads. SUNY Geneseo and Dubuque have also earned All-American awards in the last year in the 4x4.
SUNY Geneseo and Bethel appear to almost have identical uniforms. Hard to tell them apart aside from the Leon timing results, which have never let us down. Bethel getting a little bit of a challenge here from Dubuque behind, but looks to be holding strong. That stride shortening ever so much around every one of these challenging turns when you're moving at that quick pace. Get to the finish line, my guy, and hands it off. Bethel still holds the lead here with Geneseo hot on their heels.
I don't think our sheets are correct here. Lalinga is going to be the third leg here for Bethel, and he maintains the lead over SUNY Geneseo.
Victor Lalinga has that long stride that I'm not sure is the world's most efficient around these turns because he finds himself on the outside of the lane quite frequently, but it is proving useful. Geneseo doing their best to claw back, but knowing that you can't come within 3 feet of this guy behind him. His back kick is so long. And here we go, off to the races. We are fighting neck and neck.
The crowd really getting into it on that backstretch. That's where the thick of the crowd is stationed. But Bethel and Geneseo in these identical uniforms are looking strong, but do not count out Dubuque. They have a strong handoff there to stay in third and within striking distance, but it is Bethel, Nelson from Bethel, who continues to push the pace out front.
Very interestingly, Noah, at the 800, halfway through this 4x4 relay, all 3 teams, Bethel, Geneseo, and Dubuque, were faster than Cortland at their 800-meter split. And here we go, 2:27.59, the third leg for all these teams for whatever reason. I think it got a little odgy-bodgy. They ran over a 50-second split. So they know they need to go to work because, again, it's not whether you win this heat or not. It's how fast you run. So Bethel really has to go to work here, the final 50 meters.
I saw Grant Nelson take a peek over his shoulder earlier. He didn't need to do that. He's just got to run fast. He takes the win here in heat number 2. Dubuque comes across in second place. Do you have times pulled up there, my friend?
I do. Bethel ran 3:14.85. They're second fastest on the day. I would say they're all right. They're going to be safe making into the final because only 4 other teams are set to race in the third of our prelims. But my goodness, do they have to go to work after a fairly slow third leg? That was shocking.
Absolutely. All right, one more time and we get the field set. I mean, this has some serious implications because how many times have we seen meets decided by 4x4s? You know, and so
too many.
So if you're one of these teams, you really got to make a strong bid for it. And one of those teams is coming up in this next heat, and that's Wisconsin Lacrosse, who came in. If the meet was scored based on entries, they came in as the favorite here. They'll look to advance their 4x4 team to the final tomorrow. They were second both indoors and outdoors last year.
I was just looking over at some of the teammates on Lacrosse getting ready to race there, and I said, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Is that one of the Mathai twins over there getting ready to run this 4x4? I do not think so. Give it to them. They're hot right now. They're hot.
Yeah, the Mathai twins should really bookend this, lead off and anchor at home. I wouldn't be surprised to see them take it. All right, heat number 3 of 3 will round out tomorrow's final. Those athletes on the track now, they include RIT, Rowan, Colby, and Wisconsin Lacrosse.
And I love to see this as well. Noah, this is our first athlete that's not using blocks for the 400. We're going to have a standing start here for the athlete from, I believe that's Rowan.
Yep, that's Marquise Young from Rowan. Interesting move. No blocks here.
I love it. No blocks, no problem. One less thing to have to negotiate.
No blocks, no problem. Leading off Wisconsin Lacrosse is going to be Jacob Homan. He's a junior. Can they finally get into the final and try to take that last step to the top of the podium? I don't know, Will. Neither do you, neither does anybody. That's why we're doing it.
Ain't nobody fooled by the blocks that I don't got.
Nope. Is that a early 2000s pop song you're referencing?
Yeah, by none other than J-Lo.
Yep. I'm sure the folks at home are familiar.
Hey Siri.
And we're away in the men's 4x400. This is prelim 3 of 3. Top 8 times advance on to tomorrow's final.
I will say it again and again and again. It does not matter where you finish in this. This is all based on time. The fastest times posted today are 3:14s. And two teams have broken 3:15. It appears as though on paper a couple of quartets in this field right here should be able to do something similar. It's Rowan out front right now with, gosh, who is that? That's Colby, and then Lacrosse giving chase. Lacrosse looking for some daylight on the outside.
Marquise Young with a really strong first leg. He'll give Rowan the advantage heading into leg 2. Also good handoff there from the Lacrosse squad. And they're 1-2 right now. What a stride there from the Rowan athlete. Looks like we had a substitution in their squad. But Rowan continues to hold on to the lead. Lacrosse looks to move into the front. They do. Successful pass there from Wisconsin Lacrosse, and now Rowan is in the chasing position.
Yeah, we're having a little bit of issues here with our start list versus the athletes on the track, but so we will just call it as teams. Lacrosse right now leading Rowan. Lacrosse out front doing everything that they can to maintain this lead. Rowan fighting hard with their late substitutions, and Lacrosse receives the baton out front. Clean exchanges for all four teams. Lacrosse being given chase by Rowan, was followed by Colby and then RIT.
Really a look of determination on the athlete from Rowan's face. It's Williams, Devin Williams from Wisconsin Lacrosse, who leads over Samuel Millevoix of Rowan.
And for what it's worth, these splits, I don't know how much they mean to the folks at home, but this is the slowest of the three heats thus far, with Lacrosse coming across 800 meters in just over 1:38. The other heats were all 1:37 or better. So this is, they got some work to do in the back end of this 4x4 if they want to make their way into the final.
Absolutely. We've got to turn up the heat in Heat 3. Williams hands off to the anchor. Let's see who we have on the track there. We'll get a name on the bib. It's different from on our start sheet.
I think that's Andrew Hackbarth, the sophomore from Lacrosse, who's moving very well down the backstretch. Absolutely flying on this first turn. He knows he has a lot of work to do. These athletes who do this very routinely know the splits that they're looking for, know the splits that he needs to run, what his competitors have run already that day. 200 meters to go for Lacrosse, who's got about a 15-meter lead over Rowan. Colby giving great chase to the athlete from Rowan, but it's Lacrosse right now. It's them against the clock. We'll see what happens.
Hackbarth got the call to anchor, and he picked it up. The sophomore from Lacrosse is moving pretty well, but Colby is closing super fast. Coming down the backstretch, you really need to hang on to the win here, but I think Colby's going to make up the ground. Colby takes the win in the heat. What an upset there in heat number 3. Whoa.
Throws the e-brake on mid-flex. Did the athlete from Colby that looked like Ren Zanza, the senior from Colby, who ran an incredible last leg, 47.67, 3:15.54 for Colby, 3:15.87 for Lacrosse. We'll see where that puts them in the overall. Lacrosse sitting in 5th, Colby in 3rd. So we don't really have, do we have direction here as to how this is going to break down? It says top 8 advance by time, so there'll be 2 heats of 4 tomorrow. The top 4 in one section, I would imagine, and the bottom 4 in the second section to probably be run first if I had to use my integral track knowledge. But we'll see. We'll wait and see.
Wait and see. All right, that'll wrap up the field for the men's 4x4. Did you already read this list, or should I read the list?
Go for it.
I'll read the list. Cortland State is going to be your top seed going into tomorrow with a 3:14.26 result. Pretty good, guys. Bethel is in 2nd, Colby 3rd, TCNJ 4th. Wisconsin Lacrosse holds on in their bid to finally grab that national championship. They will go into tomorrow as the 5 seed. Loris in 6th, Rowan strong 7th finish there, and RIT just barely grabs that 8th place spot, and Elaine in tomorrow's final. So congratulations to those teams. Can't wait for them. I mean, next time we see these guys will be the very end of the championships. It's a little bit bittersweet, Will.
A little bittersweet.
But a lot to happen before that.
I'm very curious to see, Noah, how the results there shake up some of these team standings. Because the Wisconsin Lacrosse had a 3:13 season's best. They were number 1 on paper, and yet they will be in the second section. So it's going to be them versus the clock to see where they stack. And if I'm being perfectly honest, I don't love that for them.
Yeah, for some teams, it's not really just about getting into the final. Like getting into the final is like goal C, but you want to set yourself up for success in that final, and they made it there, but I'm not sure they really maximized their potential there.
Yeah, additionally, I mean, we're seeing some substitutions here, right, which lends me to believe that what ultimately has happened is some athletes have probably pulled up with some injuries today during earlier competition, because there are very few athletes probably at this championship that are here exclusively to run the 4x4. So, hope everyone's all right, but they got to go to work tomorrow.
Another thing teams can do is they can sub fresh athletes in before the final, and so we don't know. Maybe some of these athletes were brought here specifically for a prelim, but you're really I don't know, you're kind of gambling with the B squad, if you will, in those scenarios. So, yeah, we'll have to see what happens. We'll have to see what the final lineup is for the men. Now on the track, the women's 4x400 as we wait for the applause to die down so they can take their final instructions and get in the blocks. In heat number 1, we have a squad from Loris, quartet from Wisconsin Eau Claire, a group from Emory, and a squad, did I already use squad, from Wash U out on the outside lane.
Squash U.
Julia Korsick from Wash U on the outside. Audrey Johnson from Emory in lane 5.
Kylie Grabarski,
Yep.
it appears, is for Eau Claire, and Harmony Creasy from Loris.
Yep, if you're following along on the heat sheets at home, it looks like so far so good. We're checked out here.
What you would have heard in the background there was just the All-American presentations for the men's 5K. Grant Mathai again running a dazzling 14:02 to take that title back to lacrosse.
And with that awards presentation now wrapped up, we turn our attention back to the track as the 4 teams previously introduced to you fine folks at home now take to their blocks. Underway in heat number 1 of the women's 4x400 meter relay. Top 8 times advance to tomorrow's final, the last event of these indoor championships.
Yeah, the seed times coming in here are roughly around 3:50 or 3:51 for all of these teams. If they perform as they have earlier this year, this should be a pretty dang near blanket finish as the athletes cut in to the pole position on leg 1. Leg 1 very reminiscent of an open 400 meters as Squash U juts out to an early lead.
Emory looking strong there in second with Eau Claire moving up on the shoulder right now. Eau Claire, that's Grabarski, moves into second place, but still hasn't been able to get on the shoulder of Korsick from Wash U. But I don't know, that could all change right here. We head into the first handoff.
It's Korich and Grabarski. It's Eau Claire and Squash U handing off almost identically. Eau Claire having the very narrow lead. But the athlete from Wash U, this looks to be Quinn Bird, the freshman with the speed braids. It's a fast braid Friday. Colleen Quigley would be very proud of those. Quinn Bird charging out, taking over the lead from Eau Claire. Athlete running second for Eau Claire is Mackenzie Cruz. It appears another freshman. These athletes really trying to give it to each other one and one, exchanging those body blows. As we were talking about, this is a boxing match. Wash U out front, having made some aggressive early moves. We've got Loris trying to make up ground.
Cruz from Eau Claire continues to give chase, but Wash U pretty firmly in control of this one. I'm sure Loris would like to be a little further up, judging by the national championship pedigree of that program. But, we have rebuilding years. We'll see if they can close it down a little bit in these final legs. Wash U leads off the third leg, 1:55 or so on the clock, 1:56.
Again, an almost identical handoff between the two teams, with Eau Claire making another aggressive move down the backstretch, remembering that it's not them versus Wash U, it's them versus the clock. We'll see what happens here over the next lap, but these two athletes really charging hard over the first of 2 laps that they hold the baton.
That's Catherine Christopher from Wash U, who yielded that first position, but is now going to try to get it back from Eau Claire's Allison Cakes. And she does. She does slot into the lead, and she'll look off to hand it off to the anchor leg in first position. She started to pull away.
We're finally seeing some daylight between Wash U and Eau Claire. Catherine Christopher doing an incredible job biding her time, or rather metering her effort to the maximum. And again, just got to remember it's them versus the clock, nothing else. But now probably 20-25 meters between Wash U and Eau Claire.
And that is Kylie Spytek, the junior from Wash U, and I'm just not sure you're going to make up a gap like that on Spytek. but Eau Claire's Sinamo, that should be, as their anchor leg, but
do not forget that we have the scalpel surgically maneuvering her way from the back for Loras. Emma Seipel has had an incredibly long day. We'll see what she can do here in this 4x4. Just wanted to get a little more tired, it seems like.
this is kind of a tough position for the scalpel to be in when you're unlikely to move on, but you're still expected to give it your all for the team. You may start to weigh those individual ambitions. Wash U comes off the turn with a commanding lead. That's Spytek. She's going to take the win for the Wash U Bears. Get an eye on the clock here for you. 3:47:39.
3:50:62 was their season's best previously, so that's an impressive performance from Wash U and a very impressive 55:99 for Kylie Spytek to close out there, really bringing it home for Wash U.
Absolutely busy day for some of these athletes, but a strong mark there for Wash U. 3:47, I imagine, will be safe to make it through to tomorrow's final. The 3:51s? I don't know. I'm not a mind reader. I can't see the future. Well, I could earlier.
You've just momentarily lost the ability.
Yeah, momentarily lost the ability. I'm sure it'll come back maybe for the DMRs at the end of the evening. Section 2 of 3 takes to the track now for the women's 4x400 meter relay. Those teams, I'll tell you who they are. Rochester, Williams, Colby, and Wisconsin Lacrosse taking to the track here right now.
Looking forward to hearing the Rochester faithful in the stands here cheer on their team to hopeful, we'll call it moving on, a hopeful final.
Hopeful final.
We'd rather not try and illustrate the metrics of success here being binary, that whether or not you make the final is determined as being successful, but congratulations to every team and every individual that qualified for this national championship.
Going to get our first glance of Rochester in this one. They're D3 record holders, reigning champs indoors in 2023 and 2024, so they're looking for a three-peat of indoor championships.
Always good to have some pedigree there.
Absolutely. Should be pretty smooth sailing for them here. I think if they see much trouble, well, that just wouldn't be a great sign. Rochester begins their title defense in front of a home crowd on the inside lane. We'll wait for the break. Once again, top 8 go through on time.
Bella King Harvey has quickly made up the stagger on the athlete from Colby to her right, to her outside. As we've always said, pull and pray. Athletes want to get to the front early in the 400 meters, and this first exchange of the 4x4 is no different. Bella King Harvey going to the arms early, stretching that stride behind Lacrosse.
Kind of surprised to see Rochester so far back already. I may have spoken a little too soon. Colby also pretty far back. They ran a top 10 time indoors all time earlier this year, but it's Lacrosse in command right now along the far turn heading into the first handoff.
Smooth handoffs for both Lacrosse and Williams. These athletes not wanting to give each other an inch. Lacrosse appears to be stretching their lead ever so slightly, but as we have seen time and time again on this oval today, a first 200 of a 400 does not beget an answer of what it will look like at the finish line as Williams starts to claw back ever so slightly with each pursuing stride.
Williams finished third last year, so they know what it takes to be in that final. They know what it takes to be on that podium, and we're starting to see what it takes as we move up onto the shoulder of Wisconsin Lacrosse, who has been pretty well in control. But are we going to see a new leader in Williams now? We are.
Yes, we do. Williams has gone to the front and not looked back. Running a little bit more conservatively in that first lap than Lacrosse. Lacrosse starting to feel the heavy legs of a long day of track and field. Williams hands off definitively in first. Lacrosse giving chase.
Handoff in the back.
Colby and Rochester sort of getting tussled with one another, getting caught up in each other's legs, but both stay upright.
Yeah, that did not do those two teams any favors. So right now our attention turns to the battle between Williams and La Crosse. As it has been and as it will be, La Crosse now moves back into the lead, but Williams is not going to give it up without a fight. 1 lap to go for this leg. La Crosse still in command here, stretching that lead to 2 or 3 strides, but Williams is still in pretty firm connection, and honestly, Colby's not in a horrible spot.
No, you can make up or lose a lot of ground in a 400 meters if someone starts to fall apart. The wheels falling off this athlete from Williams ever so slightly. Colby needing to go to the outside. We're going inside, outside, outside, inside, 1, 2. As we go to the final handoff, ends up being clean. Good job to those athletes for navigating that very challenging situation. La Crosse out front by about 10 meters. Colby giving chase, and then Williams narrowly hot on the heels there.
That was a great move from the Colby squad to move up into second place on that leg.
Fiona Mexico from Colby giving chase to what appears to be Morgan Jennings from Wisconsin La Crosse. Jennings with a lead of about 5 meters over Mexico from Colby.
Looks like they switched it up, Will, and that's Ray Brock from Wisconsin La Crosse now moved to the anchor leg.
Very much excuse me. That was an unintentional flubber.
Oh, it's okay. They're making it hard on us. Ray Brock, the freshman, looking to anchor this La Crosse team into the final tomorrow, but Mexico from Colby moving up onto the shoulder. Can she get by? I don't think so. I believe La Crosse holds on.
3:47.85 to 3:47.91. La Crosse to Colby. Wash U still with the fastest time of the day, 3:47.39, 56.45, and 55.29. That was an incredible close by Mexico from Colby. Great running there. Love to see it.
Absolutely. Strong talent on the track there. Let's see. Compiled results here. With 2 of 3 heats in the bank, Loris is on the bubble here, so that's tough for them. That 3:53 is not looking like it's going to hold up. They were 6th last year, so it'll be disappointing for them to not make the final. Maybe they still will. We'll see. But that is your bubble time. Final heat, final prelim of today as well.
Until we get to 2 more finales.
Yep, until we go back to the finales at the end. On the track here for this final prelim in the women's 4x400. SUNY Geneseo following the men's team out onto the track in the 4x4. Bethel, Wartburg, and Tufts are going to round things out here.
I almost gave it a deep Wartburg call there. We'll save that for the final.
Yeah, I was going to say, you probably want to save that one.
In this last prelim, Tufts out there in lane 6 is the fastest seed time of 3:50.97. No other team listed here this year has broken 3:51. So tight cluster, 3:51.29. Season's best for Wartburg, 3:51.55 for Bethel. SUNY Geneseo, 3:52.25. But Geneseo, as we know, and we've seen it time and again, buoyed by friends and family in the stands. No one is louder today than Geneseo.
Absolutely, and it's really going to take about the best that these teams have to get into the final tomorrow. If they run close to their seed time, they should be able to sneak in. Underway here in prelim 3 of 3 in the women's 4x400 meter relay. And once again, as you guys already know, but I'll remind you anyway, top 8 times advance, so finishing order really isn't important. You just got to go fast, fast, fast.
We've only had 2 prelims thus far. The slowest time of the 8 teams that have completed the 4x400 meters today is 3:53.53, so that is technically the cutoff. So if these teams want a shot, they got to run faster than 3:53.
Geneseo takes the lead. They're really trying to throw us off here, they are Geneseo and Bethel. But they go 1-2, Tufts in 3rd. Wartburg hanging around in 4th, but things are too close to call. Anything can happen here.
Yeah, we've got Ambler from Geneseo and Stelmach from Bethel battling it out in 1-2 right now with Ariel Chichile, the freshman from Tufts in that light blue, handing it off. It's going to be in third. Bethel handing it off in first. Geneseo in second. Tufts a close third. Everyone stays on their feet. Wartburg in fourth.
Great handoff from the Bethel squad there immediately with a 2 to 3 meter gap, but Geneseo Mooney just absolutely ate that up, did Money Mooney.
Money moving Mooney. Moving straight to the front. No hesitation. She's had a very successful day so far. She knows she's fit. She knows she's running well. So we've got moving Mooney up front leading the charge for Geneseo. About to go by the friends and family zone in the backstretch again.
Geneseo and Bethel, we're watching this duel play out in the women's 4x4 much as we watched it in the men's 4x4. So, yeah, I think there's probably not much love lost between these two programs.
Why would there be? If someone was going to copy my uniform, I just want to be the faster of the two.
Absolutely. Geneseo handing it off into leg number 3. Kind of a tough one there, but they got it. Bethel out of a cannon in second. Tufts still in it, and honestly, Wartburg's still in it too if we're fighting for those positions, but Bethel is really looking like a strong lead. Wow, what a move there from third into second.
Yes, the athlete from Tufts appears to be Emma Smith, the senior, who is running very aggressively over the first 200 meters of her leg, trying to claw back as much ground and make up as much time as she possibly can in the back half of this 4x4. We've got Geneseo firmly out front with the other 3 teams trying to give chase. Geneseo out front right now with appears to be Jenna Eckel. Jenna Eckel having a great day on her hands. We'll see what she can put together here over the final 100 meters. Tufts went from out of it to back into it here. Tufts in second. Geneseo, that would be Bethel in third with Wartburg having clawed their way back, battling it out in the back of this 4-person, 4-team 4x4.
Geneseo anchor takes the baton and heads into the abyss. That should be... Well, no, they've switched up the order here.
This is the Draughty with no R. This is Duty for Geneseo out front, powering away, but Tufts giving chase very, very closely with Annika Krall. It appears as though as their anchor leg, Annika Krall doing a yeoman's effort out here, trying to get back to Geneseo. Geneseo holding on for dear life, looking behind. The fans in the stands want more. They're cheering more.
This has been a great run for Tufts. They keep kind of fading out of it, but immediately putting themselves back into it. But Geneseo's rounding the turn in first.
And this is the beauty of relays, Noah. As spread out as things were 2 laps ago, Bethel is almost back into it now, finishing Geneseo, then Bethel, then Tufts, then Wartburg. Gosh, but it was a close finish.
I think we may get 2. No, probably just 1.
SUNY Geneseo looks to be the last time qualifier there. 3:51.94 is what it took to make it to the final.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, fast times on the board. Finals are all set for tomorrow. We're all done with prelims.
Well, let's run through the people who qualified for the women's 4x4 final.
I was getting to that in a long
as you
way.
Threw your papers on the ground, emphatically thrown on the ground.
I was taking a circuitous route to letting you know who tomorrow's competitors are going to be. On the screen, Wash U is going to come into tomorrow as your number 1 seed. Wisconsin Lacrosse will be your 2. Colby and Williams at 3-4. Rochester comes in as your 5 seed. Wisconsin Eau Claire in 6. Emory in 7th, and we just saw them solidify their fate. The 8 seed, SUNY Geneseo, will get a chance to be a national champion too. So field is looking really strong for tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. And in spite of some heroics from the anchor leg from Bethel running 55.9, they missed out by 1 position of being able to compete again tomorrow in the final. So those were some incredibly exciting prelims.
Absolutely. And as we get set for our final of day 1, it's going to be the men's DMR as they take to the track. We're going to take a quick second to throw it back to earlier action that took place in the field, and it was the women's weight throw. from Wisconsin, Oshkosh, you see Brianna Masleroff on your screen. It was her penultimate throw fifth throw where she went 18.86 to secure a third place finish. Caitlin Cox from Loris also on her fifth throw hurled that thing 19.65 to finish second for Loris and get 8 points for that squad. But no surprise on your national champion from MIT. She was the favorite coming in. She threw over 20 meters 5 times in this event. Alexis Boykin with her furthest throw on her last throw, 29.1. She becomes your national champion. I know she wanted to go over 21 meters, but that's pretty close. A noble effort in pursuit of that national championship.
2091. We could call that one almost a rounding error.
We're going to go ahead and we're going to round that up for Alexis Boykin. An all-time great Division III thrower. Wins that national championship. Much deserved. Glad we were able to bring you that recap. Thanks to the production team there. And, I think we can turn our attention back to live action. Will, before I get into the specifics of who we're about to see, would you explain to me what the distance medley relay even is?
I have no idea what it is, Noah.
You don't? Would you like me to educate you?
The distance medley relay, it's a medley. It's not a medley. It's a medley.
What did I say?
I don't know. The distance medley relay consists of 4 different legs of 4 different distances, where the men start off with a 1,200-meter leg. That will be 6 laps of this indoor track, followed by a very rapid 2-lap 400, followed by an 800, and closed out with a mile. As we discussed on the preview pod for D3 Glory Days, almost always this comes down to the mile, because if someone's left out there way out front in no man's land and they don't have the chops or the ability to sort of hammer home a solo effort, it gives everybody else in the field something to run after. So this is a very challenging event from a tactics perspective, but one of the most fascinating that we get indoors.
Absolutely, and this event is kind of unique in that it highlights the depth of a program in a way that really no other event in track and field can. Because we're really taking a look at those kind of long sprinters into the long distance athletes, even middle long distance athletes. And so if you really want to showcase the depth of a program, sure, the 4x4 is great. We all love the 4x4. But, the DMR just has a really unique flavor to it.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. And another thing that we talked about, which I think is so awesome, is some athletes have given up their individual opportunities for individual glory for glory as a team. And it's one of those things that's, again, a really unique opportunity for collegiate athletes to participate in this with all of their teammates. And as we talked about, these are the types of core memories that these athletes will get to create with 3 of their best friends. So very excited for what's about to transpire here, and we'll see what happens when the gun goes off. You got some predictions?
Oh, I always have predictions. I think Lynchburg is really going to want to take this home. They did last year. It was kind of the moment of the meet when they won, and so the chance to replicate that feeling is going to be high. I think MIT also has a chance. I'm kind of interested to see if Ziad Hassan in the mile actually doubles back. He said he wasn't going to, but I wasn't fully convinced that he wasn't going to slide into the mile leg for MIT. If he does, that could be a game changer, but we'll have to see. One interesting thing about the composition of this field is that almost everybody here qualified in a last chance meet. So they're like, sometimes you run a DMR early season, you don't touch it again until nationals. A lot of these guys ran it last week. And we're underway in the men's DMR. First leg there is the 1,200-meter run. Will's okay. We had a little incident up here, but he's doing fine.
I pulled my head off with my own headphone cord, so that's why we get Bluetooth, fam.
But he's
not used to these corded phones, these corded cans.
Doing just fine. The 1,200 leg is interesting because it's almost a mile, but also almost an 800. Like, nobody is really specialized in this.
No, it's an not often competed distance, and really the only time you ever see anyone running a 1,200 is in a DMR. Now, I think that these men will be looking for something around the 3-minute mark, would be probably where they're used to running. And we've got MIT out front, which on our start list is supposed to say Ziad Hassan. We are not seeing him necessarily lead this thing off. But we've got MIT followed by La Crosse and Johns Hopkins, with the entire Thundering Horde giving chase. About 60 dead at 400 meters for the leaders here, as everyone else is still very much in this race, Noah.
That was Opsel from MIT, who looks to have relinquished the lead and then taken it back. But Wisconsin La Crosse, that should be Joey Sullivan on your screen now with the hair, slotted back into second, looking super strong. And I believe that's Johns Hopkins. Aiden Tomov should be there leading off that squad. So some super strong runners here to get things going. And we're single file through the top 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you got some guys that are trying to think about making some money moves here over the final 400. We are just over 130 at 600 meters, just 3:02, 3-minute 3:02 pace. The athlete from Johns Hopkins, who appears to be, if I'm looking at this, Aiden Tomov, very, very smooth, hoping to put maybe a little bit of ground between himself and the rest of this field. MIT goes a little bit hard. You see the gas starting to be pushed down as the gaps start to form here. A little bit over 2 minutes at 800, well within the wheelhouse of a lot of these athletes, but still there's daylight.
Opsel continues to stretch this field. Finally, it's starting to eke out a gap over third place, Wisconsin La Crosse, who leads the best of the rest right now. But yeah, MIT and Johns Hopkins are really looking like the class of the field, but it's super early. But we're going to have a battle here over the last lap.
Absolutely, but as we said, there's a lot that can happen in this race. So this obviously is a very important opportunity for them to extend their lead and make the other teams play catch-up. Johns Hopkins finally smelling the lead for the first time, but also from from MIT giving good chase. Johns Hopkins going to hand us off first, MIT in second, with about everybody else coming in third.
We should be seeing Alex Coletti taking that baton for the Johns Hopkins squad. The sprinter from MIT is going to be Christian Preisner. And, they've got a significant gap now over Emory.
But again, we are on our second leg, but we are nowhere near halfway finished with this race. These men are going to go from a 400 to an 800, and the most integral part of that handoff is for the 800-meter runner to not necessarily match the pace of the athlete coming in, finishing a 400. They have to know what an 800-meter pace feels like. And we have got big gaps from Tufts to MIT to that RIT back there in third. I think it is either them or Emory or RPI potentially. But there is a cluster coming in behind Johns Hopkins.
Johns Hopkins takes the lead into the 800-meter leg. That was Kaledi hanging off to Amonje, who's going to be our 800. MIT hanging on to that second place spot. Steins is your 800-meter representative from MIT. Wartburg moves up into third. That's Carter Cruz.
Both of these athletes have looked like they've done an incredible job receiving that handoff and then falling into 800-meter pace, if you will. What I would say is don't get too comfortable, because everybody else is coming for you. All they see is a target on your back.
Absolutely. You do not want to open the door. If you open the door, there's a lot of guys waiting to kick it the rest of the way down. MIT is back in this thing on the second lap of our 800-meter leg, now moving into the lead. Steins is our new leader. MIT carries the baton into the future.
And I'm trying to get a glimpse of who is waiting to receive this baton for the closing mile leg, and I do not see Ziad Hassan over there. So Ziad Hassan will not be a part of this distance medley, but MIT nonetheless still in first place with Hopkins close on their heels.
Top three has not changed so much, but maybe one thing I am seeing is Wartburg starting to connect to this top two. I think that gap is coming down a little bit. Really strong run here, and I'm looking back into fourth place, and Amherst is leading the pack here.
We've got Tor from Lynchburg trying to make up as much ground as he possibly can on this last 200. That large group closing very, very quickly on the top three out there in front. MIT, then Hopkins, then Wartburg. What do any of these athletes have left? It is madness ensuing behind them. But oh my goodness, MIT and Johns Hopkins both off to clean handoffs as they go into the closing leg of this race. Almost always does this come down to the mile, and that's exactly where we find ourselves right now.
That was a good move from Hotong Davidson from Lynchburg. Puts them, I don't know, 6th, 7th place, but Chasen Hunt has the baton. He's been here before. He knows what to do. Eyes back to the front of the race. That's going to be Tim Newman from MIT who gets a baton over Johns Hopkins. They've got Lucas Rackers. So the milers are on the track, but Wartburg is pretty much connected here, so let's go ahead and shout out Aiden Decker. And Lynchburg has moved through that pack astonishingly fast into 4th, but with a lot of work to do. Will, are you going to keep pushing, or are you going to stall out? What does the top 3 do here?
I don't think that there is any other strategy for Hunt right now from Lynchburg other than gas, gas, gas. Don't blow yourself up in the first 4 laps of this. Just try and reel these guys back in 1 lap at a time. He is the best miler on the track right now. It might not seem like it because his team is sitting in 4th, but if there's anybody that can make this interesting, it's him.
I've got him about a 7 second deficit. It's definitely possible. It's definitely a storyline to keep an eye on. But the engineers, MIT, is pushing so hard from the front so far at every leg. It's been MIT, it's been Johns Hopkins, and Wartburg is just trying to stay connected. But they are adrift as Hunt continues to hunt. This
Hunt is
down.
5 seconds down from the leaders right now. He's starting to put some distance between him and anybody else that has a semblance of an opportunity in that chase back. Hunt really going to work now, trying to claw back Wartburg. I think by passing Wartburg, that will put some wind in his sails, maybe think that there is a chance for him to put his team back atop the podium right now. But let's not lose sight of the race that's unfurling up front. MIT and Hopkins. MIT has led this every step of the way for the past couple exchanges. Hopkins just matching them stride for stride, thinking all that they need to do is outkick him. There is no more qualifying for the finals. This is it, baby. This is the final dance.
Newman is in kind of a tough position for MIT right now because he's really being relied upon to make the decision of what kind of pace this is, because Johns Hopkins is just going to sit. And so MIT just looking over the shoulder I don't think he's as concerned about 2nd place right now as he is to opening the door to everybody else, as Lynchburg, Chasen Hunt, now moves into 3rd. We're going to get a clock on the deficit here, but he is moving through the field.
Hunt is now 3.8 seconds back. This is going to be too close to call for these humble announcers, but they cannot wait to see what this show produces. MIT, Hopkins, Lynchburg running with so much more in their hearts and so much more on the line. Hopkins starts to feel as though maybe this is their time to smell the front, and Hopkins goes to the front for the first time.
Rackers moves into that pole position. Maybe not great news for Hunt. He doesn't want the battle to heat up front because they're just going to keep picking up the pace.
Hunt is 2 seconds behind. You can see how well he is covering distance. I cannot believe my eyes, ladies and gentlemen. 300 meters to run in this race. What does Hunt have left? Lynchburg.
Has Lynchburg left it too late? He's going to be connected. Lynchburg, Chasen Hunt is going to be connected with 1 lap to go. Johns Hopkins takes it into the final stretch of this race.
Hunt is no seconds behind.
Hunt is no seconds behind. Hunt is not waiting either as he moves in to 2nd place. Is he going to go around Rackers right now?
He does not want this to be a 100-meter sprint. He wants it to be something longer. But Chasen Hunt has done an unbelievable job getting his team back in. What does he have? Where can he dig to? What can he look to with 50 meters to go?
Hunt's going to try to go around one more time, but Rackers doesn't want to let him. It's close to call, but Johns Hopkins is going to take the win over an inspirational performance by the runner-up from Lynchburg, Chasen Hunt. Congratulations, John Hopkins. You are the DMR champions. What a race.
That was an unbelievable race. A storybook finish for Johns Hopkins. Executing tactically perfect. How they just bide their time, waited until they knew they could go into the front, all the while knowing that Chasen Hunt was on the track somewhere, lurking, until he comes up on your shoulder seemingly out of absolute nowhere. My goodness gracious. You can see the Lynchburg athletes with some long faces, but my gosh, I hope that their hearts are filled with pride.
Yeah, they should be really happy with that, and Chasen Hunt should be welcomed home as a hero for that leg. But Johns Hopkins on your screen celebrating their success. They're winning the DMR. What an incredible race from these four. They are once again Aiden Tomov, Alex Coletti, Fisayo Amonje, and Lucas Rackers. These guys executed a perfect race. Rackers was pretty content there to lurk in the mile leg and just maintain connection, but not get lulled to sleep. That was really impressive.
Chasen Hunt closed in 4:04.
Yeah, so at least 3 seconds faster than anybody else in the field. Yeah, what a performance there. MIT holds on to a well-deserved third place there.
Very strong run for them.
Yeah.
Should not forget to mention them finishing in third place. That was a very strong run from their anchor, Tim Newman. Ran 409, but led that entire thing. What else can you do? What else can you ask for?
The only thing I can ask for right now is the women's DMR. But we should run through all-American positions.
Absolutely. Don't mind if I do. All right, your national champions running 9:52.43 was Johns Hopkins. Coming in second was Lynchburg. Third is MIT. Fourth, Amherst running 9:55.70. Narrowly edging out Wisconsin La Crosse in fifth, 9:55.73. Bowdoin in sixth, RPI in seventh, and Emory rounding out your All-American teams in 9:57.26. Holy moly, what a race.
Fantastic race. Another final going down today. And, Will, we've come to our very last event here at Nazareth University.
For the day.
For the day.
For the day. I'm not done yet.
For day one, we're of course not done yet. We're just getting started really up in the booth. But, yeah, final action down on the track. It's going to be the women's distance medley relay championship. I'll run you through the teams real quick. On your start list, RPI, Smith, Williams, Middlebury, Central College, Coast Guard, Wartburg, Conn College, WashU, MIT, Johns Hopkins, who have got to be feeling that some type of way, as the kids say, and U Chicago riding that all-time best into this meet. We see all their teammates over there under the scoreboard. This is a great shot, just shaking the legs out because the race starts, but you're still going to have to wait a few minutes to get your turn, so you got to keep the legs warm.
And if you thought that last race was exciting, ladies and gents, we got another one for you.
We got another one for you. We're just serving out the best here. Can't help it.
Serving. We're just serving.
Mm-hmm. Underway here in the women's distance medley relay final, and our final event from the track here on day one at these indoor championships.
The times I would offer from the seed list to this are fairly irrelevant. The different, as you mentioned, sometimes teams run a DMR early in the season, sort of tick that box of qualifying, and then don't touch it again until nationals. Obviously, running is running to a certain degree. Relays are relays. But what we're seeing here, which is very impressive, is University of Chicago going straight to the front, not wasting any time, making this a fast race.
Yeah, U Chicago going all in on this one. That's Nora Holmes. And so they're definitely keeping no firepower in reserve. They put an all-star lineup on the track tonight.
You can't hold anything back when it's a straight final. All bets are off. We're already seeing, again, very, very dissimilar from the men's race, but there's a lot of running left to do. Many laps left to conquer here as there's daylight starting to separate between little clusters of teams. We've got U Chicago, MIT, and is that Conn College there potentially in third. Daylight back to what appears to be potentially WashU. Is that in fourth?
Yep.
The rest of the teams are connected, but barely. Single file, they stretch down the backstretch.
Christina Crow giving chase for MIT, and for Connecticut College, that's going to be Abby Fernald. That makes up our leading trio. I don't know, maybe 10 meters, if that, to the backpack, and that's Johns Hopkins, I believe, in fourth place, sitting right there, just ahead of Central and Wash U.
It's sort of do or die time for a lot of these athletes in the back, whether or not they feel comfortable to try and bridge that gap. The athletes in the front got out to a very rapid start. As they approach 800 meters, there's just 2 laps left on this first leg of the DMR. Again, this first leg, 1,200 meters, a very strange distance, but a fun one. 6 laps here, 2 remaining.
Yeah, really the only leg of the DMR of which there are no true specialists, I guess, in terms of open events. But Nora Holmes appears to be playing the specialist for UChicago as she holds on to that lead and refuses to let MIT or Conn College go by.
Yeah, it's about 2 seconds back to the Hopkins athletes. So not insurmountable by any stretch of the imagination if there's a good close, as Hopkins actually is starting to eat away a little bit at the lead of the 3 teams up front. But with 200 meters remaining, again, Noah, we're not looking at time necessarily. This is all about place. What's the strategy play here?
I think it's like we said earlier, just gas, gas, gas. I mean, all you can do is try to run fast. If I'm Johns Hopkins, I would definitely like to connect to this group. That's Cathari. I think she would love to hand the baton off in fourth, but I don't know, Will, is there maybe some strategy in like not being right on someone's shoulder so you can have a clean handoff?
You got to believe it, right? So it does appear as though Chicago's going to give it off to Ren Brown, who's an exceptional 400-meter runner. Let's see what she can put together. Maybe had a little bit of a disappointing day for her standards, but Ren Brown giving chase right now.
That's Marina Miller for MIT up front, but Ren Brown seems to be closing it down a little bit. But yeah, Miller off to a strong start here, and we'll see how closely those two can keep it.
Yeah, you really got to know the strength of your teammates here. If you have a front-running 800-meter specialist or someone that would prefer to be sitting in second, Ren Brown thinks that her 800-meter runner is the best of the rest, the best of them all maybe. But wow, we're seeing Cortland make some moves around Hopkins, and Conn College giving chase in fifth. Yeah, Ren Brown has about 5 meters now over MIT.
Conn College got swallowed up there. Central now moves into fourth, but Ren Brown from UChicago is absolutely drilling it. Like we said, they're going all in here, and we're now moving on to the 800. Great leg from Ren Brown. UChicago with a second or two lead over MIT. This is Emma Kelly for the 800. Emma Kelly back on the track. Nice to see her. Obviously not the Emma Kelly some folks are thinking of at home, but yes, a strong namesake for Emma Kelly.
Hey, look, if you're going to be a D3 800-meter runner, woman, no better name than Emma Kelly.
Absolutely. Crystal Montgomery for MIT is there right in her hip pocket.
Yeah, again, I think we're seeing the athlete from MIT start to play a little bit of a strategic game here as Hopkins, again, has no choice but to run as hard as humanly possible and try and catch up. The two in the front are playing a little strategic game of cat and mouse, and Hopkins is doing everything in their power. I think that's Huang from Hopkins to try and bridge this gap and give their miler the best possible chance of coming home. What would it be like if Hopkins won the men's DMR and the women's DMR, undisputed distance champions in Division III? That's what she has to go run for right now.
Huang ran great earlier, so every second she can claw back is really beneficial. If she can't get any closer, then you hope that the milers get the baton and start messing around a little bit, because they're actually not in a bad position if the milers were to let off at all.
You know, here's what an observation that I've made over many moons is that women's races often do not get quite as chippy, quite as I think I have the best kick in the world as men's races do. And so I think a lot of the times you see women's races, they're just a lot more honest. These athletes are so confident in their ability to push themselves to the absolute limit that they're not worried about kicking at the end. All they think is, I'm just better than you, straight to break it to the point. It's like, I'm better, I'm going to go to the front, I'm going to run hard. And here goes Huang, absolutely sending it on the back stretch.
Montgomery moves around Kelly to send MIT into the lead, but Huang has gained a lot of ground in the latter half. of this 800. The milers are on the track. Your top 3 going into the mile leg are going to be MIT, UChicago, and Johns Hopkins, all right there.
Nerds, 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 Noah, and we love to see it. It's a nerds cluster, if you will.
We absolutely love to see that. The brain power on the track is absolutely astonishing. And Will, we got it. We got the top 3 all together in the mile leg.
I don't think that you could have scripted this any better. It's now up to Hopkins to not lose those 2 athletes in front of him after an incredible leg by Huang from Johns Hopkins. We've got MIT followed closely by UChicago, followed by Johns Hopkins. Johns Hopkins, the male athletes just trounced across the track after winning their national championship, cheering on their female counterparts in the distance medley relay.
The milers on the track, that's going to be Kate Sanderson doing the honors for MIT. In her back pocket is Claudia Harnett. And then for Johns Hopkins, who seems to be ceding quite a bit of territory, Phoebe White couldn't quite hang on to the shoulder. We'll see what happens here, but honestly, the script of this race so far has been UChicago and MIT. Let's just ride it out, huh?
Sanderson and Harnett, MIT and UChicago, a battle of the brains up front. Sanderson looks incredible, looks very strong, very confident, powerful down the track. Harnett covering every one of her moves. It does seem to me a little bit like Sanderson is intentionally sort of surging and then backing off, surging and then backing off, trying to see if there's a moment where Harnett will potentially take the lead from her, but no, it's not going to be. This does seem a bit like a replay from the last race where second just sits right behind in the pocket of first and then kicks at the end, but we'll see what happens here over the next couple of laps.
Yeah, we've got an absolute duel here, and the tactics are pretty wide open. They've got almost 100 meters over fourth place, and they've already kind of ejected Johns Hopkins from the pack, and so I don't think they're really under threat from anybody. There's no amount of heroics that's going to get another team into this race, and so it comes down to those 2, and they can run it however they want. They're the only teams in the race.
If I'm Hopkins right now, I'm just saying keep the foot on the gas. Do not let up. You have 3 to 4 laps. I can't see the lap counter right now between yourself and a top podium position. It's MIT followed by UChicago. It does seem as though these ladies are slowing a bit up front, and that there is potential here for some upsets if the athletes behind, Conn College athlete in particular, looking incredible right now. But on your screens, we've got MIT, UChicago on her hip.
Sanderson still in the driver's seat as we round the turn. Once again, UChicago wants this one. They're the fastest team in D3 history. They want the title to go along with it, but they're going to have to go through MIT. We've got the gamesmanship playing out here, Will.
Absolutely. You can see Harnett from UChicago just sort of biding her time. She's waiting. She knows that she has another gear. That's one of the hallmarks of a miler, is someone, when you see their eyes starting to look around a little bit, she's just waiting for the opportunity to strike, knowing that when she makes her move, just as in the men's race, it's got to be decisive and it's got to be final.
Absolutely no chains, all quiet on the front. Well, maybe I spoke too soon. UChicago moves around the shoulder. Let's see if she's able to slot in lane 1, and she is. MIT on the ropes.
Johns Hopkins in third, but that gap to Conn College starting to dissipate. The athlete from Hopkins laboring here with 400 meters remaining in this mile leg. Harnett from UChicago firmly in first, has 5, 7, 8 meters over Sanderson from MIT. Hopkins being stalked by Conn College right now. Conn College running with wind in their sails and light feet, tiptoeing their way around this curve. Conn College is going to catch and pass Hopkins. UChicago takes the lead, 200 meters remaining. Everything, all gas to the finish line.
UChicago finally gets the separation they were looking for. It looks like MIT is broken, so UChicago fulfilling that early season promise. This squad wanted the title to go along with the time, and it looks like they're going to have their cake and eat it too. Such an inspirational performance by this squad coming into the home stretch for the last time. Harnett leads U Chicago to the national championship in the women's DMR. MIT coming in just a few seconds behind after a well-fought second, and moving up through the field was Conn College. It looks like McDonough moves that team into third. See who got across the line here in fourth. 11:37 is what it took for U Chicago to win that national championship.
Wow. And Grace McDonough from Conn College closed and passed Johns Hopkins there just at the finish. So a turn of fates from what we thought we were potentially going to see, a repeat national champion. Johns Hopkins on the men's and the women's side. Hopkins falls to fourth. But wow, what an incredible race. Hats off, congratulations to University of Chicago. Bravo.
Did we run through the top 8?
We have not yet. I am happy to do that and save you a little bit of your voice. In first, again, your national champions, from the University of Chicago in 11:37.62. MIT finishing in second in 11:41.39. Conn College in third, 11:45.12. Johns Hopkins in fourth, 11:47.79. All exceptional times. RPI narrowly behind Hopkins, 11:47.80, only 1/100 separating those two teams. Wash U in sixth, Central College in seventh, and rounding out your All-American positions is Middlebury, running 11:50.37.
Amazing stuff. Thank you, Will. That's going to do it for your live action here at the track. Just super fun stuff here. The field is set for tomorrow. Before we do a recap on this whole day, though, I want to toss it back to pre-recorded action in the field. We're going to go over for a quick look at the men's long jump, which happened earlier today before the TV window. And this was a really epic battle here. In third place, Dontre Senegal from McMurray, the senior on your screen here. He saved his best for his fifth jump, where he jumped 7.5. He was in second at the time. He would go on to foul his last jump. Finishing second ultimately was Henry Bandstatter. He saved his best for last, going 7.51, and that moved him from fifth place all the way up to second, which was an incredible performance from the athlete from Emory. But really no doubt ever in this one, Joshua Rivers, one of the best D3 has ever seen from Wisconsin, Oshkosh. He goes 7.81, just a monster leap. He was in first place just about the whole way through. He's going to lock up another national championship for Wisconsin Oshkosh. Congratulations to Joshua Rivers. 7.81 is what it took to win the men's long jump this year. And now you've seen it all. Everything that happened here today, you've seen. You know what we know. You've seen what we've seen. Will, give me some parting thoughts on day one action here at Nazareth University.
Yeah, I'd love to take it back to that long jump. I think what's really impressive about Joshua Rivers, obviously incredible talent, the best we've ever seen in Division III. 4 of his leaps today would have won him the national championship. So a great series from him. The fireworks from Bandstatter going from fifth to second on his last jump. That's one of the very cool things about the field events, is that all it takes is one. In the measured events, at least. So hats off to them. Congratulations to those top 3 finishers.
Absolutely. We saw some just amazing action from the finals and the men's and women's 5K, both won in very different ways. Super inspiring. DMR is super inspiring. We saw some performances in the short sprints that are hinting at a really special day tomorrow. And speaking of tomorrow, we're through the prelims. Tomorrow is just an avalanche of finals.
Avalanche of finals. We're like kids on Christmas Eve over here. We just can't wait to see what these athletes show up to the track to do tomorrow. We wish them a speedy recovery. A lot of them had very active days today, but that's such as the nature of NCAA track and field. When points are on the line and points are up for grabs, you got to put your best out on the track. So congratulations, and we'll see everyone tomorrow for a lot of finals. You want to run us through our timing a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. The TV window tomorrow is going to start around 2:50. So if you're wanting to join us on the live stream, be sure to tune in then, and we'll take you through the finals of really every prelim you saw today, and action should wrap up around 7 p.m. tomorrow. So go ahead and carve out a section of your afternoon, spend it with Will and I here at the Golisano Training Center in Rochester, New York. We really appreciate you guys tuning in today. Be sure to pop over to d3glorydays.com or D3 Glory Days even on Instagram for all the updates and news that's fit to print. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. We had a really great time, and we're looking forward to taking these chairs tomorrow to guide you all through it. Until then, that's been the 2025 Division III Indoor Track and Field National Championships, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
guilty leaving.
I'll see you in the morning. Ken, thank you.
Thank you.